Yu Zhongning is indeed a martial arts prodigy. Even though his internal cultivation is still at the level of a first-class master, there is still a big gap between Zhang Daniyu. But his unyielding fighting spirit led him, he broke through his comprehension between life and death, and reached the ultimate state of transforming meaning into form. In time, Yu Zhongning will definitely become another master martial arts master in China. And Mohandas naturally didn't want such a master to appear in China, so he planned to remove it when Yu Zhongning was still in the immature stage, so as not to add another powerful enemy to himself and his country's martial arts world. However, just as he was about to shoot and kill Yu Zhongning, who had no ability to resist, he suddenly sensed an extremely fierce force flying from his left side, rushing straight to his face. Generally, the masters who reach his level are very sensitive to danger, similar to the whispering abilities of the gods and Buddhas in Feng Shenbang. Moving his gaze to the right, Mohandas saw that the carbon nanoglass over there had been broken into a hole like thin paper, and there was no crack around the hole, showing the concentration of its strength. Although the sword-like vigor was invisible and silent, Mohandas was able to figure out its trajectory based on the fluctuation of the airflow and quickly retreated. Intuitively, a breeze swept across his face, and the vacuum-cutting force it caused also left a shallow blood mark on the bridge of Mohandas' nose. Tweet. After a soft sound, Mohandas saw a small black hole appeared on the ground over there, not knowing how deep it was. He was shocked, because with the strength of this vigor, he could infer that the person who did it on him, his internal strength cultivation was not weaker than himself, or even worse. Looking in the direction from which the chi shot came, there was nothing unusual in the audience there, and they couldn't find out who did it. But at this time, due to severe injuries and a huge wastage of mental energy, the dying Yu Zhongning threw forward and passed out completely in a coma. Most of the referees were Chinese. They hurried over to observe Yu Zhongning's situation, and a few seconds later raised his hand, declaring that Yu Zhongning had completely lost his fighting ability. The game was won by Mohandas. Kong Chuanxi and a few people from Hongmen rushed to the arena with the ambulance personnel to lift the seriously injured and unconscious Yu Zhongning down. Kong Chuanxi also looked at Mohandas, who was standing there without moving with hatred. Mohandas did not pay attention to Kong Chuanxi's bitter gaze, but secretly observed the surrounding audience, looking for the master who had just shot to prevent him from killing Yu Zhongning. Zhou Hao was also squinting at Mohandas below. Judging from the internal strength of this Indian yoga master, his strength is already among the super masters. I just don't know whether he has reached the realm of transforming mind into form. If Mohandas is really a great master at the master level, then the Ambani family behind him is too terrifying, and it has nurtured a great master. For a long time, Mohandas, who had no clue, took a deep look at the small hole in the ground before leaving the arena. And Zhou Hao took Zhao Yuqin's hand and left the audience. Sister, let's go and see Daniel and Yu Zhongning. The medical room on the west side of the air raid shelter covers an area of more than 200 square meters. It is very spacious and well-equipped. Many high-precision equipment is not available in many hospitals in China. Those doctors are also invited back from all over the world with high salaries. Professionals, and a small group of old Chinese doctors who turned out to be extremely skilled in medicine, although not as good as Xiao Nanhua. They are completely masters. Perhaps fate. Yu Zhongning's bed is next to Zhang Daniyu. Zhang Daniyu, who had been sent over earlier, was already much better at this time, but his face was still pale. His upper body was also covered with bandages. He was getting drips, and Thunder Tiger was also by his side. Seeing Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, Zhang Daniyu smiled weakly. Boss, eldest sister, have you come to see me? Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing the silly smile on Zhang Daniyu's face, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin both smiled with satisfaction. Lei Hu explained to them Zhang Daniyu's injuries. The doctor said that Daniel's injuries were very serious, especially the wound on his left upper body. The wound was deep and his ribs were broken, almost hurting his heart. But now he has no life is in danger, but Daniel may not be able to participate in the next finals. Zhang Daniyu said stubbornly. Boss, I'm fine. I can still play in the finals. Fight? You're a fart. Zhou Hao scolded him irritably. You are lucky if you pick up a fortune teller this time. You guy, if you are impulsive, you will die. You say if you let your mother know. How do you tell me to explain to her? Zhang Daniu was most afraid of Zhou Hao. But even though Zhou Hao was full of reprimands at this time, he could feel Zhou Hao's concern for him, and his face still had a silly smile as always. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. Although Zhang Daniu was seriously injured, it was not life-threatening. After returning home, as long as he used his own internal strength and added the prescriptions for internal injuries in Shen Nong Bai Chao, I believe Zhang Daniu will soon heal up. On the other side, Yu Xingning's situation was much more serious than Zhang Daniu's. Several doctors surrounded him nervously to give him emergency treatment, but his internal injuries were very serious, and blood was constantly overflowing from his nose and mouth. Kong Chuanxi and the Hong clan people were also nervous and anxious, their faces full of worry. The patient's internal bleeding is very serious, and the internal organs are also very badly damaged. The blood can't be stopped, one of the doctors shouted. And the old Chinese doctor quickly put 2 needles on Yu Xingning's chest and said with a heavy face, "His meridians are seriously damaged, especially his heart. I can only temporarily save his life, but after a long time, I am afraid." Kong Chuanxi and other masters in the inner circle changed their faces when they heard this. They know how terrible the damage to the heart is. This is not a simple heart disease. It is extremely difficult to treat the heart surgery by Western medicine alone. It requires Qigong masters to repair with Jinqi. The heart vein has the hope of survival. However, Kong Chuanxi and others are far from such masters of internal power who can repair the heart, and even the master of Hongmen is powerless. I'm afraid I will invite the master. Kong Chuanxi muttered to himself. But the master is currently performing a mission, and I don't know where he is in the world. Moreover, even if you find him, I am afraid it will be difficult to catch him in a short time. Come back. Here, what can I do? Although his voice was soft, Zhou Hao heard clearly, thinking that they were indeed members of the military. When Zhou Hao approached Yu Xingning's bed, Kong Chuanxi also noticed someone approaching in a daze. He stared at Zhou Hao vigilantly and said coldly, "Who are you and why are you here?" Zhou Hao knew that Kong Chuanxi was nervous about Yu Xingning's safety to guard against himself, so he was not angry and said calmly, "I admire this Mr. Yu very much. Now he has suffered such a serious injury, so I want to make a contribution." Kong Chuanxi's expression eased a little, but he still said sadly, "It's useless. Without that kind of peerless master, Xingning's life would be hard to keep. He doesn't even think that a young man like Zhou Hao will have so much internal skills, and he may not even understand ordinary punches and kicks." But Kong Chuanxi is still very grateful for Yu Xingning's feelings and forced a smile on him. "Sir, we thank you for your kindness, but..." Zhou Hao didn't want to tell him more, because time was delayed for a minute. Yu Xingning's situation would be dangerous. He gently pushed aside Kong Chuanxi and the 2 doctors standing by the bed, and pulled out the silver needle that the old Chinese doctor had put on Yu Xingning's chest. The old Chinese doctor's silver needle was used to calm Yu Xingning's internal injuries. Seeing Zhou Hao hastily removed it, he said in shock and anger, "You, what are you doing? Do you want to kill him?" Zhou Hao ignored the old Chinese doctor's angry scolding. He pointed his right hand and tapped a few times on Yu Xingning's chest like lightning, and he saw that Yu Xingning's original pale and bloodless face had recovered a little rosy. Kong Chuanxi, who originally wanted to prevent Zhou Hao, suddenly saw Zhou Hao's acupuncture technique, and his whole body was shocked. He was also a person with vision, and he could see Zhou Hao's hand. Even his master, Hong Sex the sect master, was far behind, so he stopped his movements, and at the same time stopped the 2 fellow sects behind him who wanted to stop Zhou Hao. Then Zhou Hao's right palm was gently pressed on Yu Xingning's heart, slowly injecting his own true energy into his body to help him repair the damaged heart. This is a kind of technical work. If the true qi is too strong, it will cause Yu Xingning's damaged and fragile heart to suffer a second injury. And if the true qi is insufficient, it will be difficult to wash away the blood clots stuck in the heart. The people around had already seen that Zhou Hao was treating Yu Xingning, so they all held their breath and dared not interrupt. After a long time, Zhou Hao took away his hand, exhaled, and said to Kong Chuanxi, "His heart is no longer a serious problem, but other damaged meridians have to be repaired. Especially his internal injuries are very serious. Be careful." Kong Chuanxi stared at Zhou Hao blankly and was speechless. On the one hand, he was grateful for Zhou Hao's life-saving grace to Yu Zhongning, and on the other hand, he was surprised at Zhou Hao's cultivation. You must know that repairing the heart pulse requires not only a strong Zhenqi, but also the control of Zhenqi as you want. The slightest point may endanger the life of the injured. Kong Chuanxi just wanted to ask the master for help, which shows that the requirements of the people are high. Before Kong Chuanxi spoke, Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop him and said, "If you are grateful, don't say anything. I just admire Mr. Yu's spirit and his national integrity, and his future achievements in martial arts are limitless. I don't want our Chinese martial arts to lose such a dazzling new star." Although Hong Min had a relationship with the military, Kong Chuanxi even knew the head of the First Army, but he didn't know Zhou Hao, nor had he met Zhao Yuqing. Given that Zhou Hao repaired Yu Zhongning's heart in such a short period of time, Kong Chuanxi concluded that Zhou Hao's martial arts might have reached the realm of the great master. But this is really unbelievable, because Zhou Hao looks only in his early 20s. Originally, the great master had reached the martial art realm in an unconquering year. It was enough to attract the attention of all martial arts practitioners, and Yu Zhongning was also regarded as Hong the disciple with the highest talent and best prospects, since the founding of the door was regarded as a treasure by the Hong door. Kong Chuanxi once heard his master, the old master of Hong Min, said that in the late Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Republic of China, and during the War of Resistance against Japan, there were peerless masters who appeared in the mountains and fields to join the ranks of defending the country. But those masters, all of the masters, are seniors who are over 100 years old. And now, Zhou Hao is much younger than the master, and he already has this skill, which is really incredible. Kong Chuanxi is also wondering why a master like Zhou Hao has never heard of it in the domestic martial arts. He had already put away his previous disrespect and said to Zhou Hao respectfully, "This gentleman, I don't say thank you for your kindness, but I still hope that Mr. will leave his name in the future, so that when we have the opportunity in the future, we Hongminjia repay." There is no need to repay. The so-called good deeds do not leave a name, and I am not the one who waits for kindness to repay. Zhou Hao said. The reason why he took action to save Yu Zhongning was indeed because of his love for talent, and Zhou Hao's awe-inspiring righteousness also admired Zhou Hao. In public or private, Zhou Hao couldn't let such a martial arts wizard fall. At this time, I saw a man in his 40s standing next to Zhang Dainiu's hospital bed and asked him, "Your Excellency is the Iron Fist Zhang Dainiu. Hello, my last name is Wu. I want to ask you, yes, no interest in playing for the country?" The voice of this man surnamed Wu is very soft. It seems that only he and Zhang Dainiu can hear it, but Zhou Hao can also hear it clearly. He turned around and looked at the man surnamed Wu, and found that there was a mighty and cold aura on him, which was very similar to the Thunder Tiger from the Special Forces, but the power was stronger than Thunder Tiger, and it was obviously from the military. Senior Cadre. Zhou Hao frowned. I can be sure that this man surnamed Wu is undoubtedly a member of the military. He should be with Kong Chuanxi and the others. Listening to what he said to Zhang Dainiu, this person clearly had the idea of recruiting Zhang Dainiu into the army. After all, Zhang Dainiu's strength in this Pluto Cup was not inferior to Yu Zhongning. What is the effect? I don't understand. I only do things for my boss. If you have anything to do, please ask my boss. Zhang Dainiu's words sound innocent, very simple and innocent, but they also show to Zhou Hao loyalty. The man surnamed Wu frowned, with an aura of no anger and might. It happened that Zhou Hao returned to Zhang Dainiu's side, and the man surnamed Wu also stood up and looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao ignored him. Instead, he asked Zhao Yuqing, who was sitting by the bed, "Sister, is this your friend?" Zhao Yuqing shook his head slightly. "I don't know him. He just said that he has something to tell Daniel." With Zhao Yuqing's intelligence, it is natural to see that this man surnamed Wu is a member of the military, and his military rank is not low. She didn't have the ear power of Zhou Hao, and she could even hear the whispering of a man surnamed Wu to Zhang Dainiu. "Are you the boss of Zhang Dainiu?" The man surnamed Wu was a little dissatisfied with Zhou Hao's indifference. "Yes. Hello, my surname is Wu." The man surnamed Wu suppressed his unhappiness and said to Zhou Hao, "I see that Brother Zhang has a strong martial arts and can contribute a lot to the country, so I want to recommend him to join our troops." "Well, are you his guardian?" Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Daniel is an adult, so what kind of guardian does he use? If you want to recommend him to join the army, then you can ask his opinion, and if he agrees, it will be fine. A look of joy flashed in the eyes of the man surnamed Wu, and he turned to Zhang Daniel. Brother Zhang, your boss said you can make up your mind. What? Are you interested in joining our army? Don't worry, with your strength, plus in recent years, the country has treated the troops better and better, and the reward you can get will never be lower than what you are now. Moreover, your strength is high, and it will not be difficult to become a general-level cadre in the future, but it is a good thing for you to shine. He saw through Zhang Daniel's peculiar, simple, and straightforward temperament, so he used the temptation of Guangzhong Yaozu to attract Zhang Daniel. But I heard Zhang Daniel say without hesitation, I can't leave the boss. The boss has great kindness to my family, and good to me. I want to do things for the boss for the rest of my life. My mother said, I can't be ungrateful to the boss. Also, yes, the boss has given me a lot of money, and I can now honor my ancestors. The expression on the face of the man, surnamed Wu, froze. Unexpectedly, Zhang Daniel would be so loyal to Zhou Hao. He thought, if Zhang Daniel's one-stranded personality is oriented towards the country, what a good soldier would be. Zhou Hao also spoke at this time. Mr. Wu, you have also heard what Daniel said. The so-called twisted melon is not sweet. You must understand the truth. I am sorry for Daniel. Oh, by the way, there is one more point. Contributing to the country does not necessarily have to be achieved by joining the army. The face of the man surnamed Wu was very ugly, but Zhou Hao's smile made it difficult for him to have a break. So he had to say goodbye and return to Kong Chuanxi and the others. Zhou Hao saw Kong Chuanxi's attitude towards the man named Wu. Although they were not flattering, they also respected him. He knew that he was right. That man should be a senior general in the army and should be responsible for some relatively secret tasks. Otherwise, he would not appear in this underground boxing match, and Zhao Yuqin would not know him. Zhang Daniel took a break, and the organizer of the Hades Cup arranged a special car with ambulance equipment to take him back to the hotel, while Zhou Hao drove away with Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu. The surname Wu just now should be a general, Lei Hu said as the two Zhou Hao behind while driving. Zhou Hao curled his lips. Hey, that guy, it's too shameless to pry my corner in front of me. Moreover, he doesn't even know the daughter of our Zhao family. This person has a limited future. Zhao Yuqin gave Zhou Hao a white look. Before speaking, he saw Zhou Hao's original brilliant smile suddenly sinking, and he stretched out his hand to protect her in his arms, and at the same time shouted to the Thunder Tiger in the front driver's seat, Ahu, stop. Lei Hu didn't know why, but he still obeyed Zhou Hao's order and stopped the car. It is still in the suburban area, and it is right in the middle of two small hills. It can be said that there is no village in front and no shops in the back. I saw a tall and thin figure walking out of the dim road in front. Zhou Hao's sharp eyesight recognized that it was Mohandas. I thought that this person intercepted him halfway. Maybe he knew that he was the one who attacked him before. Sister, stay in the car with Ahu. I will go down and have a look. Zhou Hao said to Zhao Yuqin. Xiao Hao, be careful. Zhao Yuqin said with concern. Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. Sister, don't you have confidence in Xiao Hao yet? Ahu, protect your sister. After that, Zhou Hao pushed the door and got out of the car. Thunder Tiger also turned on the headlights and illuminated Mohandas. Zhou Hao looked directly at Mohandas and said mockingly, You are a master of the generation, and you have the habit of being a thief? He didn't have any good feelings for this Mohandas, because Mohandas saw that Yu Zhongning had the potential to advance to the top realm and even wanted to kill him. Mohandas also stared at Zhou Hao closely and said in his blunt Chinese, In front of you, how dare I call myself a master? However, I am surprised that you are like you. Experts, even doing the despicable thing of sneak attack and wounding. Then you want to find a place now? Zhou Hao sneered. He saw that Mohandas' internal strength far exceeded the category of first-class masters, and he obviously didn't use all his strength in the battle against Yu Zhongning, so his internal cultivation may have reached the highest level. Originally, even if Mohandas didn't find him by himself, Zhou Hao was still considering whether to find him to fight against him. After all, at the level of Zhou Hao, a matchless opponent was too rare. Feng Mo Xiao Lang escaped, and even his old enemy Li Songyun couldn't find him, and the big master, Li Songyun, and Zhou Hao couldn't fight with them. So Mohandas came now, and he was able to satisfy Zhou Hao's desire in his heart. Since the realization of the White Tiger Five Kings sword, except for that time when Feng Mo Kotaro's de Qian Fa Hua Wu Lian was destroyed, he hadn't used it well. This time was a good opportunity. I have long heard that China has vast land and resources, and martial arts masters emerge endlessly. But none of the so-called martial arts masters I have encountered deserves my all-out effort. Mohandas smiled happily. Today, the kid named Yu Zhengning is still a little bit. Meaning, it's just too immature. Mohandas' words were still there, but his figure appeared in front of Zhou Hao in an instant, and the afterimage of him over there has not disappeared, and the speed is incredible. But before Mohandas launched the attack, his whole body was blasted back, and he flew in the air for 2 weeks before unloading his attack, and then steadily fell back to the ground, rubbing his face solemnly. Chest. And Zhou Hao fisted sideways with a smile on his face. Your speed can be used to deal with ordinary masters, but it is too reluctant to use it against me. Mohandas also showed a smile, looking very gloomy. It's interesting, you deserve my all-out effort. Zhou Hao spent 60% of his strength with that punch just now, but Mohandas did not hurt. It was obvious that it was powerful, and it was also clear that when he was fighting Yu Zhengning, he did not display his true strength at all. Seeing Mohandas untied his upper body robe and wrapped it around his waist, Zhou Hao's face sank. He knew of Mohandas' move, which meant that he had begun to take it seriously, and at the same time, he became more vigilant. Shoo! Suddenly, Mohandas' figure was blurred and distorted like a mirage, and deep pits appeared one after another on the hard concrete floor, making banging sounds, as if being hit by an invisible pile driver. But in Zhou Hao's eyes, it was a different sight. It was caused by Mohandas stepping on the ground with great strength, and his speed was more than twice as fast as before, staying in the path of movement. The next aftermath is like the avatar of a Japanese ninja. Humph! Zhou Hao snorted coldly, leaving an afterimage on the spot, moving past at a speed that was not inferior to Mohandas. Zhao Yuqin and Thunder Tiger in the car are closely watching the occupation outside, and have turned on all the lights of the car. However, Zhou Hao and Mohandas moved too fast. As ordinary people, Zhao Yuqin and Thunder Tiger, who had received strict military training, could hardly see them with the naked eye. Zhou Hao and Mohandas seemed to have disappeared from the sight of Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu. Boom, boom, boom. There was a strong crashing sound from outside, and there were potholes on the ground from time to time, and the trees on both sides of the road broke from it as if they were rotten, but no one was seen. The scene is very strange. If you are someone who does not know the truth, you will definitely think this is haunted. Boom! After a loud and dull noise, a powerful shock wave spread from a distance. The Land Rover off-road vehicle, where Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu were involuntarily retreated several meters, and the front was modified to withstand it. The tempered glass of most types of bullets was also cracked by the shock wave. Then, Zhou Hao and Mohandas both reappeared in front of Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao stood not far in front of the car with his back turned. His upper body's clothes were torn apart because of the raging vigor, revealing the tough muscles inside. Mohandas was more than 20 meters away from Zhou Hao. His thin upper body had a few more blood stains, but he was not seriously injured. Ahu, pull the car back, Zhao Yuqin said suddenly. It was not that she was afraid that Zhou Hao's battle with Mohandas would affect her, but being too close to the battlefield would make Zhou Hao have unnecessary worries and could not go all out without any distractions. Staring at Mohandas on the opposite side, Zhou Hao suddenly smiled and said, I'm very surprised. Why would a master like you participate in an underground boxing match like the Hades Cup? Looking for an opponent? No, it's yours. Strength. To win the championship is just flipping the palms. For the bonus? It shouldn't be. With the financial resources of the Ambani family, how can a mere $100 million be considered? Moreover, according to the introduction of that booklet, the previous contestants did not have you, so you should be participating for the first time. You are so strong. Why didn't you compete before? Mohandas also smiled. His thin face immediately wrinkled, and he said, Because I have been practicing in retreat for more than 40 years. Until half a year ago, my Brahmatown Buddhist Sutra, it's a great success. I've always heard that you have come up with strong players in China, and I've long wanted to come over to get some advice. It coincides with the Pluto Cup being held in your China, and I heard that India has won the Pluto Cup only 3 times. Beneath your China. Hey, our history in India is not shorter than yours in China, and the history of martial arts is not worse than yours. What's more, even Buddhism was passed on to you from our side. So I wanted to look at it. Look, how strong are your Chinese martial artists? Mohandas' words surprised Zhou Hao for a while, not because of other reasons, but because Mohandas said that he had been practicing in retreat for more than 40 years, but Mohandas' appearance looked only 50 years old at most. Could it be that he was 10? How old did you start to retreat? As if he had guessed Zhou Hao's doubts, Mohandas smiled and said, I am 97 years old this year. It is just that the Brahmatown Buddhist Sutra is so extensive and profound that my body functions can be maintained in the state of mature years. Huh. It turned out to be an old monster. Zhou Hao said disdainfully. It's you, which surprised me very much. Mohandas squinted at Zhou Hao. Looking at your appearance in your early 20s, martial arts is not at all weaker than me. Could it be that you, like me, have practiced a kind of magical technique for eternal youth? Zhou Hao said, Don't confuse me with you. I'm a real young man. He shook his hand, and his expression was filled with excitement. Don't talk nonsense. Master, just give me a trick. After that, on the side of Zhou Hao's aura, a huge and hideous white tiger appeared deep, and a pair of fierce eyes flashed with bloodthirsty and brutal cold light. Transformation into form? You really are a top expert. Mohandas sneered. However, under his calm appearance, he was shocked. Zhou Hao was a master of transforming mind into form. He had guessed this a long time ago, but he did not expect Zhou Hao's mental power to be so huge. It was shocking. The power is far from Yu Zhongning's rookie, who just touched the threshold of transforming meaning into form. At this moment, Mohandas only felt that his heartbeat was speeding up, his blood seemed to be boiled, and his true qi also showed signs of reflux and fire, all of which was caused by Zhou Hao's mental deterrence. He strengthened his mind and stabilized his mind, and the Jinqi in his body circulated at the fastest speed, and his body and mind slowly recovered. At the same time, he also condensed his own spiritual power and transformed a huge monster with only 3 pairs of wings and a bird's body on his head. Unlike the brave and powerful white tiger behind Zhou Hao, the monster of Mohandas exudes an extremely cold and mysterious aura, which makes people shudder like an ice cave. At this time, Zhou Hao finally determined that Mohandas was a master-level master, but the techniques that Mohandas practiced were weird and strange. If they were hidden, they would look like ordinary people. People like Zhou Hao would also notice. Not. Hearing a sharp and piercing sound from the monster above Mohandas, Mohandas jumped high into the air. Zhou Hao knew that the opportunity was indispensable, and his condensed palm power struck Mohandas in the air, and his strength swept towards Mohandas. Zhou Hao was sure that Mohandas could not borrow from the air, and it was definitely difficult to resist his intensive offensive. But the next situation exceeded Zhou Hao's expectations. Mohandas was indeed unable to borrow from the air, but with his own yoga skills, his body was able to make incredible evasive movements, hiding Zhou Hao's palm strength one by one. Open. For example, his spine can be bent back 90 degrees, and his waist can be twisted 180 degrees, so that his upper body can be completely twisted to the back, which is beyond Zhou Hao's knowledge of the human body. While avoiding Zhou Hao's attack, Mohandas did not forget to attack Zhou Hao. Both his hands and feet can grow like rubber bands, thrown at Zhou Hao from the air like a whip, and the speed is extremely fast, and the power is terrifying. Mother, I've been waiting for you to use this trick for a long time. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart, keenly catching Mohandas' movements, and grabbing his wrist when his hand lengthened to attack him. Come down, Zhou Hao shouted angrily, grabbing Mohandas' hand and pulling it off. Under the pull of Julie, Mohandas, who was in the air, was torn down and suddenly fell to the ground, knocking out a deep pit. Zhou Hao still held onto his wrist and didn't intend to be merciful under his hands. When he used both hands at the same time, he was about to pull Mohandas' arm off. Unexpectedly, Mohandas' grasped hand was still insecure. He twisted in the opposite direction and hit the acupuncture point on Zhou Hao's forearm, causing Zhou Hao to release his hand involuntarily, and Mohandas took advantage of this. He broke free and rushed to the front of Zhou Hao in a blink of an eye. With two fists hitting Zhou Hao's chest with impulse like a spring, Zhou Hao was immediately beaten into the air, breaking the electric lamp post behind him. The two of them fought hand-to-hand below, and the white tiger and the monster bird that had been transformed into each other were also biting each other in the sky, and the battle was extremely fierce. After Zhou Hao was knocked into the air, Mohandas did not delay and immediately rushed forward to pursue the victory. Both palms were full of anger, and Zhou Hao was subdued before he recovered. White Tiger Five Kings Sword. Suddenly, Zhou Hao's quiet voice came from Mohandas' ears, and Zhou Hao's two middle-eating fingers stretched out his right hand, collided with the overlapping palms he had shot out. This blow originally contained Mohandas' 10 successful powers, enough to crack mountains and rocks. However, this full blow was blocked by Zhou Hao's two fingers, and Mohandas seemed to have encountered an impenetrable iron wall. Broken, Zhou Hao gave a soft drink, and Mohandas felt that Zhou Hao's fingers had waves of powerful innocence, and wave after wave was stronger and stronger. When the fifth wave of Qi Jin came up, Mohandas felt that a whole mountain was pressing against him, and the previous 4 waves of Jin Qi also exploded at the same time, and they became one with the fifth wave of Qi Jin, the invincible breaking sword. He couldn't resist it anymore. He flew back like a meteor and hit the ground, but he still couldn't bear the unmatched force. He was born on this straight road and hit a crater nearly 100 meters long before he stopped. Mohandas spouted a big mouth of thick blood, but the pupils in his eyes instantly enlarged, and the entire eyeball became strangely black. I saw him slowly stand up from the deep pit, his thin body smashed like a balloon quickly, and a piece of muscle appeared, and his height was also increasing, and finally turned into a giant 2 meters tall. Chinese. And the strange bird on his head also shed its feathers, and became a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Mohandas put his left foot on the ground with 1 foot on the ground, with his right foot resting on his left knee, and pushing his chest with both hands in a strange posture. He muffled and shouted, "De Brahma Devil Pestle." Not only could Mohandas make his hands and feet grow longer, he could also become such a giant, which was beyond Zhou Hao's expectation. When reading martial arts novels in the past, I occasionally saw a technique called shrinking bones in it. The principle is probably to use one's own true energy to control the bones and joints in the body and make them contract. I just don't know if there really is a bone reduction technique in reality. Zhou Hao himself has never seen it anyway. But at this time, Mohandas was able to freely control the bones and muscles of the body to such an incredible level. Moreover, the evil condensed behind him had a ferocious, sharp-toothed face, and each of his 6 arms held a sword, wheel, and other Buddhist artifacts, which was a bit more fierce than the Shura evil spirit of Foma Kotaro. What? Just hearing Mohandas yell, 2 fists that were much bigger than Zhang Daniels punched the ground. Under this huge impact, the cement floor cracked immediately, and the wide crack spread to Zhou Hao's feet like a centipede. But how could this kind of attack win Zhou Hao? He crossed the distance with Mohandas in a flash and appeared in front of Mohandas. However, Mohandas seemed to be prepared. Zhou Hao just showed up. He touched Mohandas' black light shooting eyes, and he couldn't help being taken aback by the coldness and horror in it. Brahma Magic Pestle. Mohandas' dull and cold voice reached Zhou Hao's ears, and his fists were already in front of him. Zhou Hao could clearly see the movement of Mohandas' fist, but he couldn't move for a moment, as if he was bound by an invisible chain, so he couldn't avoid it. Boom! With Zhou Hao's invulnerability and a much stronger body than Zhang Daniyu, it could not stop the power of Mohandas' punch. Like a golf ball being hit, Zhou Hao flew high into the air, but at the same time he felt his internal organs and blood surge. Stabilizing his figure in the air, Zhou Hao saw that Mohandas' figure below quickly grew larger, and in a blink of an eye, he jumped to Zhou Hao's side. The huge evil spirit waved 6 arms and used those magical weapons to attack the white tiger on Zhou Hao's head. Mohandas' eyes also burst out with deeper black light in the roar of Cthulhu, closing his 2 fists, and then banging heavily on Zhou Hao's back. Zhou Hao immediately fell from the air and hit the hills over there like a meteorite. The trees broke off suddenly, and a large crater appeared on the mountainside of the hills, and the mountains with impact force of several thousand meters were trembling slightly. Boss! In the car in the distance, Lehu saw Zhou Hao being shot down by Mohandas, and immediately shouted anxiously and wanted to get out of the car to help him, but Zhao Yuqin behind him held his shoulders. Zhao Yuqin stared deeply at the hill where Zhou Hao fell and said solemnly, "Don't be impulsive. We have to have confidence in Xiao Hao, and if we go out so hastily, we will only become Xiao Hao's burden." At the critical moment, Zhao Yuqin's female scene was more calm and composed than Thunder Tiger, who had experienced battlefield smoke. In fact, she had tried to call Zhao Dingzhou just now, hoping that Zhao Dingzhou could send troops or people from the First Army to come in case of accidents. However, Zhao Yuqin found that the call could not be made. Although there are no shops in front of the village, and between two hills, the geographical location is no more remote and sinister than those deep mountains and forests, and Zhao Yuqin's phone is a special military phone, which can be connected even if he is on the two poles of the earth. Obviously, someone nearby was using a special device to interfere with the phone signal, so that Zhao Yuqin and the others could not contact the outside. Zhao Yuqin almost immediately targeted the Ambani family behind Mohandas. As the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuqin knew the inside story that many people could not touch. The Ambani, India's #1 family, has always been very unfriendly to China. In the disputes on the Sino-Indian border, the Ambani family played a very important role. It can be said to be hidden behind the Indian government. The biggest pusher. "Ambani, we are done with this Liangzi," Zhao Yuqin said angrily in her heart. Originally, they provoked Zhao Yuqin herself, and she could still take the overall situation into consideration. But now the other party is obviously going to deal with Zhou Hao, which provokes Zhao Yuqin's most important thing. Looking at the dust and smoke rising from the hills over there, Zhao Yuqin was very worried. Although she comforted Thunder Tiger and made him confident in Zhou Hao, she was actually worried about Zhou Hao, because even if Zhou Hao was harmed, I don't want to see it. At this moment, I saw a figure swept up on the hill, bringing out a large amount of dust and smoke, and flew straight towards Mohandas. Although he couldn't see his face, Zhao Yuqin could guess that it must be Zhou Hao. He breathed a long sigh of relief. In the eyes of Mohandas, it was not only Zhou Hao that flew towards him, but also the 5 white tigers behind Zhou Hao, attacking the evil above him in a siege. When approaching in front of him, the 5 white tigers suddenly disappeared, instantly turning into 5 huge swords lingering yellow, as if even the void was about to be cut away. Buddhist seal of the Brahma town. The evil on top of Mohandas roared, and his 6 arms swung out a large net covering the sky and turned into a Buddha seal in the air. Seeing the huge swastika Buddha seal, Zhou Hao's eyes flashed, and he finally understood that the thing that made him difficult to move in an instant just now, as if imprisoned in time and space, is the trick that Mohandas used Great Brahma Zenfoin. The principle is to suppress the enemy's spirit, causing the enemy's body to be unable to move, allowing Mohandas to be able to strike. "I care about your Buddhist seal. Break it for me," Zhou Hao yelled. Each of his 10 open fingers shot a strong finger gas, and the huge swords made by the 5 white tigers rushed towards Mohandas even more fiercely. The 5 great swords merged into one in an instant, becoming a simple long sword, with a whistling that shocked the world, and suddenly penetrated the revolving swastika Buddha seal. Make it disappear without a trace. The 10-finger chi shot by Zhou Hao also synthesized a hair-sized sword chi in the air, taking Mohandas' chest directly. Laugh! The tiny sword aura suddenly passed through Mohandas' chest. Mohandas felt a icy cold gradually spreading from the point on his chest, and then stabbed his whole body, as if he had been penetrated by countless sharp swords. In the same way, the Jinshi in the body was so excited that it could no longer condense. The evil condensed by Mohandas had already been chopped into pieces by Zhou Hao's giant sword. What? Suddenly, there were countless hair-sized holes in Mohandas' body, spurting out blood. His sturdy body, which was more than 2 meters high, also shrank quickly and finally turned back to the original skinny appearance, and his face was also lost. A lot of falling back to the ground from the air, Mohandas seemed to be emptied of strength and knelt to the ground with a sudden limp. Zhou Hao's attack from the White Tiger 5 King's sword just now severely wounded him, especially the 8 meridians of the Qi meridian, which was severely injured by Zhou Hao's sword energy, which was worse than Yu Zhongning's injuries. Zhou Hao also fell back to the ground lightly, holding his back with one hand, staring at Mohandas awe-inspiringly. For Zhou Hao, Mohandas was indeed an extremely rare opponent. In terms of strength and internal cultivation alone, Mohandas may not be as good as the Master and the Wind Demon Kotaro, but his Brahma Town Buddhist scripture is very strange and very strange. Just now, the great Brahma Town Buddhist seal made Zhou Hao said. Although Mohandas' Brahma Town Buddhist scriptures are strong, Zhou Hao's White Tiger Five Kings sword is also terrifying. Its sword aura can be described as invincible, and it instantly disperses the great Brahma Town Buddhist seal. Dare to provoke my Chinese martial artist. This is your end. Zhou Hao's transformation into form has disappeared, but the momentum on his body is still there, giving people great pressure. This sentence is like a twilight bell, shaking like a bell in the morning. Mohandas' eardrum is painful. Hee. Mohandas grinned and said, "Don't think that I will give up in this way. Moreover, in the martial arts world of my country, I am not the strongest one. If you beat me, neither it means that you China defeated our Indian martial arts. And, I have seen your ultimate move. As long as time is taken, I will be able to think of ways to restrain, and I will be able to defeat you at that time. Do you think you still have a chance to make a comeback? Do you think I will give you this chance?" The former Fengma Kotaro had already fled before Zhou Hao and Li Tsongyan. This time, Zhou Hao must not let Mohandas escape. Let him become future trouble. But as soon as Zhou Hao's words fell, he suddenly saw 4 missiles flying towards him from a distant hill, and 2 cars flying towards Zhao Yuqin and Thunder Tiger. Zhou Hao was shocked. He was not afraid of these missiles, but Zhao Yuqin and his car couldn't stand it. So he didn't care about other things, and rushed towards Zhao Yuqin. Those missiles obviously have an automatic tracking system, which can follow the target's movement and pursue Zhou Hao closely. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Hao appeared in front of Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu's off-road vehicle, thrusting his hands into the ground fiercely, and then lifted the entire piece of ground in front of it. The 6 missiles also attacked at the same time, hitting the ground set off by Zhou Hao one by one. Boom! The strong shock wave drove Zhou Hao into the air. The off-road vehicle turned over for a few weeks and rolled into the distance. The glass and windows were broken, and the modified body was somewhat dented and deformed, but the damage was not serious. Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu are fine. Looking at Mohandas, where is his shadow? He has long since escaped. This enemy's move surprised Zhou Hao, and he secretly blamed himself for being careless. Just now, all his attention was placed on Mohandas, but he didn't find anyone else in ambush nearby. At this moment, he didn't care about Mohandas who had escaped. He quickly straightened the overturned car and tore down the door that couldn't be opened due to deformation, making Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu dizzy inside. "Get out of the car. Sister, Ahu, are you okay?" Zhou Hao helped Zhao Yuqin to see if she was injured. Zhao Yuqin rubbed her head and frowned and said, "It's not hurt, but I just touched my head and it hurts a lot." Thunder Tiger also patted the debris on his body. "Boss, I'm fine. But those seem to be surface-to-surface missiles just now. The destructive power is both concentrated and amazing." Zhao Yuqin asked. "Those should be members of the Ambani family. Ahu, are those missiles made in India?" I saw Thunder Tiger spinning around a few times, carefully observing a few pieces of missile fragments, and shook his head. "The record text on the above has been erased, and the manufacturing place and model cannot be seen. But India itself should not be able to. For the production of this surface-to-surface missile, I guess it is a model produced by Germany or Russia. Is it possible that it is a self-made model of our country?" Zhou Hao asked. He remembered that China's surface-to-surface missile technology is very advanced. Lei Hu and Zhao Yuqin glanced at each other and shook their heads in disapproval. Zhao Yuqin explained, "This possibility is extremely small because our country has very strict control of weapons, especially military weapons. In contrast, the smuggled arms from foreign countries are in contrast easier to appear." Zhou Hao shook his head and said angrily, "No matter where these weapons came from, but those Indian Asins dare to be so unscrupulous in our territory. How can we not let them go?" Both Zhao Yuqin and Lei Hu agreed. Zhao Yuqin found the military phone from the car and dialed Zhao Dingzhou's number again. Ambani's people had already left, so there was no signal interference. Zhao Yuqin quickly contacted Zhao Dingzhou. Zhao Dingzhou became furious when he learned that his sister and Zhou Hao were attacked in Xiamen. On the one hand, he sent people to Zhou Hao and the others. On the other hand, he secretly implemented military control in Xiamen to search for the Ambani family. As the car's engine and tires were broken, Zhou Hao and others could only stay here and wait for support. The Pluto Cup air raid shelter originally had people from the military. As soon as he received the order from Zhao Dingzhou, he immediately sent people here, as well as a special ambulance. To Zhou Hao's surprise, the commander leading the support team was the man surnamed Wu who wanted to recruit Zhang Daniu into the army. When the man surnamed Wu saw Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, he understood that they were the people Zhao Dingzhou said, and the look on his face became strange. But he should also become very fast, showing a warm smile to Zhou Hao and the others. It turns out that the two are the younger brothers and sisters of the chief of our military area, just offended. As a member of the military, he was very aware of the energy of the Zhao family in the military. He never expected that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were the daughters and sons of the Zhao family's father. He wanted to be the other person who hated him, his own. The future may end here. It's okay. Zhou Hao didn't want to care about this person. What he cares most about now is the situation of the Ambani family. The noble child who was with Mohandas in the Hades Cup venue before should be a member of the Ambani family. So Zhou Hao asked, "Mr. Wu, are those guys from the Ambani family still in the venue now?" Mr. Wu said with a solemn face, "When we received the order from the chief, the people on our side immediately monitored the venue. Everyone went in and out and searched the surrounding areas with the venue as the center. So far, no one from the Ambani family has been found." Lei Hu also had no hope of this, and said, "Shaman Linhai, those guys are probably already out to sea now." Zhou Hao also nodded secretly. If the other party had planned for a long time, he would definitely be ready to find them. Now it is very difficult to find them. He was also fortunate that Zhang Daniu did not come with him, otherwise his injuries would be more serious. After this incident, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin had no intention of staying here in Xiamen. They immediately took a military transport plane back to the headquarters of the Guangzhou Military Command and met him at the mansion in the compound of the military district in Zhaodingzhou. Zhang Daniu also he was admitted to the Air Force Hospital for treatment. "Yuqin, Xiaohao, are you all okay?" Zhao Dingzhou was very nervous with the two of them, and if the old man knew that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin had an accident in his turf, Zhao Dingzhou would definitely be swearing. "Big brother, don't worry, my sister and I are fine." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "The most important thing now is to find the Ambani family." Zhao Yuqin also groaned. "Brother, you are too unkind. You have a part in getting the Pluto Cup. There is no wind. Also, the peripheral gambling of the Pluto Cup is so profitable. Do you dare to ask me to let Tiana donate some military expenses to you? You are still the big brother of me and Xiaohao." When Zhao Dingzhou saw her piercing herself in front of Zhou Hao, he couldn't help but said in embarrassment, "Hee, I am not the one who saw your Tiana booming. I want you to sponsor some. And this Pluto Cup, I'm not alone or in the Guangzhou military region. It's mainly planned by the military commission. At best, we are just going down. As for the bets, most of them are handed in. There won't be much left on the side. By the way, those Ambani family guys, I have asked the Navy on the military area to hunt them down, but there is no news now." Zhou Hao didn't care about Zhao Dingzhou's change of topic. He said, "Big brother, those who go to the Hades Cup to watch the match are all internationally famous murderers. You shouldn't let those guys go indiscriminately. Of course, we have arranged for secret surveillance of each of them, and we also forbid them to leave Xiamen." Zhao Dingzhou said, "I just contacted the team responsible for monitoring the Ambani family, and they said 20. I lost track of Ambani's people minutes ago." Zhou Hao groaned. Those guys were really premeditated. By the way, the people from the Ministry of National Security were too careless. They actually let the Ambani people carry heavy weapons like surface-to-surface missiles. That is, I have already sent the report of this incident to the Goan headquarters. They said they would investigate it carefully. Zhao Dingzhou said, "Xiaohao, that Indian named Mohandas really has a big head. Is Kaze Demon Kotaro so good?" Zhou Hao nodded. "Even if it is not comparable, it is not far away. I belong to a master of the same level. I suffered internal injuries when I was fighting with him just now, but he was also seriously injured by me. Recovered. As soon as he heard Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Yuqin walked over immediately. You fellow, why don't you tell your sister if you are injured? Zhou Haoxing was afraid that Zhao Dingzhou would see his true relationship with Zhao Yuqin and quickly laughed. In fact, there is nothing serious about it. Just like a cold, you will recover on your own in a few days. Zhao Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief, and you pointed Zhou Hao's forehead. You guy, you just don't make people comfortable. After staying in Guangzhou for a few days, it was determined that Zhou Hao was not in serious trouble. Zhao Yuqin went back to Beijing, and at the same time informed Zhao Rixin of the Ambani family's affairs, so that the country could strengthen its defense against India. And Zhang Dainiu quickly recovered with Zhou Hao's help, but Zhou Hao still stopped him from walking around and ordered him to take a good rest at home. As for the Yu Zhengning, whom Zhou Hao admired very much, Zhou Hao also had a certain understanding from Zhao Dingzhou. Yu Zhengning was an orphan with no father and no mother. When he was 5 years old, he was taken out of a beggar group by an elder of Hongmen and was admitted to Hongmen. Later, Yu Zhengning's amazing talent in martial arts shocked Hongmen. Since then, the master of Hongmen and the elders have tried their best to teach Yu Zhengning, hoping that he can become the most outstanding since the founding of Hongmen. Disciple. Because of Hongmen's close relationship with the military, Yu Zhengning is also highly valued by the military, and now he has been working in a department under the First Army. In terms of specific rankings, Yu Zhengning's position in the First Army is probably around 80 or 9, living under the four heads of Li Shuihan and Zhu Shoujing. But at the age of 21, this is already a very good performance. Regarding Zhou Hao saving Yu Zhengning's life, Yu Zhengning wanted to personally thank Zhou Hao. He couldn't move around because his injury had not healed, and Zhou Hao didn't ask for anything in return, so he didn't let him come. Back in Xiangqing, Yuning Middle School is already preparing for the midterm exams, and the classmates are no strangers to Zhou Hao, a divine dragon who has never seen the end. Only the two girls Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying are very excited, and they accompany them every day. Zhou Hao sat in the last row of the classroom, relying on no one to see, and often doing intimate little moves with him, which made Zhou Hao's life very comfortable. However, after staying in Xiangqing for a while, Zhou Hao will go to Hong Kong again, because the financial crocodile of George Soros has been attacking Hong Kong's financial market more and more frequently. The world-renowned financial war between Hong Kong and the international speculative group is getting closer and closer. There is soft, pure music flowing in the spacious and comfortable room, which is the Bandari Orchestra Sunshine Coast. The music is mixed with the crisp sound of keyboard typing. Zhou Hao sat at the desk and quickly entered various data on the computer screen. At this time, personal computers have developed to a relatively high level, which can meet most of the text and digital processing analysis. And now Zhou Hao has worked out his next plan based on his memory of the financial war that took Hong Kong as the battlefield in his previous life. The Asian financial turmoil officially broke out in July 1997, just when Hong Kong returned to the motherland. The location of the outbreak was Thailand, and it spread across Asia at an extremely fast rate. Japan and South Korea, which are economically more developed, would inevitably suffer from the damage. Although Hong Kong has been greatly affected after the return, it has not been directly affected by this storm. However, when this financial turmoil ravaged the financial markets of Southeast Asian countries, some speculators made a tentative small-scale impact on Hong Kong. By October 1997, the impact of international hot money on Hong Kong's financial market suddenly expanded a lot. Although these international speculators dominated by hedge funds have a limited scale, the amount of funds they can drive through the leverage effect is enormous. According to statistics, speculative funds flow in the international capital market every day. The so-called hot money exceeds 1 trillion, with a total amount of more than 7 trillion. The impact of large-scale speculators on Hong Kong's financial market caused the rapid rise of Hong Kong interbank offered rates. Both the Hang Seng Index and the Futures Index fell sharply, allowing those speculators to return with a full load. Afterwards, these marrow-savvy jackals repeatedly attacked the Hong Kong dollar on a small scale, using the interaction law between the foreign exchange market, the stock market, and the futures market to speculate, greedily plunder Hong Kong money, and arrogantly make Hong Kong theirs. Super ATM. This situation was staged again and again from January to May 1998. The actions of speculators in Hong Kong often reaped very good results, which led to Western media joking that once those speculators are short of money to spend, they only need to be in Hong Kong. Press a few buttons on this super cash machine. During this period of time, the feedback from the Galaxy and the major news media in Hong Kong have made detailed reports on this situation. And Zhou Hao also knew that the real huge wave had not arrived yet. Until August this year, George Soros and Julian Robert would lead a large number of speculators to launch a real offensive against Hong Kong and formally declare war on Hong Kong. At that time, the speculative group headed by George Soros and Hong Kong, backed by China's huge foreign exchange reserves, will set off a war that will draw a strong mark in the history of world finance, involving hundreds of billions of dollars. The entire Southeast Asia invested more money in the financial turmoil. Due to the attention-grabbing nature of this war of the century and its profound impact on the world financial market, Zhou Hao had a research topic that lasted the entire semester when he was studying at Fudan University in his previous life, and his research object was this financial war. So Zhou Hao knew every stage of the financial war, every specific strategy and steps of the two sides, and made a detailed analysis of the results and impact of each decision made by both sides, and can even be compiled into one. Teaching materials. Zhou Hao now converts the various data that he keeps in his mind into words and numbers to make concrete and feasible data. He does not insist that he can influence this global financial war, but he also intends to fish out of it. Of course, he will touch the enemy's fish and give his own strength to his motherland, and by the way, slaughter those arrogances. The unrestrained predators are satisfied. There is another main reason why he can't control the situation at will. That is, most of all the funds in Zhou Hao's hand are invested in Russia. In 1998, a serious financial turmoil broke out in Russia. Also in August, the Central Bank of Russia announced that it would expand the exchange rate fluctuation range of the ruble to the US dollar to a maximum of 9.5:1 during the year and postpone repayment. Trading of foreign debt and government bonds was suspended. By September 1998, the ruble had depreciated by 70%, causing Russia's stock and foreign exchange markets to plummet, triggering an economic and political crisis. It is precisely because of the current economic crisis in Russia that the international speculators who have invested huge sums of money in it are greatly injured, which indirectly dragged down the offensive of these speculators against Hong Kong, making them difficult for both sides and ultimately defeated. Russia will become a nightmare for those international speculators, but for Zhou Hao, it will be another wonderful profit opportunity, just like it did with South Korea and Indonesia before. After the Indonesian side of things is over, Zhou Hao immediately invested a large amount of funds on the Russian side, loaned huge rubles to Russia's central bank and various powerful financial institutions, and laid the groundwork in its foreign exchange and stock markets to wait for opportunities. However, Russia's current financial crisis was largely caused by a political crisis. The government is facing a change of term and is very sensitive to various situations. A bad one can cause extremely serious knock-on effects. Therefore, Zhou Hao did not dare to directly invest in the Russian financial market through the Star River. Instead, he went through several shells and finally used the names of several German and British energy companies to invest in order to avoid the future economic crisis. The Russian government will become ashamed to retaliate against Galaxy, and even use Galaxy's connection with the central government to expand to the extent of international disputes. Zhou Hao's speed was very fast, and his piercing eyes flashed with the data on the monitor. Making this plan for the Hong Kong financial war is actually similar to the research report that Zhou Hao made in his previous life, but his current equipment is much better. When I was in university in the previous life, although the school had just added a computer room, it was taken over by the relatives and children of those school leaders or mentors, and Zhou Hao was too shy to use the computer, so all the data in the research report was used by him. That kind of 10-bit small computer calculates them one by one. Although this computer is far less advanced than the future dual-core quad-core or even 6-core computer, it is also much better than the solar-powered small computer. Zhou Hao can do it with ease. At this time, the door was gently pushed open, and Wang Shijuan came in with a tray on which was a cup of fragrant milk tea and a delicate black forest cake. Wang Shijuan's dress is also very casual, a set of Mickey Mouse yellow pajamas, which makes her look very charming and lovely. What are you doing? When he came to Zhou Hao's side, Wang Shijuan curiously looked at the line of complicated and difficult data on the monitor and only felt dizzy. Are you doing math homework? But these pictures, I don't seem to have seen them before. Yay. Hee hee. These are the analysis diagrams of the price evolution model, which are rarely used by ordinary people. Zhou Hao smiled and took a sip of the cup of milk tea. He knew Wang Shijuan was not good at science, so he didn't explain it too deeply. Huh? This milk tea is so fragrant. Did you make Shijuan it? Zhou Hao asked. Wang Shijuan's face was slightly red and nodded, and said shyly, Do you like it? I have taken a lot of milk. Will the milk taste too strong? Also, do you think it is too sweet? Well, it's too sweet. Zhou Hao smiled. The milk tea Shijuan made for me personally is sweet to my heart. Wang Shijuan thought Zhou Hao didn't like to drink, but when he heard his last words, his neck became hot. He lowered his head and whispered, Here, this black forest cake was given by the romantic house person. Come here, I have frozen it in the refrigerator. You try to see if it tastes good. Zhou Hao naturally knew that this cake was not made by Wang Shijuan. Although her cooking skills are good, it is impossible to make this kind of extremely difficult artistic cake without more than a few years of hard training. However, Zhou Hao was very moved by Wang Shijuan's intention to prepare supper for himself. Especially seeing the charming and shy appearance of this little Nizi, Zhou Hao couldn't help but rippling. He grabbed Wang Shijuan's and jade-like little hand, put her in his arms, and dipped his fingers in the chocolate paste of the black forest cake, and gently rubbed it on Wang Shijuan's cherry lips. What? Wang Shijuan, who was shrinking in Zhou Hao's arms, felt soft for a while. Seeing him smearing chocolate on his lips, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Haha, eat dessert. Zhou Hao smiled ambiguously. Just when Wang Shijuan felt inexplicable, Zhou Hao lowered his head and kissed her two soft lips, and carefully licked the chocolate on them, feeling soft and fragrant, not ecstasy. Wang Shijuan didn't expect Zhou Hao to eat desserts like this, and was stunned for a while, but in the end he fell into Zhou Hao's arms, only thinking that he would eat himself. In this way, Zhou Hao applied the chocolate and cream of the cake to Wang Shijuan's lips, and even his tongue over and over again, and then tasted it for himself, making this supper delicious and spicy. When Wang Shijuan, who was confused and intrigued, finally came back to his senses, he realized that most of his coat had been unbuttoned by Zhou Hao at some point, and even the close-fitting white shirt was pushed up, exposing spring light in front of Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan shyly blocked the spring light on his chest and said to Zhou Hao with red cheeks, Forgot to tell you that Aunt Tong just called back and said that a relative from Hong Kong will come here to visit you. During this time, Yin Tong and Yin Qingqing are taking the planning team of Tongwang Catering Company to travel in major cities across the country. On the one hand, they inspect the operation status of branches in various places, and on the other hand, they are also looking at those second-tier cities that have not yet entered. The market prospects pave the way for the development after Tongwang. On the side of Xiangqing's headquarters, Lu Shiping was left to guard. They are now walking to Xi'an, and it is estimated that it will take more than a month to return to Xiangqing. Zhou Hao let the delicate Wang Shijuan sit on her lap and asked while stroking her snow-white jade skin, A relative from Hong Kong? Do we have relatives in Hong Kong? Why didn't she tell me? Yeah. Wang Shijuan, who was shy by nature, was feeling soft by Zhou Hao, and he dared not stop Zhou Hao, saying, Aunt Tong said that is your grandfather's younger brother. You should be called uncles. Zhou Hao's hand softly played with Wang Shijuan's breast, which had already begun to take shape like bamboo shoots, but his mouth pondered. Uncle? Does my grandpa have a younger brother? He and Grandma have never mentioned it before. Past. His grandfather was called Zhou Chuliang. During the anti-Japanese war, his family fled to Malaysia to avoid the chaos of the war. Zhou Chuliang was only 10 years old at that time. It was not until the early 1960s that Zhou Chuliang, who was in his 20s, returned to Zhujiakan and married Zhou Hao's grandmother Du Hao. After that, Zhou Liren and Zhou Lichang, Zhou Hao's father and uncle, were born. However, When Zhou Hao was 5 or 6 years old, his grandparents both passed away due to illness, so Zhou Hao had a very vague impression of them. He only vaguely remembered that his grandfather Zhou Qiuyang was a cheerful and optimistic simple man, and his grandma Du Jiahao, she is a typical rural woman who is also very hard-working and kind. Both grandparents and grandparents are very kind people. Zhou Hao didn't understand why their two sons were so selfish and unscrupulous. Ever since childhood, grandparents Zhou Lichang and Yin Tong have never mentioned that Zhou Hao has an uncle in Hong Kong. So now an uncle has appeared inexplicably, which makes Zhou Hao feel very abrupt. Where is this uncle sacred? Why didn't he come before? Zhou Hao was very puzzled. Even in his previous life, that so-called uncle had never appeared. So Zhou Hao was very skeptical of this. Should call mom and ask in person. So Zhou Hao dialed Yin Tong's phone. Wang Shijuan, who was sitting on his lap, trembled suddenly, and his mouth was about to make a cry, because Zhou Hao's magic hand got between her legs and teased that wantonly. Extremely sensitive place. Zhou Hao made a silent mouth to her. Wang Shijuan bit her lower lip immediately and did not dare to speak. She was also afraid that Yin Tong on the phone would hear it. She was lying softly in Zhou Hao's arms, and her two legs could not be worn away. Mom, haven't you eaten dinner? Zhou Hao talked to Yin Tong casually while holding the little porcelain in his arms. You called back and said that an uncle came back from Hong Kong to visit us. What's the matter? Why did an uncle suddenly pop up? I never knew. Actually, your grandfather did have a younger brother named Zhou Qiao, who followed your grandfather, and they took refuge in Nanyang. Yin Tong explained to Zhou Hao, but he did not come back to Xiangqing with your grandpa, but went to after arriving in Hong Kong. I rarely contacted your grandfather. However, I heard that he made a fortune from doing business in Hong Kong and married a Miss Xiangjiang. Maybe it's because Hong Kong has returned, so he came back to see. Look, this is what your uncle informed me. Zhou Hao frowned. Then why have you never told me about this uncle? This? Yin Tong looked very hesitant. Actually I guessed what happened without you telling me. Zhou Hao suddenly laughed. Yin Tong on the phone was stunned for a moment, and then said, Your uncle said that your uncle will go to Xiangqing in the next 2 days. My business is not over yet, so I will not go back with gentle. Treat your uncle well, he is our elder anyway. After giving Zhou Hao some orders, Yin Tong hung up the phone. Zhou Hao here showed a sneer, because even if Yin Tong didn't say it, Zhou Hao could guess the reason. That Zhou Qiao is probably not a sentimental and righteous person, otherwise he would not even go to Hong Kong, without even returning to his hometown, and would not even contact his brother in China. Zhou Hao knew that his grandfather had just returned to Xiangqing from Malaysia for a few years, and his life was very difficult, not only because he wanted to rebuild his home from scratch, but also because the local people in the same village were very crowded out of his grandfather, the diaspora. At that time, there was a bully in Euro Township in Zhujiakan who often insulted his grandfather and made people treat his left. The feet were discounted, causing Grandpa to become lame. During the first few years when Zhou Liren and Zhou Lichang were born, the family still lived a hard life of full and starvation, and there was a real danger of starvation. Fortunately, Zhou Qiuyang and Du Jiahao gritted their teeth and tightened their trousers, and finally survived. But because of this, both of them had the root cause of illness and became the main cause of death in the future. And Zhou Qiao should have a certain foundation in Hong Kong at that time. Even if he has not made a fortune, at least there will be no problem of food and clothing. However, for Zhou Qiuyang, who was tortured in the country, he did not care at all, nor did he provide even the slightest help. Zhou Hao guessed that Zhou Qiuyang should have asked Zhou Qiao for help at that time, and that Zhou Qiuyang would definitely do the same for the two children. But Zhou Qiao obviously didn't meet Zhou Qiuyang's assistance, so Zhou Qiuyang didn't mention his younger brother again. Such a brother, don't worry. Zhou Hao was also puzzled as to why Zhou Qiao would come back at this time. Yin Tong just speculated that Zhou Qiao wanted to come back because Hong Kong returned, but Zhou Hao didn't think so. Even when Hong Kong did not return, the mainland did not prohibit Hong Kong people from returning. On the contrary, Hong Kong was very strict with domestic supervision. Therefore, if Zhou Qiao really wants to come back, the return is not an excuse at all. Moreover, Zhou Qiao did not come back when Zhou Qiuyang and Du Jiahao died of illness and were buried. Therefore, although Zhou Hao has not seen his uncle's face, he still has no favor with him. Could it be that you came to see us knowing that our home environment has improved? Zhou Hao guessed in his heart. Don't blame Zhou Hao for thinking this way. Apart from the astronomical amount of money Zhou Hao has unknown, Tongwang Catering Company under Yin Tong's name is also a large-scale enterprise with assets of several billion yuan. Even Zhou Lichang has a net worth of tens of millions and is a well-known rich man in Zhujiakan and even Xiangqing. As the saying goes, the poor live in the busy city, no one asks. The rich has distant relatives in the mountains. A person like Zhou Qiao who sees profit and forgets his righteousness cannot guarantee that he will not think of Tongwang Catering Company like Zhou Lichang. Since he has made a fortune in Hong Kong, he shouldn't be an unheard talent in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao said to himself, and then dialed the phone number of Song Jiahao from Hong Kong. Jiahao, you help me look up a man named Zhou Qiao, who is about 70 years old and immigrated to Hong Kong from Malaysia in the 1960s. Okay, boss, let me give you a message tomorrow morning. Song Jiahao over there replied respectfully. After finishing the call, Zhou Hao sneered himself. Then I will take a good look at what your elders want to do here. Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan shivered in his arms, calling Zhou Hao with a choo-choo voice that was like weeping. Zhou Hao recovered and saw Wang Shijuan's face flushed, his whole body stuck in his arms, still panting. Two small hands tightly grasped Zhou Hao's clothes. His face was suffering. The expression is very pitiful. It turns out that since Zhou Hao had just talked to Yin Tong on the phone, his right hand had been frivolous about Wang Shijuan's Taoyuan land. Later, he thought about Zhou Qiao's affairs, but he didn't stop his hands. Instead, he unconsciously went deeper and deeper. Wang Shijuan, who had no personnel and dared not make a sound, tossed hard enough. Seeing Wang Shijuan's aggrieved appearance, Zhou Hao felt pity and leaned into her ear and asked, Shijuan, Aunt Ping won't be back today, right? Mom, Mommy went to Guangzhou to do errands. Only me and Zhong were at home. Wang Shijuan pursed her lips. Zhou Hao happily hugged Wang Shijuan. We haven't hugged each other to sleep for a long time. It's just time to review it today. But Zhongzai is not young anymore. Can he not live without your sister? I think he is still playing game consoles now. Zhou Hao laughed and fell on the bed with Wang Shijuan in his arms. You don't worry. I said that you will not eat you before you are 18. I will not do anything tonight. Just hold you to sleep. Really? You don't mess up. Wang Shijuan said timidly. Her appearance like a frightened little white rabbit is really pitiful. Zhou Hao couldn't help but kissed her Xiangxiang's cheek. Don't worry, I'm not really a big bad wolf. Zhou Hao really did not intend to eat Wang Shijuan, because Wang Shijuan did not have the precocious Situ Jianying. Her jade body was not much more mature than the 12 or 13-year-old Yuner, just like a tender flower, which made people can't bear to hurt. However, Wang Shijuan is also very attractive to Zhou Hao, so personal touch is always indispensable. Wang Shijuan is also shy, not dare to stop Zhou Hao. Let the big bad wolf step by step. Let the two of them after a very restless but charming and warm night. The next day, Zhou Hao, who was sleeping very comfortably with Wang Shijuan hugging cotton, was awakened by the ringing of the phone. It's Song Jiahao. Boss, I have found the Zhou Qiao you asked me to check. I have sent the detailed information to your email. Well, by the way, I made an investment plan and sent it to you by the way. You and Willyworth will study it carefully. The plan contains my predictions for the Hong Kong financial market in the next few months. After reading it, if you have any questions, please contact me again. Cautiously put Wang Shijuan, who was lying in his arms, on the bed. Zhou Hao got up and turned on the computer and saw the email from Song Jiahao. Photos of Zhou Qiao and his family are also attached to the information. In the photo, Zhou Qiao's hair is gray but meticulously combed. There are a few old spots on his face with sagging skin and big bags under his eyes. It looks like a normal 70s. The old man is about the same age, but the expensive suit on him makes him look very rich. According to the information sent by Song Jiahao, Zhou Qiao immigrated to Hong Kong in 1962. He first worked as a handyman in a foreign company, and then slowly climbed to the position of manager through his own efforts. However, the foreign company just happened to close down due to poor management. So Zhou Qiao used all his savings to open a small garment processing factory. After several years of hard work, Zhou Qiao's factory expanded several times and became the first wealthy class in Hong Kong. At that time, 35-year-old Zhou Qiao married the then Miss Xiangjiang Guanji Tsai and gave birth to his only son Zhou Lipo the following year. Later, Zhou Qiao predicted that Hong Kong's light industry would develop rapidly. He switched from garment processing to the development of toy production and sold them to Southeast Asia, Europe, and the United States, and gradually became Hong Kong's toy industry giant. Now he has accumulated a wealth of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Zhou Qiao has nothing similar to Zhou Qiliang in Zhou Hao's impression. Without knowing the inside story, no one would have thought that Zhou Qiliang would have such a rich brother. He also has a 17-year-old grandson named Zhou Zi. According to the information, although this Zhou Zi who was born with a golden key is not the kind of dude and evil, he is also a typical spoiled and rich child. Thinking of Zhou Qiao's wind and water, life is nourishing, but his grandfather's life is exhausted and finally died due to labor illness. Zhou Hao's heart is extremely unbalanced. Even if Zhou Qiao gave Zhou Qiliang some help back then, Zhou Qiliang might not end up like that. So Zhou Hao planned that after Zhou Qiao arrived, he would have a meal with him in order to show the courtesy of the younger generation. Although the other party is ruthless, he can't be rude, but after he has done his courtesy, then the river will not offend the well water. Zhou Hao is not interested in them. Of course, if Zhou Qiao came for Tongguan Catering Company, Zhou Hao would have to teach him a lesson. Back to school with Wang Shijuan, Zhou Hao's mood was lifted when he saw the lively and lush scenery of the campus. Now he has become more and more coordinated with the school. After entering high school, Zhou Hao spent less than half a semester in school. He came to school now, completely with a holiday mood. On the other hand, he can be considered to relive this kind of teenage life, because in his previous life, he only cared about studying, almost a reading machine, and had no free time to enjoy the real campus life. As usual, Situ Jinying had been waiting for him and Wang Shijuan at the school gate early, and then the three of them went in together, wandered around the campus as a walk, and then returned to the classroom. Zhou Hao had already done ideological work for Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan likes literature, but not science. Situ Jinying loves fine arts, but lacks interest in other subjects. If he is an ordinary student, such a serious bias is very serious. Dangerous. However, Zhou Hao's ability allows them to complete their dreams and to pursue further studies in the direction they like. There is no difficulty for the two women. So Wang Shijuan no longer worries about his partial subjects and learns literary knowledge according to his own interests. Situ Jinying doesn't have to worry anymore. He reads comic books with gusto as soon as he goes to class. And Zhou Hao also greeted the school, so no one forced Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying for the issue of grades. Okay, be quiet. Today is the day when the midterm exam results are announced. Li Ruolin, as the head teacher, stood on the stage and said a little bit of anger as he glanced over the three Zhou Hao in the back row of the classroom. Hearing that the results of the midterm exam will be announced today, the students below wailed. Lu Shichao, who was sitting in front of Zhou Hao, also said with a bitter face, "It's miserable. My physics this time is very bad, and I don't know how many points I can get." Luo Hui next to him glared at him. "I know it's bad. I asked you to review it carefully. Now it's all right." Looking at the pair of Huanqi friends in front, Zhou Hao was secretly funny, thinking that Lu Shichao and Luo Hui were really a good match. Lu Shichao was not afraid of anyone, so he was just a little pepper like Luo Hui. Then Li Ruolin announced the results according to the ranking. The third place in the total score is Zhou Hao, who is ranked 28th in the whole year. Wow! There was an uproar in the class, because Zhou Hao only came back to school 2 days before the midterm exam, and then went to the midterm exam as usual like everyone else, and was able to get such good results. Seeing the classmates admire and envy Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin on the stage raised his mouth slightly, and felt a sense of pride in his heart. However, when she saw Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan doing small actions with Zhou Hao behind, she whispered, "Hua Xin Gue," in her heart. Finally, the results of the whole class are announced. Lu Shichao is in the middle reaches and is already very good. After all, Yuning Middle School is the best key middle school in Shanxing and a key middle school at the provincial level. Almost all the top students in the city gather here it is. Although Wang Shijuan is not good in science, but with his advantages, he can still maintain the middle ranking. Situ Jinying is even worse. Because art is not a required course, it is not included in the midterm exam results. She was ranked in the class this time to the bottom 5. Is there any reason? Situ Jianying hugged Zhou Hao's arm and said angrily, I have also reviewed for a week, but you guy came to school after playing enough. You can arrange it after reading the book. It's too unfair to get to 3rd place. Wang Shijuan also looked at him pitifully, because she had also reviewed it carefully. Zhou Hao smiled noncommittal. For him, the current level of examination is not difficult at all. At this time, there was a shock from Zhou Hao's pocket. He took out his mobile phone and found that it was Zhou Lichang's number. Xiao Hao, are you free now? Zhou Lichang said on the phone. Your uncle is here. Atong has already told you about it. That's right. The second uncle wants to have a meal with our family. Arin, I'm not in Xianqing with Otto, so I want you to come and meet him. What do you mean? After Zhou Hao's beating before, Zhou Lichang is now afraid to put on airs with Zhou Hao. I'll go there after school. Zhou Hao replied lightly. After school, Zhou Hao went home and changed his clothes, and then drove to the Tianbin hotel that he had agreed with Zhou Lichang. When he arrived at the luxurious suite on the top floor, Zhou Hao saw a table of people waiting for him. In addition to Zhou Lichang's family, there are 3 men and 1 woman. The man with gray hair and brown spots on his eyes and forehead was impressively Zhou Qiao, and another 16 or 17-year-old boy with an impatient face was Zhou Qiao's grandson, Zhou Zi. There is also the woman who sits next to Zhou Zi and peels peanuts for him from time to time. She looks in her 30s with dark skin and tall cheekbones. She is actually a Filipino maid. Finally, there was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a big belly, but Zhou Hao didn't know him. After Zhou Hao came in, Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei quickly stood up and greeted Zhou Hao with a warm smile. Xiao Hao, are you here? Uncle, Auntie. Zhou Hao nodded to the two. Zhou Qiao and the others were still sitting there, their eyes lightly swept over Zhou Hao. Although they had not spoken yet, the expression on their faces was very arrogant. Zhou Hao was very unhappy with Zhou Qiao's gaze, because when Zhou Hao's family was still suffering from poverty, Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei used this gaze to look at themselves and Yin Tong, which is a typical dog-eye view. But today's Zhou Hao is not comparable to that of the past. After experiencing so many things, he has become calmer in dealing with people and the world, and he is more mature than in his previous life. So in the face of Zhou Qiao's eyes that clearly looked down upon him, Zhou Hao showed no clues on his face and walked straight over, saying, Hello, uncle. You are Arin's son Zhou Hao. Zhou Qiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Hao. Yes, I am. Zhou Qiao suddenly patted the table and said coldly, That's how your mother taught you to treat your elders? I'm here as an uncle. It doesn't matter if Arin and Adong are away. I'm so sorry to let so many of us wait for you. You're too big, right? Zhou Hao frowned, but didn't have any look of fear and calmly said, I'm sorry, because I have to come after school. If there is something wrong, please forgive me, uncle. I'm so rare to come once, you can't ask for a leave? Zhou Qiao snorted. There is really no way to teach. He didn't intend to be as knowledgeable as him, and suddenly his face changed abruptly when he heard this. You have masters and you don't teach is a common saying in Cantonese, which means that a person has no education. This sentence is very derogatory and is already abusive. For Zhou Hao, who has an unsound family, these words just pierced his weakness, and these words were very insulting to Zhou Hao's mother, Yin Tong. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows. His expression grew stronger. Knowing Zhou Hao's details, Zhou Li often noticed something wrong and quickly stood up to make a round and smiled at Zhou Qiao. Second uncle, Xiao Hao is still a child after all, so don't blame him. Xiao Hao, how come you are also your elder? Hurry up, say sorry. The so-called not hitting smiley people with one's hand. Since Zhou Lichang spoke, Zhou Qiao stopped cursing. However, Zhou Hao glanced at Zhou Lichang faintly, which made Zhou Lichang shiver in his heart. However, Zhou Hao didn't let his anger explode and said to Zhou Qiao, Uncle, I'm sorry, I was impolite. Zhou Qiao snorted, and Zhou Hao ignored him, turned and sat in the empty seat next to Zhou Lichang. Hee, Secretary Yan, our juniors lack courtesy and make you laugh. Zhou Qiao turned his head and smiled at the bald man. On the face of it, he was apologizing to him, but in fact he was also mocking Zhou Hao. The one named Secretary Yan also smiled back. It's okay, The kid is ignorant. Seeing this, Secretary Yan, Zhou Hao was a little puzzled. It should be said that Xiangqing City Party Secretary Xiao Yu and Mayor Situ Li were both familiar with himself, but he had never seen the Secretary Yan in front of him, nor did he know which unit he was the leader. Zhou Li often inspected his face, and immediately saw Zhou Hao's doubts, so he leaned into his ear and explained in a low voice. That person was just transferred from the Provincial Organization Department by the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Yin Xintong, who is in charge of education in Xiangqing City. Propaganda. Zhou Hao nodded slightly. No wonder he didn't know him. It turned out that Yin Xintong had just been transferred to the post. The Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee should be ranked 3rd or 4th in the city, at least at the deputy department level, and can be regarded as a senior cadre. Zhou Qiao couldn't help but talk and laugh with Yin Xintong, like an old friend who had been with him for many years. As for Zhou Hao and Zhou Lichang's family, Zhou Qiao didn't pay much attention, and the table seemed to be divided into two worlds. Observing Zhou Qiao's speech, Zhou Hao guessed that he should not know his own details or the situation of his family. Otherwise, even if he didn't show closeness, he would not scold himself unscrupulously as before. Zhou Hao glanced at Zhou Lichang next to him. Zhou Qiao didn't know his situation, obviously because Zhou Lichang didn't tell him, which made Zhou Hao a little strange. But after thinking about it, I guessed the key point. Although Zhou Lichang has a net worth of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, he is also considered a rich man in Xiangqing. But Zhou Qiao still doesn't care about this level of wealth. Judging from Zhou Qiao's attitude towards Zhou Lichang's family, his attitude towards Zhou Lichang's family is not much better than that of Zhou Hao. Zhou Lichang and others have obviously also received Zhou Qiao's eyes. So Zhou Lichang deliberately didn't tell Zhou Qiao about Zhou Hao's situation and let Zhou Qiao collide with Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao was irritated, Zhou Qiao couldn't eat it and walked away. He also sighed for himself. Zhou Hao quickly guessed that Zhou Lichang's small conspiracy was indispensable, but he didn't care much, because Zhou Qiao was really annoying, and Zhou Lichang's encounter was a wicked person's own evil. To Zhou Qiao, Zhou Hao ignored their plans. As a junior, he did his best. And listening to Zhou Qiao's discussion with Yin Xintong, Zhou Hao also knew Zhou Qiao's purpose in coming to Xiangqing. It turns out that the toy industry in Hong Kong has gone from bad to worse. Toy manufacturers from Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and other places have joined the competition. In addition, due to the impact of the financial turmoil during this period, Zhou Qiao's toy company's profit has fallen sharply. Zhou Qiao, who has been rolling in the mall for many years, knows that if this continues, his company will be eliminated sooner or later. So he set his sights on the northern mainland, intending to open up the Chinese mainland market. When he came back to Xiangqing this time, Zhou Qiao planned to build a factory here with the help of Zhou Lichang, a local snake. Zhou Hao secretly sneered at this, because at this time, the toy market in mainland China was almost divided up, and the entire industry was basically controlled by several toy companies in Dongguan. And those genuine high-end toys were also businesses such as Japan and the United States are firmly in their hands. So Zhou Qiao is only now targeting the mainland with his development strategy. It is already too late. I am afraid that he can't even distinguish the soup. And that Yin Xintong, Zhou Hao also saw through his attempt. This new secretary, who was airborne from the province, had no foundation in the first report and had no advantage over the local factions such as Xiao Yu and Situ Li. To gain a firm foothold as soon as possible, we must show tangible results. Zhou Qiao's investment in Xiangqing to build a factory gave Yin Xintong this opportunity. With his political achievements, Yin Xintong's development in Xiangqing has been much smoother. Lay the foundation for future promotion. Even before the return of Hong Kong, the domestic sector gave Hong Kong businessmen who went northward to invest very preferentially. Many corresponding preferential policies were implemented for this purpose. At that time, the status of Hong Kong businessmen was similar to that of foreign investment, resulting in a large portion of Hong Kong businessmen become domineering. Now that Hong Kong has returned, because the central government regained the sovereignty of Hong Kong businessmen have also converged a lot, and those preferential policies have not been revoked. This time, Zhou Qiao intends to invest 500 million yuan in Xiangqing to build the largest toy production base in China, radiating the entire China and even Southeast Asia. An investment of 500 million yuan is already very incredible for Xiangqing, so Yan Xintong, who is eager to build prestige, will never give up this opportunity. In fact, there is a production base in Xiangqing whose output value is many times larger than Zhou Qiao's investment. That is, the automobile engine production base invested and constructed by Sumitomo Group, with a total investment of up to tens of billions of yuan. However, this production base is directly supervised by the Provincial Party Committee, and there is not much room for the Xiangqing government to intervene. Although Zhou Hao's Tongwang Catering Company built the headquarters building, Tongwang Building, on the side of Xiangqing, their business in Xiangqing only accounted for a small part of the business and did not contribute much to Xiangqing's tax revenue. Therefore, Zhou Qiao's investment this time is the largest scale in Xiangqing in recent years. Yan Xintong was very enthusiastic about Zhou Qiao's attitude as a big benefactor. He frequently toasted him and promised Zhou Qiao many preferential policies, including the government's laying a special national road for Zhou Qiao's factory. Zhou Qiao is also very interested. This is his first time to invest in mainland China. Having senior officials like Yan Xintong take care of him is very beneficial to the development of his company. Zhou Hao watched these two embarrassing fellows coldly and sneered in his heart. After Zhou Qiao left China when he was a child, he never came back. How can he understand China's official culture? Yan Xintong is indeed a senior official, the third or fourth in command of Xiangqing. However, he has just taken office, and he is only in charge of education and propaganda. The most powerful aspects of finance, economic construction, public security, and health are in the hands of Xiao Yu and Sidu Li. So how can Yan Xintong alone make a final decision on an infrastructure project of this scale for the construction of a national highway? The promise he now gives Zhou Qiao is nothing but a blank check. Moreover, Zhou Qiao's toy production base is also destined to fail. If he had come here to invest 10 years ago, he might still have a place in the domestic toy market. But now that Zhou Qiao has made such a large investment, it is truly an expression of quick success. Zhou Hao eats food for himself, regardless of the collusion between Zhou Qiao and Yan Xintong's officials and businessmen. He is really hungry. Since there is a free dinner, then he will not eat white food. Anyway, Zhou Qiao and Yan Xintong didn't pay attention to themselves. I don't need to bother about them. However, Zhou Hao, who was tasting the abalone with chicken sauce with relish, suddenly heard someone say in English, "Maria, look at that guy. He is eating from start to finish. Does he usually have no food to eat? Hey, it's no wonder that these lobsters and abalones are something he might have tasted for the first time in his entire life. Hey, the standard of living in the mainland is just right. These lobsters and abalones are not fresh. They are worse than ours in Hong Kong. Too much. I don't know if I think that other people can't understand English. That guy's voice is not small." Zhou Hao looked up and saw that it was Zhou Qiao's grandson Zhou Zi who was speaking. The Maria in his mouth was obviously the Filipino maid. The education level of Zhou Lichang's family is relatively low, and although Yan Xintong is a high-ranking official, he doesn't know anything about English, so he really didn't understand what Zhou Zi said. Zhou Qiao understood that he understood, but he didn't say anything. Zhou Hao knows that English is almost a necessary life skill in Hong Kong. However, many Hong Kong people are proud of speaking English. Even when they are in China, they still speak English when they face their compatriots who communicate in Chinese. Instead, they disdain Chinese. Highlight your own uniqueness. Zhou Hao is extremely disgusted with this kind of guy who has forgotten the sect. What's more, what Zhou Zi just laughed at was himself. Zhou Hao took a sip of the clear soup before he said leisurely in English, "Could it be that the people in Hong Kong haven't put their position right? They are now Chinese, not the Queen's dog anymore. They can't put it right. People in their positions will end up sadly." Zhou Hao's fluency in English was a bit higher than Zhou Zi's, and Zhou Zi and Zhou Qiao were immediately stunned. When Zhou Hao just spoke, neither Zhou Qiao nor Zhou Zi had reacted because they subjectively thought that Zhou Hao would not be proficient in English. A few seconds later, they began to translate Zhou Hao's words in their hearts and finally understood the meaning. What are you talking about? You said that we are the Queen's dog? You dare to insult us Hong Kong people as the Queen's dog." Zhou Qiao immediately got into trouble. Zhou Lichang's family didn't know what Zhou Hao was talking about when they first started. After Zhou Qiao made it clear, they didn't know how to come over. They shouted in their hearts. Well said. Just watch quietly. In the face of Zhou Qiao's anger, Zhou Hao was not afraid, still at ease, and said in a calm tone, I didn't mean to insult all Hong Kong people. I just aimed at you. He glanced at Zhou Qiao and Zhou Ziyi. Sun glanced at him and continued, I am only targeting you who are succumbed to the colonists, willing to accept brainwashing, ashamed of being a Chinese, and have no national dignity. For us Chinese, English is just a profession, or the skills of cultural communication are not tools used to sever their relationship with China and show off. In this kind of domestic environment, is it necessary to communicate through English? People of any ethnic group must know which language is good, is my mother tongue. He coldly looked at Zhou Ziyi over there. Do you understand Chinese? Do you want me to translate what I just said to you in English? You. Zhou Qiao did not expect Zhou Hao to scold himself, and Zhou Ziyi so unadornedly, especially in front of Yin Xintong, the guest, shaking all over, unable to even speak. Laughing at others casually, regardless of other people's feelings, I am very suspicious of the quality of your character. Zhou Hao didn't hesitate to Zhou Qiao's anger, and still ruthlessly said to Zhou Ziyi, to borrow what your grandpa said just now, a person like you is the real, a man who lives without a teacher. Being attacked by Zhou Hao in this way, Zhou Ziyi was also stunned. It took a long time to turn to Zhou Qiao, pointing at Zhou Hao and tremblingly, Grandpa? Zhou Qiao couldn't bear Zhou Hao's attitude either, so he stood up and yelled at Zhou Hao. That's how Zhou Liren and Yin Tong taught their sons? Get out of here. Our Zhou family does not have a descendant like you. Zhou Hao shrugged and stood up and left his seat, his tone still calm. Actually, you can't represent our Zhou family. To be precise, you are not worthy of being the descendants of our Zhou family. After that, he turned around and walked towards the door. Before opening the door, he turned around and said to Yin Xintong, I understand you are eager to achieve political achievements. However, sometimes, some seemingly advantageous things are not good. It will become a life-deathing knife, especially our Xiangqing parent official. If you make a mistake, the whole Xiangqing will suffer. You'd better think carefully. After speaking, Zhou Hao opened the door and left. The reason for reminding Yin Xintong is not that Zhou Hao wants to help him, but because Zhou Qiao's toy production base will end badly, the Xiangqing government's finances will be dragged down, and the people in Xiangqing will suffer in the end, which Zhou Hao didn't want. So, hearing Zhou Hao's words, Yin Xintong's expression also changed. He has been an official for many years and naturally knows that attracting investment is actually a double-edged sword. Investment promotion can indeed bring development to the local government, especially in terms of GDP, and it can also bring political achievements to officials. However, the investment attracted is not simply a benefit. If the investment industry causes large-scale losses due to poor management, it is not the investor's own business, and the local government also needs to pay for this. This kind of situation actually happens very often, but many officials will not serve in one place for a long time, and most of them will be transferred to other places after only one term. So once a substantial loss occurs, they will try their best to cover up and conceal them, and when they are transferred, these problems can be left to the next generation. What Zhou Hao said just now was that Yin Xintong directly pointed out that the toy production base invested by Zhou Qiao had no future and asked Yin Xintong not to use the people of Xiangqing as the price of his political achievements. However, as a senior government official, Xiao Yu and Situ Li joined forces to suppress this period. How could Yin Xintong easily give up Zhou Qiao's opportunity? Zhou Qiao also heard what Zhou Hao meant and became even more angry. He continued to shoot the table. That beast really has no respect. He has no respect. Li Chong, you tell me Yin Tong's phone number. I want let her see how her good son treats her elders. Witnessing the conflict between Zhou Hao and Zhou Qiao, Zhou Lichang's mood is actually very complicated. On the one hand, if Zhou Qiao's production base is completed and he is his nephew, he will definitely be able to reap a lot of benefits from it, at least being able to become his building material supplier, which is a big business worth hundreds of millions. However, he knew Zhou Hao's energy very well. He had seen before that the two city leaders, Xiao Yu and Situ Li, acted respectfully in front of Zhou Hao and did not dare to offend at all. Tongguang Catering Company is also a large enterprise with a total asset of over 10 billion yuan. Zhou Qiao where is Zhou Hao's opponent. Now Zhou Qiao and Zhou Hao have torn apart. If Zhou Hao is determined to retaliate, it is difficult to say whether Zhou Qiao's production base can be settled in Xianqing. Moreover, Zhou Lichang couldn't understand Zhou Qiao's arrogant attitude. He felt that Zhou Hao was right. These guys have stayed in Hong Kong for a long time, and they really think they are the best. If Zhou Hao really wanted to retaliate against that production base, he would definitely be implicated. Therefore, Zhou Lichang has not told Zhou Qiao about Zhou Hao's true situation until now, but he obediently told Zhou Qiao of Yin Tong's phone number, thinking that the deeper the grievance between Zhou Qiao and Zhou Hao, the better. Let Zhou Hao tidy up this old ass. Besides Zhou Hao, after leaving the Tianbin Hotel, he called Situ Li and asked him to come out to meet him. After doing the math, I haven't seen Situ Li for a long time. How can this old dough stick be regarded as his quasi-father-in-law? And he shouldn't be too unfamiliar with his daughter. Of course, Situ Li did not agree, and asked Zhou Hao to go to a newly opened Yunhua hotel. When Zhou Hao came to this 5-star Yunhua hotel and told the waiter the room number Situ Li had booked, the waiter's expression changed suddenly, and he immediately called the manager over. The well-behaved manager kept Zhou Hao's compliments and quickly led him to the luxuriously decorated room. Zhou Hao guessed that the hotel's attitude towards him should be due to Situ Li's reasons. It seems that the mayor of Situ Li is already well known. Upon questioning, Zhou Hao knew that this Yunhua hotel was the new reception hotel in Xianqing, and he immediately guessed that the owner of this hotel must have a deep relationship with Situ Li and the Xianqing government. Soon after, Situ Li came over, but he was not alone, and Situ Jianying also followed. As soon as he saw Zhou Hao, Situ Jianying ignored Situ Li's presence and immediately trod over to sit next to Zhou Hao and put his arms around his arm. He pouted, "Okay, I don't want to ask Dad to come out for amusement. Get on me." Zhou Hao scolded with a smile. "I'm talking about serious matters with your father. What are you doing with you? I can't come if you talk about serious matters. You mean I'm not serious?" Situ Jianying groaned. Situ Li also laughed and said, "I couldn't bear being entangled by this girl, so I had to ask her to follow too, and the female college would not stay." He had known before that his daughter was deeply trapped in Zhou Hao's mud, and even started to learn cooking from her mother for Zhou Hao. Although both Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying were only middle school students, Situ Li did not stop him, thinking that since his daughter liked Zhou Hao, he could climb a big tree. Why not do it? However, Situ Li didn't know that Situ Jianying and Zhou Hao had even broken through the last level. After Situ Li sat down, Zhou Hao asked him about his latest situation, and the two chatted very easily. I only heard Zhou Hao say, "Uncle Situ, is there a deputy secretary named Yan Xintong who descended from the province in the Xianqing government?" "Huh? You know that too?" Zhou Hao sneered. "I was eating with him just now." Situ Li's face suddenly changed. "What?" "Yan Xintong is from the Zhao family." Zhou Hao shook his head and told Situ Li about what happened. Situ Li heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That Yan Xintong is not a good thing. Because he was sent from the province to take up the post, he pointed at our municipal party committee, making him the leader of our Xianqing city. Having been an official for so many years, I don't know the rules at all. It seems that Uncle Situ has great opinions on him." Zhou Hao smiled. "It's not just me. Secretary Xiao is also very unaccustomed to him." Situ Li said angrily, "No, I have teamed up with Secretary Xiao to suppress him and let him manage education and propaganda. Anyway, he came to us. Xianqing's post was originally just for the sake of a cut scene. After a few years, he will be promoted to the province." Zhou Hao said, "Uncle Situ, that Secretary Yin didn't intend to just go through the scene. He wanted to earn political achievements. No, he will soon get an investment of 500 million yuan. "What? 500 million? Situ Li was shocked. Zhou Hao raised his hand to stabilize his thoughts, and then said, "However, if he really pulls the 500 million back, our Xianqing will be bad. For the prosperity and stability of our Xianqing, I don't want those unstable factors step in." Hearing Zhou Hao said that he did not want to let the 500 million investment into Xianqing, Situ Li was inexplicably surprised. If Yan Xintong really got 500 million investment, then his status in Xianqing would definitely rise, and he would quickly enter the sight of those leaders in the province. At that time, it would be impossible for Situ Li and Xiao Yu to suppress him anymore, and they might be suppressed by Yin Xintong in turn. The intrigue in this officialdom is no less dangerous than the real battlefield, and it is difficult to turn around with a little carelessness. Situ Li believed in Zhou Hao's ability. Since he said that he would not let in the investment of 500 million, the 500 million would definitely not enter Xiangqing. But he still has some doubts. Xiao Hao, if we don't let those 5 billion yuan in, will others say that our Xiangqing's investment environment is not good, and it goes against the general direction of the country's deepening reform and opening up? You know? This kind of mistake is absolutely not to be made, otherwise it will end up in the end. If anyone dares to say this, it will definitely be him. Zhou Hao sneered. Sumitomo Group has invested nearly tens of billions in our Xiangqing. If this is blocked, who dare to say that our Xiangqing investment environment is not good? What's more, the base of Sumitomo Group is directly supervised by the province. If anyone dares to catch a pigtail, then the leaders of the province will be the first one who does not let them go. Not only that, the province will also try to protect your city government. Otherwise, if you are defeated, they will suffer too. After Zhou Hao said this, Situ Li suddenly realized that he secretly sighed that he had been rolling in the system for so many years, but his gaze was not as accurate as Zhou Hao's distance. Looking at Zhou Hao's young and handsome face, Situ Li thought to himself, it's no wonder that he would be so valued by the old man of the Zhao family. If this guy enters the system, the future is really unlimited. However, if people come to us to invest, if we don't have a good reason, we can't drive them away. Otherwise, who would dare to come to our Xiangqing in the future? Situ Li continued. Well, this is a problem. Zhou Hao nodded, and then laughed again, but I always have a way. If it's a big deal, I will just smash the other party's foundation in Hong Kong, without the source of funds. See how he still invests? Situ Li hurriedly said yes, but he was shocked, because he was able to put out 500 million to invest, and the other party was definitely not an ordinary rich man, and his net worth must be several billion. But Zhou Hao said he would destroy the foundation of that person in Hong Kong. The tone was so relaxed, and from this, it was possible to speculate how amazing Zhou Hao's financial resources were. Xiao Hao, can you bring that investor to our side? After all, it is an investment of 500 million yuan. If Situ Li can pull it over for his own use, then his political achievements can fall a lot, maybe can go one step further. However, Zhou Hao's expression sank. Uncle Situ, I believe you know the truth that people don't have enough hearts. I can tell you clearly that if you get that investment to yourself, it will not only be impossible for you. Taking it one step further, you can't sit still in the position of the mayor now. Situ Li was shocked and remembered what Zhou Hao had just said. It seemed that he was having a feast with the investor, and now he was greedily trying to pull that person over. Isn't this stroking Zhou Hao's beard? So he quickly apologized. Xiao Hao, I'm sorry. Yes, I was too aggressive. Zhou Hao waved his hand. Uncle Situ, this is not because I have a grudge with that guy, but the toy production base that the guy wants to invest in has no future for development. Now the domestic toy market has long been divided up. Net, do you know what is the most powerful technology in our country? Piracy. No matter how advanced the anti-counterfeiting technology of others is, we Chinese always have a way to copy its model. Not to mention the previous Microsoft, just look at the toy industry. For example, the Gundam series models produced by Bandai in Japan are exquisite and high quality. But in terms of our national conditions, the genuine Gundam models are too expensive. So many domestic manufacturers have pirated those models. Although the quality is much worse, the price is very low. No matter how those who resist the genuine copy, the domestic piracy industry is still prosperous, and even the government has acquiesced to such illegal business practices. Zhou Hao laughed. Because the prices of many imported goods are very high. Royalties are the biggest obstacle to cost reduction. Just like Microsoft's Windows software, it costs several thousand yuan if it is genuine. How can ordinary people afford it? And the government does not want foreigners to make money from our people's hard-earned money. You said in this case, is there a future for investing in the toy industry? Situ Li turned his head for a moment, then said, but what if that guy also pirates? Then he is killing himself. Zhou Hao said coldly. Do you know why the domestic manufacturers of all kinds of pirated goods are not large in scale? Because this is like the guerrilla warfare that was carried out in the past. The whole number is 0, and the agility is extremely strong. Even if it is destroyed, the loss is not large, and it will soon be able to make a comeback. And if that guy dares to build a 500 million yuan scale pirated toy production base, it is tantamount to an obvious the goal of this is exposed to others. The international anti-piracy voice is already loud, and he is still so rampant, and he will definitely be attacked by the country as a model. By then, our Xiangqing may become the most famous kingdom of piracy. You say what will happen to your city government? Situ Li was said to have been sweating coldly by Zhou Hao. If that happened, Xiangqing would become notorious in the country, and the city government would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Zhou Hao said, "That's why I said that letting such a production base settle in Xiangqing is simply throwing Xiangqing's finances into the sea. Then there will be a large loss, and Yin Xintong can be transferred back to the province after a few years. Leaving you with such a mess, how can you clean up? Xiao Hao, thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, the mayor of me will really do it." Situ Li wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said gratefully to Zhou Hao that Yin Xintong attracted such a scourge. "Come back. Isn't this taking our Xiangqing people and putting them on the fire for frying?" Zhou Hao's smile reappeared. "Uncle Situ, don't worry. Don't you and Secretary Xiao control both finance and construction? As long as you disagree, there will be no way for investors to intervene. Haha. Moreover, if Uncle Situ you want to achieve political achievements, you don't necessarily need to take that guy's idea. Our Tiana Beverage Group plans to build another large beverage production base in Xiangqing within this year, radiating the entire South China region. Preliminary estimates. Investment the amount will not be less than 3 billion yuan. So, Uncle Situ, don't worry." Suddenly hearing the news, Situ Lizhen felt that joy fell from the sky like a dream, because the happiness came too suddenly. 3 billion investment, and Tiana Beverage Group sales performance is obvious to all. Since these days, it has faintly surpassed the two giants of Pepsi and Coca-Cola in China, becoming the largest local beverage company, and its development prospects are infinitely bright. How can it be compared with the self-righteous Hong Kong businessman? And Zhou Hao told himself the news. Obviously, he wanted to take credit for himself. How could Stuart not be surprised? At that time, with such a political achievement, he was holding a pass, and it was not impossible to be taken into the province. Situ Jianying, who was leaning on Zhou Hao's shoulders, watched Zhou Hao's father's emotions in a few words. Fear, loss, surprise, etc., all changed quickly due to Zhou Hao's words. Situ Jianying was both surprised and proud. Like many girls, she has taken the image of her father as her criteria for choosing a spouse since she was a child, and Zhou Hao is much better than Situ Li. Whether Situ Li was the chief of public security or the mayor, she didn't know. How many people wooed him? They were all prestigious in front of Zhou Hao, but they did not dare to be presumptuous at all, just like meeting a big leader. How to keep Situ Jianying from being unwilling to Zhou Hao. The two chatted for a long time before Situ Li said goodbye to Zhou Hao, but Situ Jianying refused to go back so quickly. "Isn't there a KTV box on this? I want to play with Zhou Hao, and I will let Zhou Hao later. Just send me home." Having just received such great benefit from Zhou Hao, Situ Li couldn't stop Situ Jianying from being with Zhou Hao. So he had to ask Zhou Hao to wait to send her back, and he left first, and did not forget to talk to Situ Jianying before leaving. "Don't play so crazy. You and Xiao Hao are going to school tomorrow." Then, Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying went to the KTV room upstairs. When the two were alone, Situ Jianying immediately hugged Zhou Hao unscrupulously, giggling, and said, "You are really good. My dad was played around by you." Zhou Hao patted her plump buttocks. "Nonsense. How can anyone who is a daughter talk about her father like that? Just forget it in front of me. You can't tell others like that, you know." "Oh, I see." Situ Jianying replied. After being beaten by Zhou Hao, her body became soft. She leaned into Zhou Hao's arms and bit his neck and said, "Master, you haven't beaten others in a long time. You little girl." Zhou Hao snorted with a smile, but Situ Jianying turned around more vigorously and took the initiative to send her fragrant buttocks to Zhou Hao's eyes, twisting and twisting restlessly. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head, then stretched out his hand to see if there was anything in front of him. The two of them were in this dimly lit room with ambiguous music, and Situ Jianying was also cleverly packed by Zhou Hao. During the lunch break that day, Zhou Hao did not go home, but stayed in the school library. Since these days, Li Ruolin stayed in the library for lunch every day to read, so Zhou Hao came to accompany her. The library of Yuning Middle School is a 3-story Biwa ancient building. It was originally a private school that existed in the Republic of China. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, Yuning Middle School took the site here and let this private school serve as the school's library. It was refurbished and maintained 3 times later, and it is a very famous cultural monument in Xianqing. Moreover, this library has a very rich collection of books. Even the Xinhua bookstore in the city is far behind. Many of them are precious deposits published many years ago, and some are even isolated threadbound books preserved in the late Qing dynasty and the early Republic of China. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were sitting opposite each other at the table on the 2nd floor by the window. Since it was lunch break, there was no one else in the library. Outside the window was a lush and verdant banyan tree, occasionally swaying branches and leaves. The sound of the birds and the chirping of birds seemed very quiet. Zhou Hao leaned his arm and looked at Li Ruolin, only to see that the beautiful woman in front of him was reading the book Introducing Education Management and Human Resources Application. The silky hair was hanging down gently, flashing black in the soft sunlight. Gloss. There was a calming tranquility on that delicate face, and the occasionally blinking eyes trembled slightly with slender eyelashes. The surroundings were quiet, as if the whole world had settled down, giving Zhou Hao a hope in his heart, hoping that time would stay at this moment forever. Perhaps it was because of his aura. Li Ruolin seemed to sense Zhou Hao's gaze towards her. She raised her eyes slightly and saw that he was looking at herself quietly, with a very pleasing expression. With a reddened face, Li Ruolin laughed softly. "Fool, what are you looking at?" "Look at you. I can't see enough for a lifetime." Zhou Hao's voice was a bit more lively than usual, and it suddenly sounded like a naive and ignorant teenager. Li Ruolin gave him a blank look, but she didn't know how charming her frown and smile were, and his moisturizing and silent demeanor made Zhou Hao's tranquil mood ripples. When she saw Zhou Hao pressing a book with yellow pages under her forearm, she asked curiously, "What is your book? Don't you always only read economic books?" "Occasionally, I have to change my taste." Zhou Hao smiled and turned the cover of the book to Li Ruolin, only to see that the cover read, Zheng Wenjing's Family Letter. The font was very simple and gave a heavy feeling. "Zheng Wenjinggong? Is that Zheng Guofan?" Li Ruolin asked. Zhou Hao nodded. This Wenjinggong can be said to be the most important person in the late Qing dynasty. When the power was at its highest, more than 70% of the military power of the entire Qing dynasty was in his hands. With a single thought, he could easily handle it. The Qing dynasty overthrew self-reliance as the emperor. Anyway, his influence on our China was extremely far-reaching. Moreover, our founding father also said that he would independently serve Zheng Wenjing. This book of Zheng Wenjing's family was even placed by Chiang Kai-shek under his pillow all year, one of the 3 books I read from time to time, and the other 2 are Biography of Bismarck and Quotations of Zheng Huzhibing. Li Ruolin hasn't really touched this aspect of things, and she immediately became interested. It turns out that there is such a big background. Then what is written in the book of Zheng Wenjing? All letters from Zheng Guofan to his family. Huh? Isn't it the rule of the country and the use of soldiers? If it's just a family letter, why would Chiang Kai-shek and other heroes admire it so much? Li Ruolin was puzzled. Zhou Hao said with a smile, Zheng Guofan has been leading soldiers outside for a long time, but he insists on writing letters to his children on a regular basis. The content includes what he sees and hears and instructions to the family, including which teacher should be selected for his son, and to whom he gave instructions on what gifts to give, what rituals to perform to worship the ancestors. Regardless of the size of the matter, he gave instructions one by one. Although these are just some tedious family matters, but as the saying goes, ruling a big country is like cooking a small fresh. From these subtle things, you can show Zheng Guofan's amazing treatment of people and the world. It can be said that he has learned to read articles everywhere. After Zhou Hao's explanation, Li Ruolin was suddenly surprised. No wonder Taizu and Chiang Kai-shek and other figures of the most powerful era praised this book of Zheng Wenjing. I also heard Zhou Hao said, I think the 2 most outstanding books in China are the Letters from the House of Zheng Wenjing and The Art of War. A treasure book. When it comes to China, the most powerful thing is intrigue. With the word fight, no nation in the world can compare to our Chinese. You are too biased. Li Ruolin smiled bitterly. This is a fact. Zhou Hao smiled and glanced at Li Ruolin. I don't remember which Western scholar said that the two smartest ethnic groups in the world, the first is Han, the second is Jews. Jews took their all talents are used to make money, and the Han people use their talents to fight. Do you remember the words that our great ancestor once said? Fighting with the sky is endless. Fighting with the earth is endless. With fighting with people is full of fun. Ha ha. Dao has exhausted our Chinese mind. Seeing Zhou Hao's pair of piercing stars that seemed to have seen everything in the world, Li Ruolin couldn't help but trembled, because Zhou Hao at this moment was more wise while lamenting the world. It was something he could not have at his age. Mature. After returning to his senses, Zhou Hao smiled at Li Ruolin. In fact, this book of Zheng Wanzheng is much better than your management studies, human resources applications, etc., because this is what teaches you to manage and employ people. Classic. Li Ruolin nodded, because the Tianhe Primary School invested and constructed by Zhou Hao has entered the second half of the project, and it is estimated that it will be delivered within this year. In the future, Li Ruolin will become the manager of Tianhe Elementary School and a series of educational institutions invested by Tianhe, so she must now prepare to increase her management knowledge. The book of the family of Zheng Wanzheng in the school library is a hand-copied version. The font is so powerful that it can be seen from these characters that the person has a lofty mind and a deep mind. Even if you don't read the content of Zheng Wanzheng's family book, just looking at this font has already benefited a lot. But this person did not leave a signature, otherwise I would really like to pay a visit. Zhou Hao exclaimed. From the fonts that reveal the wind of dragon and tiger, Zhou Hao not only saw the person's spiritual realm, but even felt that there were some martial arts hidden in these words, which made Zhou Hao understand a lot. Zhou Hao once saw in martial arts novels that some martial arts masters were promoted to martial arts through calligraphy, just like Zhu Ziliu, the apprentice of Master Eating in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. He was a famous calligrapher and referred to Yang. The Kung Fu is integrated into calligraphy. It's not good to be bored here all day. Let's go out and stroll. Zhou Hao said to Li Ruolin. Okay. So the two left the school and went out to stroll in the commercial street outside. Because Zhou Hao's school uniform was very conspicuous, and it was near Yuning Middle School, it was easy to meet acquaintances, so Li Ruolin didn't dare to let Zhou Hao hold her hand, and only walked side by side with Zhou Hao. Huh? There is a new pajama store here. When Li Ruolin passed by a store selling pajamas, Li Ruolin's eyes lit up, and she pulled Zhou Hao into it. This shop is all in the business of pajamas, with styles of men, women, and children. Zhou Hao thought that Li Ruolin wanted to buy it by herself, but saw that she suddenly took a blue men's pajamas from the hanger and stuck it in front of Zhou Hao, lovingly measured the size for him. The salesman in the store looked at Zhou Hao, and their eyes immediately changed. Because Zhou Hao was still wearing school uniforms, it was still a matter of concern at this time that early love, especially Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin, both looked so good. Fortunately, they didn't know that Li Ruolin was Zhou Hao's teacher, otherwise they would be even more surprised. In the end, Li Ruolin bought a couple's pajamas for Zhou Hao and herself, and her brows were filled with happiness, like a little wife. Huh? What's going on over there? Why are there so many people? When he got out of the store, Zhou Hao saw that the intersection over there was crowded with people. He could vaguely see the lights of police cars coming out of the crowd. Zhou Hao returned hearing heart-piercing cries among them. It should be a traffic accident. Let's take a look. Li Ruolin said. She didn't go by with the mentality of joining in the fun, but because the intersection was very close to Yuning Middle School. She wanted to see if there were any traffic hazards there, so as to avoid the same accidents for students in Yuning Middle School in the future. As he approached, the cry of the sad and angry woman became clearer. Zhou Hao frowned, because he could hear the sadness in the cry. If he didn't really feel desperate, he wouldn't make such a cry. Later, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin saw a bicycle lying on the ground on the right side of the intersection, with a 4- or 5-year-old boy lying next to him, but his chest cavity was sunken and his nose was spraying blood. The ground below him was also a pool of blood, and his death was extremely miserable. Not far from there, a woman in her 30s was screaming, trying to walk to the place where the boy was lying, but was stopped by a man and two policemen. "I want to see my son. Let me go. I want to see my son." The sorrowful cry was made by the woman, and she was in a frantic appearance, constantly beating the men and policemen who stopped her, hoarse, crying, "I want to see my son. Why is my son? Impossible. Impossible. Is the driver dead? Is the driver dead? I will kill him by myself. I don't want any of them. I will kill him by myself." Seeing this tragic scene at the scene, the people around silently shed tears. An old man next to Zhou Hao wiped his tears and said, "Her husband and the two policemen stopped her from seeing her son because they didn't want her to collapse." The kind-hearted Li Ruolin cried a long time ago. Zhou Hao squeezed her hand and gave her warm comfort. At the same time, he asked the old man, "Old man, what is going on? What about the driver and the vehicle that caused the accident?" Because there were only the fallen bicycle and the boy's body lying in a pool of blood, but no vehicle was seen. And the old man's face immediately showed an angry look, and he cursed. "The who killed 1,000 knives, he has already ran away." It turned out that the boy and his father brought lunch to his mother. His father was riding a bicycle to drive him across the road, but a BMW SUV suddenly turned right. The boy's father was unable to avoid it and was hit by the car. He was knocked over a meter away, but the bicycle and boy were caught under the wheel. The boy was seriously injured immediately, and the car stopped. But before the boy's father stood up, the BMW SUV actually retreated to the boy's side and crushed the seriously injured boy back and forth twice, crushing the boy to death. Then the car had to run away, but the people around who witnessed the incident rushed over to block it. But the driver in the car ran into the crowd frantically and quickly fled the scene. There were 6 citizens. He was hurt. Zhou Hao was also very angry when he heard this, and said angrily, "This is basically a deliberate murder." He knows that although the new set of traffic regulations has not yet been issued, many drivers still have the notion that crashing is worse than crashing to death. Because if you hurt someone, you need to pay for the medical expenses for a long time. In case a person becomes disabled, you have to be responsible for his future life. This is a bottomless hole. If you hit someone to death, you only need one compensation. Even if the compensation may be a large sum, it can solve the problem all at once. Therefore, in many cases, a driver who has knocked down someone will deliberately injure the injured person a second time and directly kill the injured person. His behavior is truly an extinction of humanity. At this time, I saw that the boy's mother finally broke away from her husband and the 2 police officers and threw herself in front of her son's body. Seeing the horrible body of her son, the woman was stunned for a moment. A sluggish expression appeared on her face, and then she let out a scream of "ah," and she sat down on the ground and beat her chest and thighs in sorrow. I couldn't help crying. "Son? My son? Why is my son? Why? Impossible. Impossible." Even the few policemen at the scene couldn't help their noses getting sour after seeing this scene, and the surrounding masses started crying, and Li Ruolin had long been sobbing on Zhou Hao's shoulder. The boy's father and other family members who had just arrived helped the woman who was crying beside her son's body, and the woman said to her husband, "Have you found the driver? Did you find the driver? I'm going to kill him. I have to kill him personally. I don't want compensation. I don't want a son. I will kill him myself." Then he turned his head and said to the family on the other side, "My son is very good. He is very well behaved. You ask the neighbors. No one does not praise my son for being smart and well behaved. He is a good boy out of 1,000. My son is very good. Ah, why? Why is it my son? Impossible. Impossible. Son." Zhou Hao also felt his eyes astringent. He looked up around the intersection and found that the traffic lights and nearby shops were not equipped with electronic eyes. As a result, the license plate number of the BMW SUV that caused the accident could not be seen. He saw that he was commanding and dealing with a police officer from the Public Security Bureau he knew, named Liu Yue, who was formerly Situ Li's right-hand man. It is said that after Situ Li became the mayor, he was promoted to the captain of the brigade. Zhou Hao patted Li Ruolin's hand to let her stay where she was and walked forward. Liu Yue also saw Zhou Hao. Of course he recognized Zhou Hao, and hurriedly said hello. "Mr. Zhou, why are you here?" "Just passing by." Zhou Hao said, "How is this? That is really a son of a itch." Liu Yue couldn't help cursing. "We asked the witnesses at the scene. The father of the deceased did not violate the traffic rules. He just crossed the road at the traffic light. It was that car. The BMW SUV turned right without evading and slowing down before hitting a person, so the responsibility rests entirely with the BMW owner. Moreover, the guy deliberately crushed the dead. According to the witness's evidence, the guy could be sentenced for intentional homicide. Zhou Hao asked, "There is no electronic eye here. Can you find that car?" "I didn't take the scene, but many witnesses here have recorded the license plate number. We just sent it to the traffic police brigade to find out who the owner is," Liu Yue said. Zhou Hao nodded. "This case must be handled impartially, no matter who the owner of the car is or what backing it has. If your public security bureau is in difficulty, you should go to Mayor Situ, you know." Although Zhou Hao was not a member of the system, Liu Yue knew that his hands and eyes were open to the sky, and he agreed again and again at the moment. Indeed, it is definitely not ordinary people who can drive a BMW in these years, and they are also afraid that the other party will have anything to rely on. In that case, the case will be difficult to handle. Now that Zhou Hao said, they were relieved. At that time, this promising cell phone rang, and he answered Zhou Hao with an apologetic expression, but his expression changed within a short while. "What's wrong?" Zhou Hao asked after he finished the call. "Well, Mr. Zhou, the owner of the BMW car, the traffic police brigade found it," Liu Yue said with a complicated expression. "According to the registration, the owner of the BMW car is Zhou Lichang from Zhujiakan. He was only in February this year. New car bought." Even if it was Zhou Hao, his expression would inevitably be shocked after hearing the news. The driver who had lost his conscience and killed his life was actually his own relative, and it would be uncomfortable for anyone to change. At this moment, Zhou Hao felt a strong sense of shame. However, he quickly calmed down and said to the road with a blank expression, "Since you have found out who the owner is, then follow your legal procedures and take the suspect back for investigation." "But he is not yours, Mr. Zhou." Liu Yue hesitated. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, took another look at the heartbroken mother, and said coldly, "I will go with you. I will see if he dares to resist arrest." However, although the traffic police brigade found that the owner of the car was Zhou Lichang, Zhou Hao intuitively felt that this was not what Zhou Lichang did. "But no matter what, this time the incident involves my relatives. Even though I don't have a good impression of them, but I show a little bit of selfishness, then it must have endless troubles." Asking Li Ruolin to go back to school and ask for leave for herself, Zhou Hao got in the car of the Public Security Bureau and went straight to Zhou Lichang's residence. When the group came to Zhou Lichang's villa, Zhou Hao's face suddenly sank, because there was really a black BMW SUV parked in the yard, and the license plate number also matched what the witnesses said. Zhou Hao could even see a scratch on the car on the right, and there was even a little blood on the tire below. When the police saw the BMW SUV, the expression on their faces became even more grim, because they hated the perpetrators of the accident. Liu Yue made a pleased gesture to Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao went straight to the door and rang the doorbell. It was Su Yongwei who opened the door. When she saw Zhou Hao and the policeman outside, Su Yongwei was very surprised. "Little Xiao Hao? What's wrong? Why are there so many policemen? Is the uncle at home?" Zhou Hao asked directly. "Yeah, I just came back." Su Yongwei was puzzled, apparently unaware of the traffic accident. When Zhou Hao heard that Zhou Lichang had just returned, his heart sank again, but he also thought that his instincts had never gone wrong. There was something strange about this. However, he took Liu Yue and waited for the police to enter the house, and asked Su Yongwei to call Zhou Lichang out. "Xiao Hao, are you here?" "Huh? What's the matter?" "These policemen." Zhou Li often smiled when he arrived at Zhou Hao, but he was very puzzled when he saw Liu Yue and others who were present at the same time. Zhou Hao carefully observed his expression, and when he saw that he did not appear to be false, his expression eased a little, and he asked, "Uncle, where did you go just now?" "Just now? I was with Secretary Yin and the others just now. Isn't this? I just came back." Zhou Lichang answered honestly. "Then you just drove that BMW SUV in the yard?" Hearing Zhou Hao's question, and seeing the policeman looking at him angrily, Zhou Lichang realized something was wrong, and tentatively asked, "Xiao Hao, what's the matter? Isn't it that car?" "Problem occurs." Zhou Hao frowned. "You answer me first. Did you drive that car just now?" Zhou Lichang did not speak, and Su Yongwei next to him spoke. Li Chang didn't drive that BMW back. His BMW was lent to Zhou Zi last week, and it was returned to us just now, but I saw his face. It seemed pale as if something had happened, but when I asked him, he didn't say anything. Xiaohao, did that guy cause an accident outside in our car? Zhou Hao suddenly felt that this was not what Zhou Lichang did. However, the murderer is still his own relative, but the relationship is very distant. Hey, it turns out it's you. I was so worried before that I couldn't find a way to deal with you. I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. Zhou Hao sneered secretly. After coming to Xiangqing for more than a week, Zhou Qiao finally found a place that satisfies him with the help of Yin Xintong. This is a place called Majiakan, next to a small Maxin River. The terrain here is open. Not far from the village is Yingbin Avenue, which was built only 2 years ago in Xiangqing City. The traffic is very convenient, and the government does not need to build any national highways to cooperate. Looking at the land in front of 80 to 9,000 square meters, Zhou Qiao smiled at Yin Xintong beside him. Secretary Yin, the place is very good. The terrain is flat and open, and the transportation is convenient. However, there are still a lot of farmland. What about farmers? Yin Xintong laughed and said, that's nothing. Just give them compensation. Anyway, there are a lot of wasteland near the Lychee Mountain in Maxinsuan. They can still reclaim wasteland and cultivate. And, Mr. Zhou, you build here. There is another advantage of the factory. You see, this is the Maxin River next to it. The remaining water you use can be drained directly, saving you even the cost of sewage. Huh? Are you afraid of doing this? Will the Quality Supervision and Water Conservancy Bureau oppose it? Zhou Qiao said, what are you afraid of? Mr. Zhou, this is not a heavy industry with serious pollution. It is just a general light industry and will not have much impact. Besides, this Maxin River will flow. It is not a stagnant water. He was quickly washed away. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. No one will say anything to you if I'm here. Yin Xintong patted his chest with a confident expression on his face. The two looked at each other and laughed tacitly. Yin Xintong smiled particularly happily. Earlier, he raised Zhou Qiao's investment in the construction of a toy production base in Xiangqing during the meeting of the Municipal Standing Committee. However, Situ Li and Xiao Yu agreed very tacitly that this matter needs to be considered, and other aspects. The factors are considered carefully before deciding. Although there was no direct objection, Yin Xintong knew that Situ Li and Xiao Yu had put Zhou Qiao's investment in Xiangqing on hold. He naturally did not know that Zhou Hao had analyzed the prospects of Zhou Qiao's toy production base for Situ Li in detail, so he only thought it was Situ Li and Xiao Yu deliberately suppressing themselves. In anger, Yin Xintong bypassed Situ Li and Xiao Yu and went directly to find his backer in the provincial party committee. After his backer knew that Zhou Qiao was going to invest 500 million in Xiangqing, he told Yin Xintong that as long as he could ensure that the investment was actually in place and not a blank check, he would help Yin Xintong suppress Situ Li and Xiao Yu and ensure Zhou Qiao's smooth investment. With the support from the provincial side, Yin Xintong's confidence was much stronger. This helped Zhou Qiao search all over Xiangqing to find a place to build a factory that satisfies him, and even used high-pressure methods regardless of the wishes of the villagers in Maxin Village, forcibly expropriating agricultural land, regardless of what pollution Zhou Qiao's factory will cause to the Maxin River. Zhou, now this place is also selected. I want to confirm, when will your first installment of investment money arrive? When will we sign the contract? Yin Xintong is also afraid that Zhou Qiao will temporarily repent, so what he did everything was in vain. So I wanted to sign a contract with him as soon as possible to take this political achievement in his own hands. Contract matters are available at any time, just waiting for your city government to send down the official documents. Zhou Qiao laughed, and suddenly heard his mobile phone ringing. He took it out to answer. His face changed drastically, and then became angry. Yin Xintong said, Secretary Yin, what does your city government mean? Huh? Mr. Zhou, what are you talking about? Yin Xintong was baffled by Zhou Qiao's sudden anger. Zhou Qiao said coldly, don't you know, your city public security bureau has copied my grandson back. What? Yin Xintong exclaimed, and the frightened expression on his face immediately turned into an angry expression, because the Public Security Bureau was caught in Situ Li's hands. This week, Zhou Zi was suddenly arrested by the Public Security Bureau. Come on, Yin Xintong thought this must be because Situ Li wanted to destroy the cooperation between him and Zhou Qiao, so he directed such a play. He said sternly, "President Zhou, don't worry, I will go back to investigate this matter immediately. The black sheep in the public security system must be severely punished, and you and Ling's son will be accounted for. I'll go back with you. I don't know how those people will treat my grandson. I have heard a lot about the style of public security in your mainland," Zhou Qiao said with a stern face. As a result, the two rushed back to the city and went straight to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. As soon as he arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Yin Xintong annoyed the opposing policeman and shouted, "Call me your chief and arrest the relatives of Hong Kong investors indiscriminately and disrupt the government's process of attracting investment." "That's fine. Oh, who is so bold to disrupt the process of our government's investment promotion? This is terrible and must be severely punished." Situ Li walked out of the facade in a dark voice, followed by the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau and several deputies. Seeing that Situ Li was actually here at the city council, Yin Xintong's expression changed, and he didn't even want to tear his face with Situ Li, gritted his teeth, and said, "Mayor Situ, what do you want to do to arrest our investors' relatives for no reason? Can't you see me pulling my investment back to contribute to Xiangqing's economic development? Are you really the kind of villain who can't see others well?" Situ Li sneered in his heart. Yin Xintong didn't know how to be an official, and he had torn his face with the mayor in front of so many grassroots personnel. He said, "Secretary Yin, you can't talk nonsense about this. I'm doing things impartially. The relative of the investor you mentioned was arrested on suspicion of intentional homicide and traffic accident. All this is done in accordance with legal procedures, and there is no violation of discipline." Zhou Qiao, who was also present, changed his color and said, "Intentional homicide? How could Z commit the crime of intentional homicide? You are a good person." Situ Li squinted at Zhou Qiao and said with a chuckle, "Mr. Zhou Qiao, right? Hey, it's up to the law to decide whether someone is wronged or not. But, judging from the evidence currently held by the city council, the probability of your grandson being wronged is very low. Situ Li, don't deceive people too much." Yin Xintong stared at Situ Li firmly. He didn't know the whole story yet, but blindly thought that it was Situ Li deliberately trying to oppose him. Situ Li shrugged and didn't speak, as if he was doing business. Yin Xintong gritted his teeth and turned around and walked away. Zhou Qiao took a deep look at Situ Li and said, "Mayor Situ, so majestic. I have seen it today." After that, he left, knowing that he could not see Zhou Zi now, so he had to go back and discuss it. Situ Li secretly sneered as they watched the two leaving behind. But he couldn't laugh anymore, because 2 hours later, he received a call from the executive vice governor. The deputy governor told Situ Li on the phone that Hong Kong businessmen who come to invest should be treated with care and appropriate preferential policies, so that Hong Kong businessmen should not be disappointed by the investment environment in the province. According to him, he wanted to make Zhou Zi's case an ordinary traffic accident, and Zhou Zi, who was the party responsible for the accident, could also give reasonable compensation to the family of the deceased. However, it would be too much to use the crime of intentional homicide against Zhou Zi. In the end, he also told Situ Li to handle this matter properly, so as not to affect investors' confidence in Xiangqing or even the province, and not to undermine the harmonious relationship between Hong Kong people and the mainland. Although the deputy governor had a calm tone and spoke to Situ Li in a completely consultative tone, Situ Li, who had been immersed in officialdom for many years, understood that this was already a severe criticism. Influencing investors' confidence in Xiangqing and even the province's investment, the deeper meaning is to accuse Stewart of destroying the province's economic construction and the relationship between Hong Kong and the country. Situ Li didn't dare to wear this big hat, so he immediately called Zhou Hao. At that time, Zhou Hao, who was having dinner with Li Ruolin, received a call from Situ Li and smiled. "That deputy governor is such a powerful official. You want to make Zhou Zi's affairs an ordinary traffic accident? Ha ha ha. I think Yin Xintong would not be his illegitimate child. Dare to take everything? I'll see how he made this a normal traffic accident." Xiao Hao, the other party, is an official at the provincial and ministerial level. You, or else, you say hello to General Zhao and let him. Before Situ Li finished speaking, Zhou Hao smiled intentionally. Uncle Situ, you too underestimate me. Such a trivial matter does not need to disturb the power of the Zhao family. When Situ Li heard the words, he heard the faint dissatisfaction in Zhou Hao's tone. At the same time, he was surprised that Zhou Hao's words involved a game between provincial and ministerial officials. Zhou Hao actually thought that such a small matter was worthless. Uncle Situ, just let go and do it. Just remember the 4 words, handle it upright, and I'll take care of the rest. Zhou Hao finished speaking and hung up. Li Ruolin, who was picking up vegetables next to him, said, Is there any backer behind Zhou Zi? Xiao Hao, you must help the little boy's family, but you can't make the little boy wronged. Don't worry, Sister Lan. Zhou Hao squinted and smiled. I'll take a good look. Does the deputy governor really dare to take this matter up? The next day, many unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared in Xiangqing City, and I was inquiring about the details of the accident yesterday. I also found the parents of the little boy who had lost his life and made a detailed investigation. This is already the 3rd day that Zhou Zi has been detained by the Xiangqing Public Security Bureau. In these 3 days, he, a spoiled and rich young man, has experienced a completely different life. The Public Security Bureau arranged him in a separate detention room with only a stone bed and a simple squat toilet. The nauseating smell inside the detention room was so confusing that Zhou Zi was extremely uncomfortable. He was sitting on the stone bed with his knees leaning against the wall at this time, his body trembling a little, his eyes were black. Obviously, he hadn't slept in a long time. He is now shrouded in fear and anxiety, especially not knowing what fate he will face, making him uneasy. Recalling that day, he drove the BMW SUV borrowed from Zhou Lichang and went to the river with a woman who had just gotten into a technical school but accidentally knocked down someone. Although Zhou Zi can drive, he does not have a driving license, neither in Hong Kong nor in China. It's just that Hong Kong is more strict, and after Zhou Qiao came to Xiangqing, Zhou Zi was like a fish into the sea without any scruples, driving around in the car. However, because the driver's seat is on the left side of the domestic cars, which is completely different from the Hong Kong side, it is difficult for Zhou Zi to adapt for a while, and mistakes such as retrograde often occur. I knocked down the boy and his father because Zhou Zi was used to looking to the left and didn't find them. Originally knocked down, Zhou Zi did not think about running, and also thought about sending the boy to the hospital. But the woman who was with him told him that he had injured someone in the country, and the compensation would be endless. It would be better to just kill the person, and Zhou Qiao is a foreign businessman. Even if Zhou Zi is really checked in the end, when it comes out, the government will also be scrupulous. It won't really take him anyway, and will lose money at most. Zhou Zi, who was only 18 this year, had encountered such a situation. He was flustered and obeyed the woman's instigation, and finally crushed the boy to death. Afterwards, he hurriedly returned the car to Zhou Lichang. He didn't dare to go out to play. He immediately hid in the hotel, let alone telling Zhou Qiao about it, until he was taken away by the police who came to the door. Zhou Zi's own grandfather will soon come over and take him home, but until now, he has not seen Zhou Qiao's face, which makes him feel uneasy. Especially in this dim and depressed detention room, Zhou Zi, who was alone, often recalled the boy's body that day, and the fear in his heart was even worse. Zhou Zi, I'm eating. The cold voice of the policeman in charge of guarding came from outside, and then I saw a small rectangular window opened under the iron door, and a plate of rice was passed in through that window. Zhou Zi's food here is not bad. There are a few greens and a few pieces of fat on the white rice. Zhou Zi immediately jumped out of the bed and rushed to the door, but didn't have any interest in that lunch. Instead, he thumped the iron door and shouted outside. Hey, can you let me take a shower? I haven't washed it for 3 days. It's so uncomfortable after a bath. He used to live a comfortable life in the past. How could Zhou Zi tolerate the environment like the detention room? And the most unbearable thing was that he couldn't take a bath, and his whole body was sticky and very uncomfortable. The policeman outside sneered. Do you think you are still in the hotel, taking a shower? If you want to take a shower, go to the toilet and get some water. You are suitable for washing with that water. To Zhou Zi, the people in the Public Security Bureau hated him, because his behavior of crushing the boy to death is really bad. If it hadn't been for the leadership above that Zhou Zi was an important prisoner and no mistakes could be made, The police in the bureau would, as usual, give him a welcome ceremony when Zhou Zi came in. Zhou Zi sighed and asked anxiously, "Has my grandfather come? Has he been here?" "Your grandfather?" "Humph. Your grandfather. I'm right here. If you have anything to say, hurry up." The policeman outside sneered. Back on the stone bed, Zhou Zi sat curled up on it, and finally couldn't help crying in a low voice. Let's talk about the external situation. After returning from the Municipal Public Security Bureau that day, Yan Xintong, who believed that Situ Li was deliberately opposed to him, directly found his backing in the province. That was the deputy governor who tried to use the deputy. The governor's high-handed methods forced Situ Li to settle Zhou Zi's matter in a low-key manner. And Zhou Qiao also ran back and forth about Zhou Zi. First, he accompanied Yan Xintong to the deputy governor, and then he found the best lawyer for Zhou Zi. Finally, he wanted to pay the boys' parents a high compensation to ask them to give up prosecution against Zhou Zi. However, the deputy governor did put pressure on Situ Li, and Yan Xintong also promised Zhou Qiao that Zhou Zi would be released soon. But the boy's parents did not accept Zhou Qiao's compensation and hardened his heart. Zhou Zi must be told. Just when Zhou Qiao wanted to use tough methods to force the boy's parents to submit, the media suddenly exposed the incident. It was like throwing a stone onto the water, causing 1,000 waves. First, the domestically popular Galaxy TV unexpectedly collected very detailed real information, and even found the boy's parents and several people who had witnessed the accident. The new release was launched through the Cold and Warm Life file. Interview documentary programs exposed the whole story to a national audience. In the past year, Galaxy TV has made a breakthrough in the domestic TV industry with a series of high-quality and popular TV series and rigorous and true news programs. In particular, several programs that focused on current problems and explored various real-world issues in society have won the reputation and limelight of Star River TV. The newly launched Cold and Warm Life is one of them. Life in the Cold, a show that focuses on the fate of ordinary people, was actually designed by Zhou Hao for Galaxy TV based on the original program he saw on Phoenix TV in his previous life. As for Chen Xiaonan, the original host of Cold and Warm Life, he has not joined Phoenix Satellite TV and is hosting a financial program in Shanghai. However, Galaxy Satellite TV has found her and is discussing the signing of the contract. It is estimated that by the end of 1999, Chen Xiaonan can join in. Many of the people interviewed in this show are people who have been treated unfairly by the government and who have been wronged. However, unlike Phoenix Satellite TV's original Cold and Warm Life, the Cold and Warm Life, currently run by Galaxy TV, is not only from the perspective of the people, but also conducts open and unannounced visits to the local government and relevant departments to investigate the reasons why the local government did this, and finally objectively analyze the whole story of the incident. In this way, although a lot of corruption and inside information in the grassroots departments have been exposed, it has also been discovered that in some incidents, the government did not intentionally harm the interests of the people, but was forced by the imperfect system and various factors. Lift. Therefore, although Living Warm and Cold has offended many people because of exposing the dark side of society, it also gained the support of the audience and the affirmation of the central government because of its rigorous style based on facts, objective analysis, and unbiased. In addition, the official power of Galaxy Satellite TV is very strong, so those who hate Galaxy Satellite TV dare not make any moths. Nowadays, Galaxy Satellite TV has been regarded as speaking for the people. On the other hand, it helps the government understand the people's wishes and allows the government and the people to interact and coordinate. It has a high position in the domestic TV media, and it surpasses Phoenix Satellite TV. This is the trend of the first private TV station in the country. The national audience's attention to Galaxy TV caused Zhou Zi's incident to arouse great repercussions throughout the country. Especially on the day of the incident, the scene of the boy's mother distraught in front of her son's corpse was filmed by a DV enthusiast among the onlookers. After the DV video was broadcast by Long Warm Life, the mother's grief and anger let the audience be moved and hate Zhou Zi even more. Long Warm Life conducted an exclusive interview with the boy's parents, allowing the audience to see the devastating impact of this tragedy on their family. At the same time, Long and Warm Life, also interviewed people from the Xiangqing government. When the audience learned that the Xiangqing City Public Security Bureau immediately investigated the incident and arrested Zhou Zi involved in the case, they expressed their opinions on the practices of the Xiangqing City Public Security Bureau, gave full praise. However, the relevant person of the Xiangqing City government who did not want to be named, and who had made special treatment for the appearance of Cold and Warm Life, told the program team that because Zhou Zi's grandfather Zhou Qiao was a Hong Kong businessman who came to invest, his superiors, some people in the government, wanted to keep this matter low-key, so as not to affect Zhou Qiao's investment intentions. Therefore, the Xiangqing Public Security Bureau was under a lot of pressure and the investigation of the case was slowed down a lot. Although the relevant person of the government did not say who was putting pressure on the Public Security Bureau, this has caused a violent reaction from many viewers and people who are concerned about the matter. Moreover, Living Warm and Cold Life also raised a question at the end of the program. That is, through this time, how should the government choose between foreign investment and the interests of local people, whether economic construction and legal construction are more important, and whether in order to attract investment, one must sacrifice the interests of the people to submit. What Zhou Zi's incident reflects is not only the attitude of the mainland government towards Hong Kong businessmen, but also foreign businessmen of different nationalities, such as Japanese, American, British, Korean, etc., who come to invest in China, because many governments, in order to obtain investment, the attitude toward foreign businessmen is obviously higher than that of domestic people. As a result, Galaxy Satellite TV has thrown a big topic in the country that has caused thousands of waves. At the headquarters of the Guangzhou military region, 6 or 7 men in military uniforms gathered together. On the table were a few bottles of special mitai, some peanuts, potato shreds, and other wine condiments, and there were a few empty wines on the ground. Bottle. These guys are all mature men in their 40s. The laughter is so cool and cheerful that people can't help but feel convulsed. Looking at the military ranks displayed on their epaulets, they are all officers at the general rank, with the highest rank of 2 lieutenants. One of them is Zhao Dingzhou, and the other is a man of his age. All of them are also watching the TV in the room, and the programs on the TV are exactly the warm and cold life of Galaxy TV. Lao Zhao, this Star River TV is really good. One of the men in their 50s in the rank of Major General smiled. I have seen their Bright Sword and Kangxi Dynasty before. They are rare in recent years. The masterpiece at first sight, especially the spirit in it, fits the appetite of those of us as soldiers. I heard that they are about to start filming The Sky of History, which is also a Revolutionary War theme. I am looking forward to it. Who said no? Another Major General smiled. I didn't watch TV very much before, but they didn't watch Bright Sword. The Huan who asked me to chase after him. I heard that the National Defense University seems to be out. I studied on a special subject called the Liangjian Spirit, which shows the profound influence of this TV series. Zhao Dingzhou smiled back and said, hee hee, this, Bright Sword, should be the best war TV series in our country in recent years. The reason for its success is not only the plot, but also the shaping of Li Yunlong is also very important. The limitations of the masking of those war drama characters say he is a martyr hero, but he is full of gangsterism, partial, and so flesh and blood makes it difficult to really hate him. Huh? Lao Zhao, when did you study TV series so much? The man who was a lieutenant like him laughed. Oh, I almost forgot, the big boss of Star River TV is your brother Zhou Hao. I can say okay, Zhao, after the filming of The Sky of History, I want to be the first one to watch it. You keep the tape for me. Other people have also made the same request. Just now, the Lieutenant General said again, Old Zhao, your brother is terrible. Now the influence of Galaxy TV in the country has faintly surpassed the trend of Phoenix TV, let alone. The TV dramas and programs they produced in those local stations everywhere are not even up to CCTV. Zhao Dingzhou showed pride in his eyebrows and smiled proudly. This kid is still very promising, Song brother. You know, our old man rarely speaks to praise people, but he loves Xiao Hao very much from his life. The chairman and the prime minister did not hesitate to say anything in front of them, which made me jealous. Yes. The George Song of this general rank is Song Chaohan, political commissar of the Guangzhou military region. He only laughed and said, "When I was a soldier under the old man, I didn't know how many times he was scolded. I've never praised us. Lu Zhenwu's servant had also praised your brother before, and now I really want to see him." A table of people was talking about Zhou Hao happily. Song Chaohan pointed to the cold and warm life being broadcast on TV and asked Zhao Dingzhou, "Lao Zhao, do you think Zhou Hao is targeting foreign businessmen this time? That kid made it out on purpose. I heard that Zhou Qiao went to Xiangqing to invest this time, and Zhou Hao was from Xiangqing. Maybe it was Zhou Qiao who convicted him to make this happen. Xiao Hao didn't tell me this." Zhao Dingzhou threw a peanut into his mouth, but the girl Yuqin knows a little bit. She said that Zhou Qiao is the younger brother of Xiao Hao's grandfather, that is, Xiao Hao's uncle. However, Xiao Hao can be regarded as righteously killing her this time. Haha. Okay. At this age, I know whether to help or not to help relatives. Song Chaohan smiled. Besides, I can't understand the attitude of those local governments towards foreign businessmen. In order to increase investment, I will not hesitate to bow to my knees. Those foreign businessmen are now their parents. According to me, our Chinese market is so important to the world economy. Our market is what foreign businessmen need, and we should take the initiative. Others also deeply agree, because most domestic military enterprises are operated independently by the state, and a small number of them cooperate with others, and most of them are realized directly through the military cooperation strategy between states, even if there are private businesses. The participation of enterprises is also cautious and cautious. They are not as arrogant as those foreign businessmen who invest in local areas, so the military has always been cold to those foreign businessmen. Xiao Hao did a good job this time. Through this incident, it is time for the government to reflect on its attitude towards foreign businessmen. Song Chaohan said, "After so many years of reform and opening up, our Chinese economy has taken off. In order to attract investment, we exchanged various preferential treatments as before." Zhao Dingzhou nodded. "Brother Song, you are right." The old man said, "This time, the State Council has already noticed. The Ministry of Economics and Trade and the Development and Reform Commission are discussing this matter, and some new ones may be introduced later." Policy. Song Chaohan looked at the TV screen again and said with a smile, "As for Zhou Ziyi, he should not be able to run away this time. I think, Zhou Qiao probably didn't know that Xiao Hao did it." Zhao Dingzhou smiled non-commentantly, and Song Chaohan said, "Old Zhao, that's it. If you have the opportunity, you must bring this little guy to me. Now there are not many young people who can have this ability. It's rare for you to look down on Song brother so much. It's his honor." Zhao Dingzhou raised Matai in his hand, and the few people drank again enthusiastically. As Zhao Dingzhou and the others said, Zhou Zi couldn't run away this time. After this far-reaching incident, the original vice-governor who served as the backer for Yan Xintong had a major change in his attitude. He quickly called Situ Li and told him the matter was handled impartially, to give an explanation to the general public, and to return Xiangqing to a bright future. It was so righteous that Situ Li Du suspected that it was another person who had allowed himself to solve it in a low-key manner. This incident caused a large number of domestic people to ask the government to review and reflect on its attitude towards foreign businessmen. As the protagonist of the incident, Zhou Qiao was also the first to be affected, especially when he tried to use his energy in Hong Kong to put pressure on the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office through the SAR government to get rid of the passive situation. He found that the Asian TV station in Hong Kong also carried out a special report on this matter, because ATV and Galaxy Satellite TV is a subsidiary of Polaris Media Group, so it also got detailed information on this matter, which is far ahead of TVB and other TV stations. After extensive reports in Hong Kong, people in Hong Kong also hated Zhou Zi's behavior, believing that he had lost the face of Hong Kong people and affected the harmonious relationship between Hong Kong and the mainland, which caused Zhou's status in Hong Kong to decline sharply. Even the SAR government, which used to be very friendly to Zhou's family, now avoids Zhou Qiao. After this incident, Zhou Qiao's investment plan in China can only be aborted, because now I am afraid that no government will dare to accept his hot potato investment. Because of this incident, Yan Xintong was also removed from the post of deputy secretary and transferred to the deputy director of the CPPCC. His career was completely ruined. As for Zhou Zi, Although the Public Security Bureau had confirmed that he was instigated by the technical school woman to commit the murder and compensated the family of the deceased with more than 2 million yuan, he was still sentenced to 8 years in prison. He must also serve his sentence in the prison on the side of Xianqing. Although Zhou Qiao has repeatedly made requests to the Xianqing court, hoping to transfer Zhou Zi to Hong Kong to serve his sentence, because he knows that the prison situation in the mainland is very different from Hong Kong. However, because Zhou Zi's crime was committed in Xianqing, according to domestic laws and relevant Hong Kong regulations, Zhou Zi was exorcised by the judiciary of Xianqing, so the Xianqing court rejected Zhou Qiao's request. When the court pronounced the verdict, Zhou Zi, who had already been shaved, grabbed Zhou Qiao's hand and cried out, "Grandpa, save me. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Grandpa, save me right." Zhou Qiao was also in tears, but he was helpless. He never imagined that this time he returned to his hometown to invest in such a disaster. Moreover, until now, he didn't even know that Zhou Hao, who he didn't pay attention to, was the biggest driving force behind this incident. As Zhou Hao had previously expected, Zhou Qiao returned to Hong Kong soon because he wanted to form a team of lawyers to appeal for Zhou Zi. That was his only grandson. He could not keep Zhou Zi in prison for 8 years. However, Zhou Hao also knew that Zhou Qiao did it in vain. Before that, with Zhou Qiao's financial resources, even if Zhou Zi was sentenced, he would be able to buy people from the political and legal system and get Zhou Zi out by parole for medical treatment. But now, both Zhou Qiao and Zhou Zi are influential figures in the country. Even if there is no mayor in charge of politics and law watching Sidoli, no one dares to let Zhou Zi away for personal gain. So Zhou Zi can only honestly stay in prison. Sit for 8 years. Xiao Hao, you really belong to you. You didn't hear what the vice governor said to me on the phone. He praised me to heaven. It was completely different from his previous attitude. Situli smiled to Zhou Hao that Yan Xintong was also taken away, which is really pleasing. Zhou Hao smiled. It's nothing. In fact, I'm just killing harm for the people. The turmoil caused by your elimination of harm this time is not small. This fire will take a long time to burn. Sidoli laughed. Now many foreign businessmen have been digging up all over the country for crimes. The chain reaction of the series. However, Zhou Hao also said, I let the fire go, but it doesn't matter to me to put out the fire. But burning is good, killing insects and bacteria is beneficial and harmless. Sidoli smiled and said, you are obviously just killing and burying. Passengers, please note that this flight will arrive at Hong Kong Chek Lap Kok International Airport in 10 minutes. The air hostess's crisp voice came out on the radio, and Zhou Hao, who was sitting in his seat, curled his mouth slightly. In May, several international speculators, mainly based on hedge funds, launched several attacks on Hong Kong's financial market, once again taking away a large amount of money, and the Hong Kong government still had to deal with it through interest rates, which made Hong Kong's the financial market has really become an ATM for those international speculators, as the Western media said. The Galaxy, who did not intervene in, was coldly watching the situation, but after analyzing and researching, Song Jiahao and Williworth came to the same conclusion, which was the century of the century, that Zhou Hao had previously predicted with the Hong Kong financial market as the battlefield. The war will soon come. Those speculators who are constantly attacking the Hong Kong stock market as scattered as guerrillas will act as forwards for that battle and test Hong Kong. In the plan Zhou Hao gave to Song Jiahao and the others, it is stated that the financial predators of George Soros and Julian Robertson will form an unprecedented financial army, biting Hong Kong's fat like wolves. Meet. Previously in Southeast Asia, Song Jiahao and the others, under Zhou Hao's leadership, followed George Soros and the others, fishing in troubled waters and using the knife to kill people in Indonesia. However, because of this, Song Jiahao and the others are more aware of the strength of George Soros, who are enough to become legends. In the past, I followed them to fish in troubled waters, but now I am going to confront this group of greedy wolves head-on. So Song Jiahao and the others are a bit stage fright, so they want Zhou Hao, who is the greatest spiritual pillar in their hearts, to go to Hong Kong to sit down in person. And after Zhou Hao spent nearly 2 months of leisure life in Xianqing, he was very quiet and moved. So he agreed to Song Jiahao's request and went to Hong Kong soon. However, before going to Hong Kong, Zhou Hao made a special trip to the capital. One was to have a tryst with Zhao Yuqin and Yang Jiabao, who had returned to the university to start classes. On the other hand, he vaguely reminded Zhao Rixin to let the central government pay more attention to Hong Kong. Case. Naturally, Zhou Hao could not directly tell Zhao Rixin that George Soros and the others would snipe the Hong Kong financial market, lest his biggest secret be suspected. However, during this period, the central government has invested a lot of money there for the deployment of Indonesia. Zhou Hao knows that Hong Kong must resist the attacks of those international speculators in the future. The support of the central government is absolutely necessary. If the central government's capital transfer is temporarily blocked, it will appear. The impact is too great. Therefore, Zhou Hao told Zhao Rixin that Hong Kong's financial market may be targeted by international speculators, so that the central government can prepare for it, so as not to get busy. Then Zhou Hao took a plane from Beijing to Hong Kong. I haven't seen Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing for a while, and I can only talk to my heart over the phone on weekdays, so Zhou Hao misses both of them very much. Nowadays, ATV is well run by Su Lin. Although it can't completely beat TVB, it has changed the situation that TVB has been stepped on for a long time, and has truly become a TV station that can compete with TVB TV and not fall behind. And Liang Xiaobing's results are also very good. She has successfully transformed into a singer now. She rarely takes over TV series. Instead, she appears more and more on the big screen. With the help of Zhou Hao's efforts to create for her, Liang Xiaobing, who has had 5 solo albums in 2 years, has become the hottest female singer in Hong Kong and Taiwan today. In the late 1990s, singers such as Yi Qianwen, Lin Ilian, and Pang Ling that have propped up a piece of Hong Kong sky have gradually faded out. And Sammy Chung, who will be popular in the next few years, is still in the early stages of development. The only one who can be called a queen-class level female singer, now only Fei Wong alone. Different from Hong Kong's unfavorable atmosphere of singing Japanese and European and American songs, Liang Xiaobing brought a new style of music to the Hong Kong and Taiwan music scene with a large number of original songs, which made people shine and formed Fei Wong's status as a sister in the music scene. A strong threat. However, Liang Xiaobing is already a little tired after experiencing the crazy chase of the general public for more than a year, and Zhou Hao also understands the reason that the Rapids retreat is called knowing the machine, so he also supports Liang Xiaobing and does not miss the golden neon. The star halo is pleased. In addition to Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, there is another woman in Hong Kong that affects Zhou Hao's heart. Zhou Hao involuntarily touched the sapphire necklace in his chest, and the slender figure emerged in his mind, the woman who left without saying goodbye after lingering with herself all night in Venice, leaving only the necklace and a lingering fragrance. Brother, do you like Vivian too? Just as Zhou Hao was immersed in his thoughts, there was a male voice next to him, and the Chinese he said sounded distorted. Zhou Hao turned his head to look around, and saw an American man with headphones on and sunglasses on his face. This American man looks very young, in his early 20s, with handsome and clean features. When he smiles, he shows his white teeth and is still chewing gum. Seeing the puzzled look on Zhou Hao's face, the American man raised his chin on Zhou Hao's hand. Zhou Hao looked down and saw the magazine he was holding. The page happened to be the plane photographed by Liang Xiaobing. Advertising. Inside, Liang Xiaobing wore a fitted white shirt and jeans, with a pleasant smile on her delicate face, just as warm as the May sun, and this popular casual dress on her also showed a difference. Charm. Zhou Hao reacted because Liang Xiaobing's English name was Vivian. He smiled at the American and said, "Yeah, a pretty good star. He looks pretty, has no scandals, and is very pure." Haha, none of the people in this circle are pure. Even if they were originally pure, no one can keep it for a week. The American's eyes were blocked by sunglasses, so he couldn't see. The look in his eyes, but the smile on his face can tell his disdain and ridicule. All the pure female stars I know are actually itches, even worse than itches. So far, no one can make an exception. Zhou Hao frowned upon hearing this person's words, because in Zhou Hao's mind, Liang Xiaobing is indeed that kind of innocent woman. Although she is a little careful, it is not hurtful, but more lovely. If she was the kind of person who could give up her principle for the sake of fame and fortune, she would give up when she was coerced by the gang leader Fang Bingrun. The American's eyes fell on Liang Xiaobing in the magazine again, and he smiled and said, I also like Vivian very much, especially her songs. Although I don't like your Chinese style very much, her songs do as good. He put his hands behind his head. I started to pay attention to her from her songs, and then I liked this woman more and more. Hee. I checked her previous information carefully, and I also watched her film and television works. I found that although Vivian was beautiful before, she is far from being as charming as she is now. She has no traces of plastic surgery, mainly because of changes in temperament. Well, that charming style is too powerful. Zhou Hao agreed with him. After becoming his own woman, Liang Xiaobing was indeed much more charming than before. It is unlikely that her facial features will change much, but the temperament exuding from her body has made her more harmful to men by several levels. Also, although Vivian has never shown herself in an image, I can see that her figure is actually very good. The American smiled ambiguously. Your Eastern women are different than ours. The skin is much more delicate and softer, just like milk. I really want to see Vivian's naked body. If I can touch her beautiful breasts, it's true great. The expression on Zhou Hao's face remained unchanged, but the aura on his body became more and more gloomy. After all, there are not many men who can stand others who want to. They're women in front of them. He squinted his eyes and showed a smile. You are an American. It's rare for Americans to have such a good Chinese. Yes, your Chinese is much harder to learn than ours, especially the same word has different meanings in different environments. The American smiled. But I have been very interested in China since I was a child. I have been learning this Chinese for more than 10 years before I can communicate with you Chinese smoothly, but I can't do it if you want me to write it. Are you traveling to Hong Kong? Zhou Hao asked with a smile. He shook his head. I am going to work in Hong Kong. You should know me. My name is Alan Jonathan. I am the lead singer of the most famous rock band in the United States, the Philharmonic. This time, when we go to Hong Kong, our Philharmonic band is for a concert, and Hong Kong is only the first stop, and then we will go to Shenzhen and Shanghai. When introducing himself, Jonathan's face was full of pride, as if the whole world should know him. When Zhou Hao heard Jonathan's introduction, he sneered in his heart. The American entertainment industry is much chaotic and darker than Hong Kong. Many celebrities have scandals of sexual promiscuity and drug abuse, especially rock bands like Jonathan and others. They simply use various rebellious behaviors to show themselves apart from the crowd. Different. Zhou Hao didn't have a good impression of them. If Zhou Hao doesn't have a good impression of the Chinese entertainment industry, he is even more disgusted with Japan, Europe, and the United States. You said your orchestra is going to hold a concert in Hong Kong. Why are you alone here? Zhou Hao asked. Jonathan laughed. Hey, I ran out by myself, because I haven't been to China before, so I wanted to visit Beijing. No. I played in Beijing for 2 days before taking this flight back to Hong Kong. Seeing the indifferent look on Jonathan's face, Zhou Hao knew that this was an unruly guy. Although he had no interest in his brokerage company, Zhou Hao also felt that Jonathan's behavior was very unusual. To be responsible is to treat the company's interests as a trifle. If the artists under the Polaris do this, even though Polaris treats its artists much better than other peers, Zhou Hao will definitely punish him severely and even terminate his contract with him. Your orchestra came to Hong Kong for a concert. Was it your agency's initiative to decide, or was it invited by Hong Kong? Jonathan touched his nose. The Hong Kong side invited us over, but our brokerage company originally intended to open up the market here, so it hit it off. Oh, yes, I remember the company that invited us. It seems to be very famous in Hong Kong. Well, yes, it seems to be called Hong Kong Television Broadcasting Company, Limited. They are going to hold a charity party and want our orchestra to perform and cheer. Zhou Hao laughed secretly in his heart. This Hong Kong Television Broadcasting Company, Limited, is TVB. As for what kind of charity party, TVB always holds several times a year. Because of Shaw's good name, he was very keen on this kind of famous party, and at the same time gave the rich in Hong Kong a chance to show off. Hey, Zhou Hao, I have already decided. I must get Vivian on this trip to Hong Kong. Jonathan smiled. I have played a lot of Chinese female stars, but none of them can it's comparable to Vivian. Is It's really exciting. The smile on Zhou Hao's face overflowed with a bit of chill. You are so sure? You can guarantee that people will like you. What if they already have a boyfriend? Jonathan raised his little finger and said sarcastically, "Umph. These female stars usually don't mind letting men who can be their fathers be pressed for the opportunity to appear on the camera. Men like me, they have always been in droves. I have seen this situation too much, and there is no need to deliberately do anything. As long as you invite them to dinner and have a few more glasses of wine, they will take me to open the room without me. The West, East, everywhere are the same, just a bunch of itches." Even if the actresses in Zhou Hao's entertainment circle who don't know how to clean themselves and love themselves don't have a good impression, he is still very angry when he listens to what such a foreigner said. "I don't think your clothes are ordinary, and you can sit here in the first-class cabin. It must not be an ordinary person." Jonathan didn't notice the coldness on Zhou Hao at all and smiled to himself. "Or else in this way, it's rare that you fell in love with me so much. After I arrive in Hong Kong, I will help you find some female stars to play with. You look good, and it will be easier for those to be hooked with me." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. "No, I'm not interested in these." "Cut. Which man will not be interested in these, unless he is homosexual or sexually impotent?" Jonathan looked at Zhou Hao maliciously. "You wouldn't be one of these, right? In fact, the plane has landed at Hong Kong International Airport, and the flight attendants have also come to remind passengers that they can disembark." Zhou Hao was not interested and entangled with this cynical and self-righteous Jonathan, so he left his seat and walked towards the exit. "When I came to the exit, I heard a woman's exclamation from behind. Looking back, I saw that Jonathan's hand had just been withdrawn from the stewardess's hip. Facing the stewardess's shameful expression, he was just shrugged, a look of no big deal. Shaking his head, Zhou Hao ignored the guy and got off the plane. When he arrived at the airport, he saw a beautiful lying in the waiting area. I saw that man was wearing a pair of big brown sunglasses, covering most of his face, and the slightly curly slender silk hanging naturally on both sides. If you are not an acquaintance, it is difficult to recognize her at a glance. Seeing Zhou Hao, she immediately showed a bright smile of surprise, and at the same time ran over here anxiously. Zhou Hao also hurried over, and the last two hugged each other. This kind of scene often happened in the airport, so the people around had already become accustomed to it, and they didn't bother Zhou Hao. "Big star, why bother you come to pick me up in person?" Zhou Hao hugged her, feeling her two big white rabbits tightly squeezed in front of her chest, laughing playfully. She pursed her lips. "What big star? You don't have everything I have now. You are laughing at me deliberately." After that, she beat Zhou Hao on the shoulder twice and said, "Bad guy, don't come to see me for so long. Don't you know lovesickness is fatal? Didn't I come now? I'm afraid you will blame me for coming too much later in the evening." Zhou Hao smiled ambiguously and lowered his head and kissed the corner of her mouth. At this time, the two heard a commotion behind them. Zhou Hao followed his reputation and saw that Jonathan was surrounded by a large group of young men and women. The group of young people yelled and asked Jonathan to autograph them and to take pictures of Jonathan. They looked crazy, and they seemed to be fans of Jonathan. And Jonathan was surrounded by a group of crazy fans. Although he was caught off guard, his face was clearly excited, and he was obviously enjoying this much-anticipated feeling. Looking at Zhou Hao's side, he also deliberately showed a smug smile. "Isn't that Alan Jonathan?" "How? Do you know each other?" asked Liang Xiaobing in his arms. "I don't know each other. It's just sitting together when I was on the plane." Zhou Hao said, "It's you? Do you know that guy?" Liang Xiaobing shook his head. "I haven't had any contact. I just heard about it." Their Philharmonic Orchestra was invited by TVB to participate in the charity gala of Thousands of Stars Show Love, but the other 4 members of their orchestra came. The only thing he didn't show up was that his agency said he was hospitalized with a cold. "Go back. This guy is not a good thing." Zhou Hao smiled and left with Liang Xiaobing in his arms. Jonathan, who was still besieged by the fans over there, looked at the backs of Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing, wondering in his heart, why does the woman next to Zhou Hao look a bit like Vivian? After thinking about it and feeling that Zhou Hao could not have a relationship with a female star like Liang Xiaobing, he didn't think about it anymore and continued to deal with the crazy group of fans in front of him. The one who picked up Zhou Hao was a black Cadillac commercial vehicle with all the windows closed. and there was no way to see what was inside. Liang Xiaobing pulled Zhou Hao straight into the back seat, but Zhou Hao got into the car and discovered that Su Lin was sitting in the driver's seat. Hee hee, even the CEO of ATV is here. My face is really great. Zhou Hao smiled. Compared with the last time we met, Su Lin is now more mature. The skill and decisiveness hidden in the eyebrows will definitely make ordinary people feel in awe after seeing them. Only in front of Zhou Hao can they converge and become the tenderness like water. When entering the car, people outside couldn't see it. Liang Xiaobing had no scruples. After taking off the big sunglasses, he rushed up and hugged Zhou Hao. Before Zhou Hao could say anything, he blocked it. He cut his lips and kissed passionately. Zhou Hao was dumbfounded by Liang Xiaobing's fierce behavior, but he immediately turned away from the guest. He hugged Liang Xiaobing's slim waist with both hands and tasted her cherry lips and tongue and the refreshing body fluid in it. The temperature in the car was also hot for a while. Stand up. Su Lin, who was driving the car in front, saw Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing's heat through the rear mirror. Their faces were red, and there seemed to be something overflowing at the end of their legs. She was forced to suppress the feeling in her heart because she had to take care of driving. Surging, just said, I remember, you have to make it up for me when you go back. After returning to the half-mountain villa, the three of them let go for a carnival. Su Lin had already left all the servants in the villa on holiday so as not to disturb them. After a long separation from Zhou Hao, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing miss him very much. Fortunately, their work is very busy and they can use their work to dilute the missing of Zhou Hao. But after meeting Zhou Hao now, this long-repressed passion can no longer be hidden. The two women didn't care about being ashamed. They went straight to a double Phoenix tour. Zhou Hao didn't show any weakness. They tossed the two women all the way to the point where their bones became soft. The living room, kitchen, bathroom, staircase, and other places left theirs. Record. From the vigorous battle in the afternoon to the night, the three people finally fell silent and lay together on the wooden floor of the gym on the second floor. Zhou Hao held the two enticing jade bodies in his arms with one hand and gently played with the two women's puffy breasts. The appearance of Su Lin just now was too scary. I was afraid that the neighbors would hear your call. I think, if ATV employees see that their usual serious President Su has such a side, it will definitely be stunned. Liang Xiaobing smiled. Su Lin's face was flushed. You are so much better than me. Who was lying on Zhou Hao just now and had to let me help you step down. Zhou Hao hugged the two women and laughed loudly. You are all incomparable. No one is better than anyone. I think this is better. Let's fight another one to see who is more durable. After that, he turned over on the two women again, and the drums of war were sounded again when the two women exclaimed. That night, Zhou Hao can be said to have enjoyed all the tenderness, lingering with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing all night long, and finally fell asleep. The next day, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing also served Zhou Hao with the utmost thoughtfulness, not at all like a female president who manages a large TV station and a big star on the stage, making Zhou Hao feel like he has become the kind of feudal era. Master, come. At the dining table, Su Lin held a small spoonful of soft salted egg and lean meat porridge to Zhou Hao's mouth, and looked at Zhou Hao's eyes with water and tenderness, like a virtuous wife. Zhou Hao swallowed the porridge in one bite. Although it was not excellent in taste, it was better than that thick heart, which warmed up the whole heart. He could naturally see that this salted egg and lean meat porridge was cooked by Su Lin himself and Liang Xiaobing. The two of them quietly got up from Zhou Hao's arms early in the morning, secretly went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Zhou Hao, thinking that Zhou Hao didn't know. How is it? The expression in Su Lin's eyes was very nervous and full of expectations. It's delicious. Zhou Hao smiled. Liang Xiaobing on the other side also picked up a roll of fried noodles and leaned in front of Zhou Hao. How? You taste this fried noodles, I made it. Zhou Hao ate the fried noodles again, and then said with a smile, although it's a little bit short, it's delicious. In this way, the three people enjoyed a warm and loving breakfast, and then drove to the TV city of Asia Television. ATV has moved its headquarters to the new TV city in Seong, Kwan-o not long ago. The venue and equipment are much better than the original ones, which also brought ATV a new start. The area of the new TV city is much larger than that of the old TV city on Radio Road. Even the parking lot is much more spacious, and the vehicles of employees and artists are neatly parked. After getting out of the car, Zhou Hao saw the avant-garde and unique TV building in front of him. Su Lin beside him smiled and said, "The new TV city has been built for so long, and your big boss hasn't seen it yet. I'm really irresponsible. I have a good hand like you to help me take care of it. Doesn't it take me any effort?" Zhou Hao smiled. "Miss Su, Sister Xiaobing." Along the way, I saw Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's ATV craftsmen greet them respectfully. And because many of them had just come in, they didn't know Zhou Hao, and they only secretly guessed in their hearts the sacredness of this handsome man accompanied by two big figures, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Seeing that ATV has a lot of new faces, Zhou Hao said, "A lot of new employees have come. We ATV are developing very well, right?" Liang Xiaobing nodded. "Yes, during this time we are still hiring professionals in different fields, and artists are not enough. Fortunately, the artist training class can add a lot of fresh blood to us. Yes, new among the people who came, a large part of them jumped from the wireless side." Su Lin laughed and said, "Who made the wireless company exploit its employees and artists too seriously? Not to mention the long working hours, they also took away most of the commission, so that those employees and artists complained. In the past, they monopolized Hong Kong. The TV industry can still control the people underneath. Now that ATV has risen, the treatment on our side has been much better. Naturally, a large number of talents have jumped over, and now wireless has to increase the treatment to retain employees." Zhou Hao scratched Su Lin's Cheong nose. "You are cruel enough to the live broadcast rights of the Hong Kong Film Awards from wireless. I heard that Shaw was angry at that time. Into the hospital." Su Lin blushed at Zhou Hao's intimacy and said with shame, "That was because wireless employees and artists protested that wireless paid them too low, and things made a big deal, which affected wireless's reputation to a certain extent. It just so happened that our public relations department performed well and successfully allowed the Academy Awards Board of Directors to grant us the live broadcast rights." Although Su Lin spoke lightly, Zhou Hao knew that ATV must have made unremitting efforts for this. While they were walking and chatting, the surrounding employees were stunned, because Su Lin was always unsmiling and very serious, and she had directly taken several employees who sold the company's interests to court, plus her own management ability. She is very strong and shows her courage in the competition with TVB, so the employees and artists below are shocked and afraid of her. At this moment, she was very surprised to see her smiling in front of the handsome young man. At the same time, she felt that Su Lin's beautiful smile was really charming. Liang Xiaobing usually treats people gently and friendly, but in front of Zhou Hao, there is an indescribable charm, and the corners of his mouth make people feel colorless. So everyone became more curious about this man, who could show off the charm of the two ATV beauties. Zhou Hao didn't care about the surprised and envious eyes around him, and said to Su Lin as he walked, "The Taiwan celebration program you did before was very successful. It's better than the previous ATV and wireless Taiching." Liang Xiaobing next to him smiled and said, "That Taiching celebration was not so much ATV's Taiching celebration as it was a celebration of our achievements over the past year." "Yes," Su Lin also said, "the first and second episodes of Zombies that we broadcast, Returning the Pearl, and the Meteor Garden, and the Four Seas, that are still on the air, are very popular. The average ratings of several dramas have exceeded 30 points, which has broken ATV's ratings record for more than 10 years. On the day of Taiching, the leading actors of these several dramas were present, and Taiching also received high ratings. Main reason," Liang Xiaobing hummed. "You haven't seen the hot scene when Zhao Wei, Lin Xinru, and F4 are on the stage. If we were not prepared for the security work beforehand, I am afraid that the stage would be collapsed by the audience." After chatting, the three of them had already arrived at the president's office on the top floor, where Su Lin usually worked. This office is more than 150 square meters, very atmospheric, and there is a small room for rest next to it. ATV executives such as Liang Jiashu, Xian Jiwei, Chen Shisan, Chai Jiping, Li Zhaoxi, Mai Qiu, Ho Weiluan, Su Yuan, etc. received Su Lin's notice beforehand. They knew that Zhou Hao was back today, so they had been waiting in Su Lin's office. Since this was not a formal high-level meeting, Zhou Hao's meeting with them was not arranged in the conference room, but here, allowing them to be more intimate and easygoing with themselves and less frustrated. Seeing the three of Zhou Hao coming in, Liang Jiashu and others immediately stood up and said hello to Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou. Liang Jiashu, who used to treat Zhou Hao as a junior, now has a more respectful tone because ATV has reversed its decline in this short period of more than a year and has changed the situation of being stepped under the feet by wireless, and it is comparable to wireless. Although Su Lin is now the main ATV, Su Lin has told them before that many development strategies are directly issued by Zhou Hao, and she is only an executor to a large extent, so Liang Jiashu and other high-level officials full of admiration and awe for Zhou Hao. Sit all, so are you, Lao Yang. I haven't seen you for a while, so why have you been out of sight? Zhou Hao smiled kindly. Su Lin, your secretary is not conscientious. Lao Yang has been here for so long. I didn't even see coffee come in. With just this sentence, everyone's restraint just now was greatly diluted, and Liang Jiashu also felt that Zhou Hao knew better than Shaw and Fang Yihua. Su Lin smiled and asked the secretary outside to bring drinks to everyone. In fact, her secretary is very attentive, familiar with Liang Jiashu and their favorite drinks, and takes good care of them. Seeing Chen Shisan and them all looking at him, Zhou Hao laughed and said, ATV is able to achieve the current results thanks to your help. Thank you all. Chen Shisan waved his hand. Boss, what you said is wrong. At the beginning, I didn't have a talent to hang around in the casino. You brought me back and gave me the opportunity to show my talent. I have Chen Shisan today, and it was all given by the boss. I should thank you. Xian Jiwei also nodded heavily. That is, if it wasn't for the boss you ordered me to go to the hospital for a full-body examination, I couldn't find out that I had nasopharyngeal cancer. Fortunately, it was discovered early. The doctor also said that nasopharyngeal cancer is early. It's hard to find out. Many people were already in the late stage when they found out. They said that I was lucky and the cancer cells have not started to spread. Now they have been cured. It can be said that my life is the boss you saved it. It should be me. Thank you. You are right, boss. Others were also infected by their emotions and were full of gratitude to Zhou Hao. Liang Jiashu, Su Yuan, and Ho Weiluan were squeezed out on the wireless side. Zhou Hao gave them the opportunity to develop and avenge the wireless. Chai Jiping is in a difficult early stage of development in Taiwan, and his current achievements are also given by Zhou Hao. All of you present here were the abandoned sons of others or the gloomy talents with ambitions a year ago, but now they have become famous gold producers in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and even the whole country. Especially Chen Shisan and Chai Jiping, with I Have a Date with Zombies and Meteor Garden, have become the hottest TV producers today. As long as they are the backbone of the ATV, as long as they make a little announcement of another development, there will definitely be a large number of TV stations competing for it. After all, popular celebrities can be popular, but good producers can only be successful after years of precipitation. They are typical late-form talents, which is what the saying goes. Although these key members who have supported ATV have become famous and profitable, none of them have sought another job. Instead, they have promoted the development of ATV more conscientiously. Chen Shisan and Xian Jiwei were originally people who valued love and righteousness, so naturally they would not have the idea of betrayal. However, Liang Jiashu and Chai Jiping, who valued the most profit over righteousness, did, because in addition to being grateful to Zhou Hao for giving them the opportunity to develop, they also know how Zhou Hao. Power in hand. When Liang Jiashu was on TVB, he had seen many wireless artists filming movies or commercials for those gangsters, not to mention that they were not paid much, and most of the movies they made were low-cost bad movies, even tertiary movies. The reason for this is that, on the one hand, the wireless itself has the meaning of selling its artists at a low price and squeezing its commercial value. On the other hand, for the actors who focus on training and are not willing to sell, the gangs will also threaten them through intimidation. Various means to achieve their goals. After coming to ATV, under the management of Zhou Hao and Su Lin, ATV would naturally not do the kind of betrayal of employees, and Liang Jiashu has worked here for so long, but he has not seen any gangster come to ask for an artist. It can be seen that ATV, where Zhou Hao sits now, has a higher prestige on the underworld than wireless. Liang Jiashu also heard that the three most powerful gangs in Hong Kong Xian, Dongxing, and the leaders of the 14K are all related to Zhou Hao. Friendship. Those of them who have been in the circle for decades know how powerful the underworld is. In the past, those employees who sold the company's interests were directly taken to court by ATV. After they were in jail, they were bullied by the gangsters inside. In addition, Liang Jiashu, Chai Zhiping, and others are all old-fashioned fried dough sticks. It can be seen that although the current ATV cannot completely defeat wireless, the development potential of this side is far greater than that of wireless, especially Zhou Hao on the mainland. There is also the Galaxy TV. These two TV stations are both subsidiaries of Polaris, and ATV has the inherent advantage of going north to open up the mainland market, which is far from wireless. Therefore, they are even more determined to stay with ATV. When ATV is like Japan in the future, they will be the founders of the country. Zhou Hao didn't sit in the position of Su Lin's president, but sat leisurely on the sofa, next to Chen Shisan. He took a piece of information handed over by Su Lin, opened it, and then smiled. Now our most popular TV series for ATV is Meteor Garden. The highest ratings have even broken the 40-point mark. It broke the previous record of Returning the Pearl and Gidge, and Star River TV also caused a craze after it was broadcast in China. Haha, very good. I am very satisfied with this result. Sister Zhiping, you can't help it. Hearing Zhou Hao, who was more than 10 years younger than himself, praise Chai Zhiping. Chai Zhiping was very happy, but he heard Zhou Hao's words. The four of them in F4 are now in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and China. The rate is not even comparable to those of emperors and queens. This is a good thing, and it shows that the company is very successful in their packaging. But Zhou Hao's made Chai Zhiping's heart suddenly burst. Although Zhou Hao was more than 10 years younger than her, Chai Zhiping did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't look up at her either. He kept flipping through the information in his hand. However, F4 seems to be a little bit pampered and spoiled during the recent period. Although our company has always adopted a loose management approach to its artists, it does not stop them. Live their own private lives. However, as employees of the company, they also have to consider what impact their actions will have on the company's image. Even though Zhou Hao said it lightly, Chai Zhiping was sitting up in a precarious manner, with his head drooping down, quite quietly. She understood that Zhou Hao was talking about a conflict with the paparazzi who voted for them when F4 was in a nightclub in Hong Kong. Jerry Yin also hit one of the reporters and caused a lot of news. The wireless side also caught it. This little braid took the opportunity to attack ATV. In the end, Su Lin came forward and quickly settled the magazine to which the paparazzi belonged, and decisively asked F4 to hold a press conference to make a public apology, and even cleverly directed the spearhead to the paparazzi that all the artists in Hong Kong hated. The negative impact caused was minimized, and finally the positive image of F4 was preserved. It's normal to go to nightclubs for pastimes, and the company never prohibits them from going there. Zhou Hao said. As long as they don't do anything excessive in the nightclubs, it's okay to be photographed by reporters, just treat them as free. Promote the company. If you are really dissatisfied with the paparazzi and can't do it yourself, you can inform the company, and the company will naturally solve it for them. You should know that after becoming a star, any personal little things will be infinitely magnified. Sister Ping, you have been in the circle for more than 10 years. You should understand this truth. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. It was because of my lax governance that caused the company to lose. Chai Zhiping lowered his head. Although the incident was not all F4's fault, Chai Zhiping did not dare to refute Zhou Hao, but respectfully promised. That's it, eating a sting to gain one's wisdom. This incident also sounded a wake-up call for us. Zhou Hao looked at everyone. In the future, you should pay more attention to the words and deeds of the artists below, and don't shame the company again. Everyone hurriedly nodded and agreed. In fact, although the Polaris artists have much more freedom than other companies, since the incident in F4, they have managed their artists more strictly. When the artists go out, are often accompanied by people from the company, and if emergencies are encountered, they will be resolved by the company's people and try not to involve artists. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Okay, well, Sister Zhiping, don't blame yourself so much. It's not all your fault. Just pay attention to it in the future. The company has to rely on you talented people to support it. When Chai Jiping heard the words, he often sighed in relief and smiled on his face. He was very grateful to Zhou Hao for his tolerance and respect. On the other side, Liang Jiashu saw Zhou Hao's few words that could make Chai Jiping's mood ups and downs. When he relaxed, he secretly admired him. No wonder that even old foxes like Sha were under Zhou Hao's sinking sand. Mr. Zhou, Meteor Garden has achieved such good results, and now it is about to end, so I propose to start filming the second part. After Chai Jiping recovered from his mood, he put forward his own suggestions to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head. There is no need to shoot the second part. With the current popularity of F4, the second part can indeed achieve good results, but its plot and connotation will be much worse. I am afraid that it will be taken in the future. It is not good for the company's reputation. Seeing Chai Jiping's expression, Zhou Hao smiled again. But don't be discouraged. The company has 2 new dramas that you need to be responsible for. I saw Su Lin handing the 2 scripts to Chai Jiping. Chai Jiping looked at the cover and said, "A House of Romance. The Prince Turns into a Frog." Yes, it's the 2 TV series, just like Meteor Garden. Both of them will be shot in the mainland. The Polaris will cooperate with you. I hope you can complete it. Especially the Romantic House. It will be the company's main drama in 1999. At the same time, it will cooperate with Tongwang Food Company, Limited in the mainland. Sister Jiping, you have to spend more snacks. In the previous life, the performance of the Taiwan idol drama, The Prince Turns into a Frog, broke it is a milestone in the production of idol dramas. And Full House of Romance became the most popular idol drama in Korea and even Asia that year when it was broadcast, and Rain, which became popular from this, also went international in one fell swoop. After a brief glance at the general content of the script, Chai Jiping concluded that these 2 dramas would definitely be popular, and he was grateful to Zhou Hao for letting himself be responsible for these 2 outstanding TV dramas. Zhou Hao looked at Ho Weilun again. Weilun, the story of looking for a foreign country you are responsible for is very popular and has won a good reputation for the company. I hope you can keep it up and achieve better results. Ho Weilun, who traveled almost all over the world for the filming of Looking for a Stories from Afar, was much darker than before. Hearing Zhou Hao's appreciation, he felt that his efforts were worthwhile. In this high-level meeting, Zhou Hao briefly summarized the achievements and various shortcomings achieved in the past year, and set the next task for everyone. Finally, he laughed and said, "In the past, ATV was always stepped underfoot by wireless. People outside said that ATV is the only TV station in Hong Kong that can compete with wireless. In fact, this sentence has a lot of moisture. The reason why ATV can compete with wireless, that's just because so far in Hong Kong, only ATV and TVB have free TV broadcasting licenses and other TV stations can't intervene at all, so ATV can survive. Especially Hong Kong people have watched TVB for more than 20 years. Has formed a viewership inertia, resulting in ATV. Even if it occasionally has excellent works, it is still not a wireless opponent." After a pause, he continued, "And now, relying on everyone's joint efforts, we ATV can finally break this viewing inertia. Now we are truly a TV station that can fight a tough battle with wireless. Moreover, I believe that in the future, the government will increase the issuance of free TV licenses, so we ATV cannot regard wireless as the only competitor, but we must look to the future and be prepared to meet other competitors." After the meeting was over, Liang Jiashu smiled to Zhou Hao before leaving. "Boss, Shah has also sent us an invitation to the charity gala of Thousands of Stars Show Love. I hope Miss Su can attend." Zhou Hao and Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were left in the office. Zhou Hao sat on Su Lin's executive chair, and Su Lin stood behind and gently massaged his shoulders. Zhou Hao said to Su Lin amusedly, "Sha Yifu, did that old guy send us an invitation?" Su Lin nodded and groaned. "With Run Shaw's character, we shouldn't be invited. He was so angry that he was admitted to the hospital at the last film awards ceremony and ordered no one on wireless to attend the awards ceremony. We also invited him during the Taiching celebration, but he did not attend, and wireless did not send anyone over." Liang Xiaobing, who helped Zhou Hao organize the files over there, snorted. That old guy is benevolent and righteous on the surface. In fact, his flaws must be reported. He is very stingy. I think he must be uneasy and kind, and it may even be a banquet. Zhou Hao grabbed Su Lin's jade hand and stroked it carefully and said with a smile, "Uneasy and good intentions are certain, but those who attended the charity dinner must be Hong Kong celebrities, including the senior officials of the SAR government. Forgive Shaw. I dare not do anything to us blatantly. Then you said we want to participate? Or let the people below represent ATV to attend?" Su Lin asked. "People have already invited you by name. If you let the people below participate, it would seem that we are not enough. Moreover, although Shaw is keen on fame, he has indeed made a great contribution to charity. Since it is a good deed, then it doesn't matter if we do more." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I will go with you then." "Yeah." Su Lin nodded happily, because Zhou Hao was with him, let alone a Hongmin banquet. She was willing to make a trip even if it was a fierce battle. She said, "By the way, did you want Chai Jiping to shoot Full House to help promote Andy's Full House cake shop?" Zhou Hao said, "That's what I mean. Hee. Now the scale of Tongguang Catering Company is getting bigger and bigger, and its development is getting faster and faster. If there is a good opportunity for publicity, it can explode once and blossom across the country. And those TV commercials, print ads, and even online ads have been done, although the effect is good, but the influence is too small. So I want to use this Full House of Romance to let people across the country and even all of Asia know about Shining Food. The name of the company is not only the best opportunity for Tongguang to open up the national market, but also the first step for Tongguang to enter the world. Tongguang Catering Company currently has two main aspects of operation, namely Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic Full House cake shop. To promote Tongguang, you don't need to start with these two items at the same time. You only need to put the name of one of them. When it starts, it will be able to let Tongguang penetrate into the hearts of the people, thereby driving another aspect. When the Full House cake shop was first opened, Zhou Hao was named after the TV series Full House, which was popular in his previous life. Now he can naturally promote himself through it. Zhou Hao knew how popular the Full House of Romance was in his previous life. Even Southeast Asia and Japan have been affected. As for the selection of actors, Zhou Hao did not intend to use the original version of Rain and Song Hai Kyo. Having been in the media industry for so long, Zhou Hao has learned that it is not difficult to win a star. Moreover, there are more than 1 billion people in China. Zhou Hao does not believe that the established information network of Polaris will not find a suitable candidate. Zhou Hao boldly said, "I want Tongguang to break out of China and go international." In fact, Full House of Romance is to start the name of Tongguang, not simply to promote the romantic Full House cake shop. Cakes are originally Western food. We are not as good as the West in terms of culture or characteristics. Therefore, cakes cannot be the pillar of our foothold in the international food market. Liang Xiaobing's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "How? Do you mean Mrs. Zhou's restaurant?" "Well, the promotion of the romantic Full House cake shop is only to bring Mrs. Zhou's restaurant. Mrs. Zhou's restaurant is the key to Tongguang gaining a foothold in the international market," Zhou Hao said. Now different regions in China at Mrs. Zhou's restaurant branch. The food sold is mainly local specialties or special snacks from one place or placed in another place. However, in China, we sell our own Chinese food, and the development space is always limited and the sense of accomplishment is also not enough. Just like McDonald's and KFC, their branches are all over the world, but in the US, these two fast food restaurants are the lowest ranked. Su Lin smiled and said, "I see. You are going to sell our Chinese food abroad." Hum. In fact, the whole world knows that our Chinese food is delicious. People often say that the perfect life is to live in a British house, eat Chinese food, and marry a Japanese wife. Our Chinese food is available all over the world and very popular, Zhou Hao said. However, so far there is no powerful company like McDonald's or KFC that can make Chinese cuisine popular all over the world in a planned way. Chinese restaurants in various countries are too scattered, and most of them, they are all small businesses. Although they have made the reputation of Chinese cuisine, they have not become a climate in commercial operations. You mean to let Tongguang dilute the leader of Chinese cuisine? Su Lin smiled openly. Zhou Hao clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination and confidence. Although the road is far away, the goal is clearly visible. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing believe in Zhou Hao's great ambitions. They both firmly believe that Zhou Hao is a man who can do what he can say. Just like back then, who could believe that ATV could really rise and become the best wireless company in one fell swoop? As for the deadly threat, Zhou Hao did it. By the way, I heard that Tong Guang seems to be interested in getting involved in the supermarket. Su Lin asked. Yes, in the next 10 years, large supermarkets will be one of the most profitable industries. Zhou Hao smiled. We have sufficient funds and wide enough contacts to be a supermarket. Taking advantage of the current domestic market if there is room, we must hurry up, otherwise our Chinese market will be cleaned up by foreign businessmen. Listening to Zhou Hao's talk, Su Lin was only immersed in the confident man charm on his face, and his eyes were a little blurred. Sometimes she thinks about it and finds it weird. Most teenagers like Zhou Hao are still worrying about their studies in school, but Zhou Hao is already thinking about billions of dollars in business investment and even plotting the whole of China market. Moreover, no matter in college or after work, there is no lack of suitors themselves, and they are actually trapped in the love whirlpool of this little man, even ignoring that this is a man of his own good friend. Su Lin. Ah, what? Zhou Hao called her twice before Su Lin recovered. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I said you haven't been to Xiangqing for so long to see Sister Lan. Sister Lan thought I had arranged too much work for you, and you couldn't get out of it. Su Lin's face was suddenly embarrassed, and now the person she didn't want to face was Li Ruolin. Because Zhou Hao is Li Ruolin's man, Su Lin also reminded himself not to get too deep and pay attention to keeping a distance from Zhou Hao when he had a good impression of Zhou Hao. But Zhou Hao's damage to women was too great, so Su Lin couldn't help but follow him to Hong Kong. Later, by chance, she had the closest relationship with Zhou Hao, which made her a veritable woman. She didn't want to hurt Li Ruolin, a good friend, but it was impossible to give up Zhou Hao. Su Lin, who was tortured by this contradiction, could only avoid Li Ruolin. Even if Li Ruolin took the initiative to call her, Su Lin did not say just 2 sentences excuses that work was too busy and hung up, and afterwards she felt guilty for Li Ruolin. Now, when Zhou Hao smiled and raised this question to himself, Su Lin did not stop looking at him with a bitter eyes, thinking that it was not you, a bad guy that made me unable to face Ruolin. You knew I was Ruolin's good, but my friends still didn't constrain, making me sink deeper and deeper, until now the mud feet are deeply sinking and it is hard to extricate myself. Seeing Su Lin's flickering expression, Zhou Hao took her into his arms. You can go and see Sister Lan at ease. She doesn't know anything about us. It's because she didn't know that I even felt unable to face her. Su Lin leaned on Zhou Hao's chest and said quietly. Liang Xiaobing over there also said, That's right. I blame a Hao. You are a big carrot. Su Lin is so embarrassed. Oh, how can I be blamed? Zhou Hao cried out. I didn't know who took the aphrodisiac by mistake. Sheng Sheng gave me this little boy a gang rape. Now that I succeeded, I blamed me? You are the big bad guy who reverses right and wrong. Su Lin was so angry at Zhou Hao's distorted remarks. He repeatedly retaliated with powder fists, and Liang Xiaobing also rushed over, grinning to Zhou Hao to settle the account. This charity gala called Thousands of Stars Give Love, organized by TVB, was held in TVB's #1 video studio, which is a common venue for TVB to hold large-scale live broadcasts and can accommodate more than 700 people. Audience. As Zhou Hao and the others expected, the people who were invited to attend this time were all high-ranking officials and celebrities in Hong Kong. Almost all of Hong Kong's upper class was gathered here. It can also be seen that Run's appeal is really big enough. In addition to Su Lin, who is the CEO of ATV, Zhou Hao also deliberately brought in Liang Jiashu, who was once a wireless veteran, just to get angry at Run. Lao Liang, have you ever supervised such a large-scale live show when you were on wireless? Zhou Hao asked Liang Jiashu, who was in formal clothes, with a smile. Liang Jiashu also smiled and replied, I tried to produce the Taiwan anniversary in 1993, but like this kind of large-scale live show, 2 to 3 supervisors are usually responsible. After all, this kind of show is directly related to the image of the entire wireless. You can't go wrong with your reputation and reputation. Once there was a producer who dropped the wrong picture in a live show like this, and he was immediately fired by Run Run Shaw afterwards, and he couldn't gain a foothold in Hong Kong's television industry. Your sixth uncle is really ruthless. If you don't stop dismissing them, you will directly pinch their future. Liang Jiashu shrugged. If he is the kind of nostalgic person, he won't let me be excluded. Xiaohao, are you here too? 2 men and 2 women came to Zhou at this time, but it was Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei, both of whom were wearing very formal suits, and Zheng Yingquan also tied the dignified bow tie as always. Uncle Quan, Uncle Pei. Zhou greeted the two with a smile. Are you here on behalf of the government? Zheng Yingquan nodded. As for charity, our Hong Kong government is very supportive. Because Chief Executive Tung has business affairs to do and cannot come in person, so we sent our 2 brothers to represent the government. Zhang Yingpei looked at Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing next to Zhou Hao and smiled. For more than a year, you two have been eye-catching. One is the new queen of Hong Kong TV Festival who commanded ATV to catch wireless by surprise, and the other is popular. A big star in Asia. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing know the status of the Zheng family in Hong Kong, and the 2 brothers Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei treat them very well, so they often visit the Zheng family to close their relationship and connect Zhou to Hong Kong. The wives of the Zheng brothers, Zheng Bao Aijing and Zheng Mingjiang, came over to take Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing away and went over there to chat. Xiaohao, since ATV was acquired by you, I have been struggling with Sir Xiao's TVB. Zheng Yingquan said to Zhou Hao, Hong Kong's TV industry has indeed been monopolized by TVB for too long. ATV can rise. It is a good thing to contend with it. The so-called competition promotes development. However, I still hope that the competition between you can be as peaceful as possible and not engage in vicious competition. Moreover, Sir Xiao has deep roots in Hong Kong. Few people can match his status in society. People in politics and business respect him very much. If you push too hard, it is not a good thing after all. Zhou Hao understands that Zheng Ying is really concerned about him, but he also knows that the grievances between him and Run Run are already insoluble. What's more, even if he doesn't move, Run Run will never let his competitors go. The so-called shopping malls are like battlefields. This is especially fierce in Hong Kong's television industry. If you step back, your opponent will go further. There is no kindness at all. So Zhou Hao smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle Quan, for your concern, but Uncle Quan and Uncle Pei should also know what Shaw is like. Even if I give up, will he just stop there? And you should know Su Lin's personality since the management of ATV. The competition between ATV and wireless has always been fair, but on the other side of wireless, Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei smiled bitterly at each other. Zhou Hao was right. Run Run Shaw had never been merciful to his competitors. At the beginning, Jiahe and New Art City were like the ATV in the Lin Baixin era. The main ATV is certainly no exception, and they all know that the ATV managed by Su Lin is indeed upright and honest, and has a very good reputation in the industry. On the contrary, it is on the wireless side, which has continued to make small moves since the rise of ATV. Zheng Yingpei patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Anyway, it's good if you have a sense of measure. We don't mean to take care of you, but the power of the media should not be underestimated. If you push the wireless network in a hurry, it is impossible to guarantee that they will not jump over the wall in a hurry. As you know, Hong Kong has only been returned for a year, and the most important thing is stability. This is a major principle set by the central government, and no one can violate it. His other meaning was to tell Zhou how to focus on the overall situation. Knowing Uncle Pei, can you still trust Xiao Hao? Zhou Hao smiled. That's it. Although you are young, you are reliable in doing things. We 2 old guys don't say much. Zheng Yingpei smiled. Right. General Liu wanted to come over tonight, but I was afraid that it would cause unnecessary speculation by others, so I didn't come. Instead, he asked me to tell you. I would sit with him when he was free. He hasn't been drinking with you for a long time. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Definitely. I'm afraid that the old drunkard doesn't know how to advance and retreat. If I get drunk, I will lose my face. Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei laughed loudly, looked at Zhou Hao appreciatively, and walked away to socialize with other celebrities. As soon as they left here, Xiang Huaqiang, and I Yongxiao and Enlongji, the leaders of the three major Hong Kong societies, came over. They were all dressed in suits and shoes like Zhang Yingquan. They did not look like gang bosses at all, especially MIT graduates. Enlongji, wearing a pair of gold glasses, is a highly educated talent. It is difficult for people who don't know the inside story to imagine that he is the leader of the 14K. For these Hong Kong underworld giants, Zhou Hao is not as particular as Zhang Yingquan and the others. He directly punched Ni Yongxiao on the shoulder and smiled. You big villains also come to do good deeds? Xiang Huaqiang smiled and said, what you said is wrong. If you do a lot of murder and arson, you have to do some good things to repair the bridge and repair the road. That is, our club also has a special charity fund. Enlongji smiled. But we don't dare to compare with you in terms of generosity. It is not easy for us to make money. We earn hard-earned money. How can we compare with you? Changing hands is the tension of hundreds of millions and billions, and we all envy us. The Galaxy Investment Company under Zhou Hao now not only serves him personally, but also provides investment services to those acquaintances with Zhou Hao, such as the Zhao family, Lu Zhenwu, Zhang Yingquan, Zhang Yingpei, and now Ni Yongxiao, Xiang Huaqiang, and Longyi them. Because Galaxy Investment Company's investments are all legal, investing in Lu Zhenwu and the Zhang family can help them make money, but no one can say anything. And Ni Yong School is now a patriotic underworld that has been recruited by the central government. Ni Yong School personally has a close relationship with Zhou Hao. However, the money they invested in Xinghe is all legal funds transferred from formal companies. Hao wouldn't be so stupid that he would hit him in the foot. Putting money in Xinghe to invest, the risk is smaller than other investment consulting companies, and the return is higher than them. Therefore, Xiang Huaqiang and Enlongji admire Zhou Hao, and because of their cooperation with Xinghe, everyone knows that Xinghe's ability to make money is incredible. Zhou Hao talked and laughed happily with these three underworld leaders, but Liang Jiashu, standing behind him, was silent. Just now, seeing that the financial secretary and the deputy commissioner of police were so close to Zhou Hao, he was very shocked. And Xiang Huaqiang's three leaders are even more shocking to people in the entertainment industry. Liang Jiashu is even more surprised, especially when he discovers that Xiang Huaqiang and Enlongji's attitude towards Zhou Hao, besides being affectionate, also contains a respect. Standing behind silently, Liang Jiashu didn't dare to speak out, guessing in his heart, who is our boss? It's just black and white. By the way, do you know how the old man Shaw did this charity party suddenly? Zhou Hao asked Xiang Huaqiang. That guy has never been aimlessly, and this party has almost all of Hong Kong. The celebrities are here. He should have some purpose, right? Of course. And I Yongxiao said on behalf of Xiang Huaqiang. I heard that the old guy has been running to the chief executive's house during this period, and he has frequently shown good wishes to the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office. I am afraid that he wants to make some big moves. Now the ATV fights him so hard. You have to be careful that he targets you. Zhou Hao just smiled at this. It would be okay if Shaw had a clear fight with him in the television industry, and if he wanted to deal with himself politically, he would definitely have miscalculated. In terms of political power, Zhou Hao is not afraid of Shaw at all. Xiang Huaqiang said, I have heard a little bit of news. Run seems to want to set up some kind of fund to reward those who have made major contributions to science, just like the Nobel Prize, and the prize money is no less than the Nobel Prize. He is so enthusiastic about running a relationship with the chief executive in Hong Kong and Macau. It should be for this matter, hoping to get the support of the SAR government and even the central government. Zhou Hao touched his chin, and his heart flashed, thinking of the famous Shaw Prize in his previous life. However, in Zhou Hao's previous life, the run did not officially appear until around 2003, and run is starting to do it now. Although it is not ruled out that the run award from the previous life may also start very early. Start to prepare, but it is more likely that the rapid rise of ATV under Zhou Hao's intervention has brought a huge threat to wireless, so the Shaw Prize appeared in advance. Because after the appearance of the Shaw Prize in the previous life, Shaw has won praise and word of mouth for Shaw Personal and Wireless, so that its international image and status have risen rapidly, and the Shaw Prize has been praised as the Nobel Prize in the East. When Zhou Hao heard that Run 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 Shaw might want to make the Run 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 Prize come out in advance, he immediately thought that Run Run Shaw's move was directed at ATV and himself. Because in the past year, ATV has made 2 salary increases to its employees, both of which have increased by more than 10%. When its artists receive outside commercial jobs, ATV's commission will not exceed 50%. It is much better than the TVB side. Moreover, when filming TV series, ATV will not rush to work day and night, and go the route of slow work and meticulous work. Therefore, the actors will not have to work and not sleep like wireless artists for days and nights, but they are slowing down the progress of the filming. At the same time, the number of self-portrait TV series produced by ATV this year is no less than that of wireless. Under the circumstances, a large number of TV production talents and actors have switched jobs from the wireless side to ATV, digging into the wireless corner. On the other hand, ATV released 2, I Have a Date with a Zombie this year, and later Across the World, both of which have achieved very good results. The ratings have risen from the original not exceeding 10 points to 20. With the above points, wireless began to face the threat of ATV and took out several major dramas to fight ATV. However, ATV, which had little chance of winning in the past, fought a tough battle with the wireless face-to-face this time, and finally broke through the 40-point ratings mark through the Hanju Go broadcast as a special gift during the Spring Festival. Wireless was defeated in the war. The Meteor Garden, which is still on the air, has also set off a F4 citywide craze in Hong Kong. F4 is full of thousands of people everywhere. It also makes youth idol dramas officially become the mainstream of TV dramas, successfully opening up the youth community market. At the same time, ATV's 20-episode TV series The Condition of the Witch, which is about the relationship between teachers and students, is not as good as Meteor Garden, but it has aroused great topics in Hong Kong and the South China Pearl River Delta region and attracted the audience's attention. Teachers and students love this topic, regardless of whether the society praises or derogates the witch's condition. It has also earned ATV the limelight. In other programs, Millionaire, which caused wireless scorching at the beginning, has now rushed out of Asia. Countries have bought copyrights from ATV and produced different versions of Millionaire, which also made ATV's name popular all over the world. Later, Looking for Stories from Afar made ATV reach the pinnacle in the field of humanistic recording programs, and it has been widely praised by the cultural circles. Faced with the big moves of ATV, Wireless has made adjustments to the program several times to counter ATV's steadily pressing, but it has repeatedly ended in failure. Its old-fashioned plot, lack of access to actors, and vulgar variety shows are deeply impeached by the audience. In the past, ATV occasionally produced a good work that caused a certain threat to Wireless, but Wireless was able to resolve this threat with a wave of hands every time. But now such a long-term downwind and pressure by ATV has never happened. Wireless was finally panicked. Manhwa even refrigerated 2 TV producers who had lost to ATV in the ratings war. At this time, Run Run Shaw held the thousands of stars show love in a high-profile manner, inviting most of Hong Kong's celebrity and wealthy businessmen to plan for the establishment of the Shaw Prize. The intention was obviously to target the unstoppable rise of ATV. Zhou Hao frowned deeply. In his previous life, the Run 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 Shaw Prize was a very influential international natural science award. Although the interview time is short, it can quickly be known to the whole world. The scientific community of all countries unanimously praised it. If long-term development continues, Run 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 can become a figure like Nobel who goes down in history, which also greatly satisfied Run Run Run, who is keen on fame. In his previous life, Zhou Hao also agreed with Shaw's good deeds, but now, because he knows the influence of the Shaw Prize, Zhou Hao knows more about the impact it can bring to himself. Once the Run 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 Shaw Prize is successfully published, the Wireless, which has been in a disadvantaged position for the past year, will immediately return to the top of the topic, and Run 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 will be valued by the government for this reason. Even if his power in politics is not as powerful as Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao will be more difficult to deal with him. This old fox. Thinking of the joints, Zhou Hao couldn't help but curse Shaw in a low voice. No wonder he invited us to come. This old guy is clearly demonstrating. I don't think he is so old, and Do Xin is still like this. Strong. At that time, Zhou Hao saw Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing over there chatting with two graceful middle-aged women. Seeing the faces of those two women, they were Fang Yihua and Wang Mingquan, one of the three treasures of wireless. Hee, the wireless bosses are all out, Mr. Liang. Let's go over and say hello to her. Zhou Hao smiled and walked over. Although Liang Jiashu is one of the veterans of wireless, he used to be very jealous of Yihua's wrists when he was infinite. But now that he has broken away from wireless, he has Zhou Hao's ability to kill in both black and white. Taking shelter, Liang Jiashu was no longer afraid and quickly followed Zhou Hao. Mrs. Xiao, it's been a long time since I saw it. It's been a year unknowingly. When he came to Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, Zhou Hao showed a friendly smile to Yihua. Seeing Zhou Hao again, Fang Yihua was taken aback, feeling that Zhou Hao was more mature and introverted than when he broke into the Xiao family's anger for Liang Xiaobing last time. Fang Yihua looked at Zhou Hao deeply, only to feel that his decent black suit set him off against the wind, and thought, no wonder Liang Xiaobing would be so desperate for him. Depending on the situation, even this young but brilliant Su Lin would follow his relationship is not simple. Hee, I haven't seen you in a year. Mr. Zhou has become a lot more mature and handsome. No wonder Xiaobing left us for you. Fang Yihua smiled gracefully, but the words were sharp, insinuating Liang Xiaobing's ungrateful abandonment of the Lord and defected. Liang Xiaobing immediately heard the meaning of Fang Yihua's words. She was relatively straightforward and was about to refute her right now, but Su Lin by her side quietly pushed her hand, suggesting that she should not be impulsive. Sure enough, Zhou Hao smiled and said, Mrs. Xiao, you passed the award. I have to thank you and Sir Xiao for speaking of it. Without the accomplishment of your two elders, I have no chance to meet Xiaobing. Also, you have taken care of Xiaobing. For so many years, Xiaobing and I have always thought about how to repay you. Hearing Zhou Hao's uncompromising words, Fang Yihua narrowed his eyes. His expression turned gloomy for a moment, and he quickly calmed down. Under this large crowd, there is another charity party held indefinitely. Of course, Fang Yihua and Zhou Hao will not pinch each other openly and can only use this kind of verbal confrontation. Although Zhou Hao has not seen each other since the last time Zhou Hao made the Xiao's house, both Xia and Fang Yihua knew that Zhou Hao was the one who acquired and reorganized ATV. Run Xia came back to his senses at that time. It turned out that Zhou Hao said that he wanted to sink the wireless aircraft carrier, not just ranting, but really putting it into action, and he really defeated the wireless aircraft steadily. Fang Yihua looked at Liang Jiashu, who was standing behind Zhou Hao like an entourage, and squinted and sneered. Oh, Brother Liang, aren't you the most experienced TV producer in Hong Kong? I and Lu Shu thought you were leaving us. Wireless has got better development. Now how come you become someone else's follower? She hated Liang Jiashu for collaborating with the enemy and betraying the Lord. She also took away a large number of talents from the front and back of the stage from wireless, including Mai Chiu, the pillar of the artist training class. She almost made Run Xia a heart attack, so she now has no affection for Liang Jiashu. Liang Jiashu is also an old fried dough stick. Facing Fang Yihua's tit-for-tat confrontation, he didn't get annoyed. Instead, he smiled and said, after leaving wireless, I did get better development. The platform that my boss and Miss Su gave me is much broader than before. That's a lot. I just know now that I used to sit on the well and watch the sky, and the sky outside is higher and farther. Besides, I am willing to be the follower of the boss. After all, I am a follower, and I am always better than others. My dog is much better, and I have to worry about the end of the rabbit's exhaustion. Compared to Fang Yihua, Liang Jiashu's words were much more sinister and sinister. Even Zhou Hao on the side secretly sighed that perhaps Liang Jiashu was really too angry in the wireless, and now he will see the gods as soon as he bursts out. Fang Yihua was also agitated by Liang Jiashu, and her confidant, Wang Mingquan, immediately became her master and said coldly to Liang Jiashu, Mr. Liang, we all respected you very much before, but never thought you would be so ruthless. Righteous people, we really misunderstood you. You have to know a word. People are doing it. The sky is watching. It's a saying that people are watching the sky. Liang Jiashu still smiled. I think the three treasures of wireless town in Taiwan were so beautiful in the past, but unfortunately, it is difficult to reproduce such glories now. Sister, watch it in a scene. My friend, Mr. Liang sincerely reminds you that you should learn from Dudut. Wang Mingchuan's face changed slightly when he heard this. The Dutut in Liang Jiashu's mouth was Zheng Yuling, who was once one of the three treasures of wireless town in Taiwan. Before the wireless theft of ATV's millionaire was not successful, and it made herself fishy, and finally brought all the fire to Zheng Yuling and made her a scapegoat. Eventually, Zheng Yuling and another group of talents left wireless and switched to ATV. Having been a competitor and confidant with Zheng Yuling for many years, Wang Mingquan is also very dissatisfied with the wireless approach. However, after Zheng Yuling's incident, wireless immediately appeased Wang Mingquan and Shun Dianxia, the only remaining two treasures, and made Wang Mingquan choose to stay. Now Liang Jiashu mentions this matter again, which makes Wang Mingquan worry about his future destiny again. Wireless has never been merciful to people who are worthless. She knows this very well. The look on Wang Mingchuan's face is a bit complicated. Before that, Wang Mingquan had never wanted to leave wireless, because in her opinion, wireless is the Shaolin Temple in Hong Kong's television industry, and its status is unshakable, while ATV, the Wudong, is nothing but a mere appearance. In the past, ATV, before Zhou Hao took over, was not a wireless opponent. In fact, ATV's predecessor, Lai, was Hong Kong's first television station, but at that time, Hong Kong was still dominated by pay TV. When the government launched free TV, wireless took the opportunity to rise, and within 1 month of relaying wireless receiving equipment, Lee's and wireless receivers were all in their pockets. Since then, the status of Lee's and wireless has completely reversed, and Lee's has never turned defeat into victory. After that, Lee, who was renamed ATV, changed hands several times, and when Lin Baixin became the master and received strong financial support, she still struggled in the shadow of wireless. At that time, in order to defeat the TVB, ATV had poached from the TVB side again and hired a large number of supervisors, directors and actors with high-level salaries. But after all, it did not achieve the expected goal. Those who switched to ATV finally, also due to limited development, they returned to wireless, and even the original people of ATV switched to wireless. So in recent years, if it were not for the real difficulties in life, wireless people would never go to ATV to make a living. Even if they decided to leave wireless, they would not consider ATV as their own way out. In the eyes of Wang Mingquan and Zheng Yuling seniors, ATV is a crow's nest. As a phoenix, how can one sit in the crow's nest? This situation was completely reversed after Zhou Hao became the master of ATV. Wireless employees who had despised ATV in the past are now rushing to the ATV side, and they are getting mixed up. For example, Liang Jiashu in front of me. As one of the three treasures of the wireless network, Wang Mingquan knows many inside stories. She is very clear about Liang Jiashu's previous situation in the wireless network. After Fang Yihua came to power, Liang Jiashu, one of the elders, was widely squeezed out. Zheng Lizhen, who quickly came to power with Fang Yihua's support, confronted him tit for tat, pushing him to the edge of the cliff many times, but Xia did not notice his situation. Regardless, Liang Jiashu finally left ATV with many talents. In Wang Mingchuan's view, Liang Jiashu is already declining. She is more optimistic about the young and strong Zheng Lizhen, who believes that Zheng Lizhen can bring new vitality and competitiveness to wireless. However, the previous ATV broadcast of Across the World was very popular in Hong Kong. Tao Diyu and Tan Yaowen, who were marginalized by wireless and left their contract early, also staged a salted fish turnaround with this drama. Tao Diyu became even more popular. The teacher killer that married women like crazy. Liang Jiashu and Li Zhaoxi, who were responsible for the production of Across the World, have become the hottest producers in Hong Kong, especially Liang Jiashu, who has completely restored his glorious demeanor back then, which is by no means comparable to when he was on wireless. Seeing Wang Mingchuan's constantly changing look, Liang Jiashu smiled faintly, full of masterful demeanor. Sister, I know what you are, and you still have the scene. Of course, everything is easy to say, But if one day you... Before Liang Jiashu finished speaking, Fang Yihua gritted his teeth and whispered to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, your people dig wireless employees in front of me. This is too unreasonable. Don't you just leave it alone? Zhou Hao smiled and did not speak. Su Lin said with a reserved smile, Mrs. Xiao's words are wrong. If Mrs. Liang and sister are talking about the interests of the design company, we naturally have to take care of it. But you have also seen that what Liang Lao and his sister said just now are clearly chats between friends. How can we interfere with their private lives? When Wang Mingquan heard the conversation between Fang Yihua and Su Lin, she immediately woke up. Even if she really has any thoughts, she must never show it to her boss. This will only make herself worse, so she hurriedly scolded Liang Jiashu. I am not willing to work with you like you, a low-quality person. I have stayed in wireless for decades, and I will retire here in the future. This is worthy of the appreciation of Uncle Six. Regardless of whether Wang Mingquan's remarks came from the sincerity, but at least he also expressed his attitude to Fang Yihua. So Fang Yihua's expression was softened. Liang Jiashu knew that his purpose had been achieved, and he did not get entangled. He wisely returned to Zhou Hao and was willing to act as a follower. His way of advance and retreat was well mastered. He was for the boss, and he was able to straighten himself as a subordinate in time. The position does not rob the boss of the limelight. Silently saw Liang Jiashu's old-fashioned advance and retreat in his eyes. Zhou Hao said in his heart, this Liang Jiashu is really a rare talent. If he can't hold him back, he will be a master of excellence. But if he is used well, he will definitely is a general talent. That old guy Shah really didn't know the goods, and such a handsome guy drove away. Fang Yihua naturally knows Liang Jiashu very well, because she is afraid that Liang Jiashu will be difficult to control and will one day threaten her power in wireless. She let her subordinate Zheng Lizhen wantonly crowd out Liang Jiashu and finally drive him out of wireless. But now she saw that Liang Jiashu was so respectful and obedient to the two young men, Zhou Hao and Su Lin, and did not treat the newcomers in the wireless way of relying on the old and selling the old, and it did not look like a fake. Dao was surprised and scared. Oh, actually speaking of Dudu, we are also very sad, Fang Yihua said with a whole emotion. At first, because of her misleading, we accidentally stole Millionaire and hurt our 2 TV stations. It shouldn't be nice to be kind. Fortunately, you can take her in. After all, you have been in love with her for many years. I am here to thank you for Uncle Six. When Zhou Hao heard Fang Yihua's words, they also had to admire the thick skin of this woman. At first, she and Shaw had deliberately obtained the copyright of Millionaire and fell into Zhou Hao's trap. Finally, Zheng Yuling was used as the role for the dead ghost. With just a few words like this, it seems that the matter is completely Zheng Yuling's fault and has nothing to do with their wireless. Zhou Hao thought to herself, if Zheng Yuling heard Fang Yihua's words, she might be strangled to death despite all the eyes. Then Fang Yihua asked with a smile, by the way, since Duda left us, apart from the initial guest appearances in your ATV's Millionaire, we haven't seen it again for more than a year. She showed up in front of the camera. Mr. Zhou, shouldn't you let her do behind-the-scenes chores because she used to be a member of our wireless side? It's not okay. You need to be tolerant when doing TV the amount of it, otherwise it won't be a big thing. Zhou Hao is really going to laugh this time, discriminating against the artists and employees transferred from other TV stations. This has always been the bad ethos on the wireless side. However, Fang Yihua has come to his head and played with the thick black technique. Zhou Hao didn't know whether to despise or admire this level. Huh? Mr. Zhou, you are still young. This kind of problem must not be taken lightly. You must know that this will affect the morale of the entire company's employees. Fang Yihua saw that Zhou Hao was just blindly small, then kindly reminded. In fact, on the wireless side, she warned the workers and craftsmen below that Zheng Yuling would not be reused by ATV on many occasions, and put an end to the idea of quitting. Su Lin answered Fang Yihua on behalf of Zhou Hao. In fact, Mrs. Xiao, you are right. We really transferred Sister Dudu away. At the end of last year, we sent her to the domestic Galaxy TV. Oh, Fang Yihua smiled sarcastically. It's hard to be Toot. She is not good at Mandarin, and it is difficult to make good use of it when you go to the mainland. Sister Duda doesn't actually need to deliberately learn Mandarin when she gets there. Even if she appears on the show, she can speak in Cantonese. Su Lin answered with a smile. Here, Iwa is really interested, and she has a vigilance in her heart, but smiles. Oh, it seems that Mr. Zhou, you are making a big move again? What show do you plan to make Duda's show? Su Lin did not directly answer her question, but instead asked, Your wireless Miss Hong Kong election this year has already been registered, right? Yes, the quota is already full. Fang Yihua smiled and said, I went to see it in person. This year's contestants are of very good quality, and their appearance and temperament are generally higher than those of the previous one. Oh yes, you guys. Doesn't ATV also have a Miss Asia election? Will it be held this year? If you need it, we can send some people to help you. After all, we have more experience in this area. Due to the previous weakness of ATV, the Miss Asia election is different from the wireless Miss Hong Kong election. It is not held every year, and its influence is far less than the Miss Hong Kong election. Aware of the ridicule in Fang Yihua's words, Su Lin was not angry, and said with a smile, This beauty pageant, we will still engage in this year, but it is not done by ourselves, nor is it only held in Hong Kong. Seeing the puzzled look of Fang Yihua and Wang Mingquan, Su Lin smiled faintly. This year, we ATV will cooperate with the domestic Galaxy Satellite TV to host the first excellent China beauty pageant. Registration is accepted across the country, as long as they have legal Chinese citizenship. All unmarried adult women under the age of 35 can participate. When Su Lin suddenly heard what Fang Yihua said, Fang Yihua couldn't help but change his face. Su Lin saw her reaction in his eyes, but said unmovedly, Originally, we wanted to re-host the Miss Asia election. But the scope of Hong Kong is too small after all, and Hong Kong has returned to the motherland, so we decided to co-host this large-scale national beauty pageant with Galaxy TV. Stunning China? After listening to Su Lin patiently explain to herself, Fang Yihua's heart was filled with haze. In Hong Kong, the most prestigious beauty contests are TVB's Miss Hong Kong election and ATV's Miss Asia election. Since ATV has always been unable to compete with wireless before, its Miss Asia is rare. Except for the successful running of the past few years, the rest cannot be compared with Miss Hong Kong. Therefore, ATV does not hold this Miss Asia election every year. It seems to be held only once when the interest comes. There is no stability at all. Therefore, the Miss Hong Kong election that is regularly held every year has thrived and become the most representative beauty pageant in Hong Kong. Each time it can arouse the whole city and attract a lot of attention. However, Fang Yihua himself also understands that although ATV's beauty pageant poses no threat to wireless, it has also made it lose the motivation for progress. As a result, the quality of the Miss Hong Kong election in recent years has gone from bad to worse, especially because of frequent black box operations and serious fraud in the competition. The champions selected in these past few years have been widely criticized. After the recent strong rise of ATV, Fang Yihua and other wireless executives are worried that ATV will reorganize the Miss Asia. With ATV's current strength, its Miss Asia may constitute a great deal of the Miss Hong Kong that continues to be sluggish. Threatened. In order to prevent Miss Hong Kong, a major wireless brand, from losing to ATV, Fang Yihua gritted his teeth and gave orders. This year's Miss Hong Kong election is based solely on the strength of the contestants to eliminate all black box operations. She also offended several sponsors who had the habit of preferring beauty. Moreover, Fang Yihua personally managed the election this time. From the primary to the re-election, he visited the site in person, strictly checked the applicants, and sifted through the candidates. Therefore, the candidates for this year's election, regardless of their appearance or cultural literacy, obviously a level higher than previous sessions. But just as Fang Yihua led a group of powerful soldiers and heroes of wireless waiting to face a tough battle with ATV, Su Lin now told her that ATV will cooperate with the domestic Galaxy Satellite TV to co-organize the Best China. This was indeed beyond Fang Yihua's expectations. At this moment, after learning about ATV's move, Fang Yihua couldn't help but worry, because she knew very well the situation that wireless will face. Yes, Hong Kong is a cosmopolitan city and a cultural meeting point between East and West. However, from a geographical and cultural perspective, Hong Kong is nothing but a small place. No matter how you choose, there are only 6 million people in Hong Kong, which is still not as large as the population of Guangzhou, and most of the residents of Hong Kong are people from southern Guangdong, and their female characteristics are also limited, and naturally they are not as different as that of other parts of the country. Featured beauties. Therefore, Miss Hong Kong is clear at a glance which is better than the beauties selected by Best China, who accepted national registration. Fang Yihua originally thought that ATV was fighting so fiercely with its own wireless, and he would definitely compete with wireless in the beauty contest. But she never thought that ATV did not limit the battlefield to Hong Kong at all this time, and their ambition was the whole of China. In the face of Su Lin, who was elegantly talking, and Zhou Hao, who was calm, Fang Yihua suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. The situation was too big and wide. In comparison, the Miss Hong Kong, who worked so hard and personally, was just like it's no wonder that Liang Jiashu just said that after leaving the wireless network, he knew that the sky outside was so high and far away. But Fang Yihua is not an ordinary person after all, and her determination is incomparable to ordinary people. She quickly settled her mind, reappearing the graceful smile on her face, and said to Su Lin, "Stunning China? Isn't it a beauty pageant like the beauty in Huaqing and Guangzhou? But as far as I know, such a beauty contest does not attract much attention in China. After all, the domestic atmosphere is much more conservative than ours in Hong Kong." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Mrs. Xiao, you are right. The beauty in Huaqing, in Guangzhou, has been in operation for several years, but it has never been able to cause a nationwide popularity. That's because they have developed from nothing, relying on themselves. Crossing the river by touching the stones, the development process is relatively difficult. However, I believe that domestic beauty pageants will attract more and more attention. As for Mrs. Xiao's conservative attitude, in fact, the domestic concepts are already much more enlightened. After all, China has been reforming and opening up for so many years. Not only the economy is developing, but also people's thinking." Su Lin also said, "Furthermore, our excellent China this time is not just for the beauty pageant. Our company has decided that the top 3 of excellent China can get the 3-year contract of Polaris Entertainment Media Group. Not only the top 3. As long as there are potential players during the competition, our company is happy to explore and cultivate them." Hearing this, Fang Yihua couldn't help but feel moved. In fact, Su Lin's approach is the same as that of wireless signing a contract to cultivate Miss Hong Kong and developing it into the head of wireless. However, the appeal of wireless to girls with star dreams cannot be compared with the Polaris. Although Polaris has been established for a short time, its rise in China is faster than that of Hong Kong. The 2 films previously launched by Polaris, Jing Ku Assassinating the King of Qin and Looking for a Gun, have achieved great success in China. Not only are they very successful at the box office, they are also popular in word of mouth. In particular, Jinka Assassinate King Qin is known as Chun Kaigis, another pinnacle after Farewell My Concubine. The Hong Kong branch of Polaris, Neptune Entertainment, which co-produced with Xiang Huaqiang's China Star Film Company, Dark War, won 6 awards at this year's Hong Kong Film Awards. Also Let the starring Andy Lau finally got his wish and won the title of actor. Based on this, the status of Polaris in the film industry has risen rapidly, and its limelight is no different. Moreover, the films produced by Polaris have brought many newcomers to the screen through The Old Man bringing newcomers. Therefore, many teenagers and girls with star dreams now dream of entering Polaris. The 3-year Polaris contract signed by Su Lin and the others is really too tempting for those people. Fang Yihua can now imagine what kind of hot scenes will be aroused across the country when Best China begins its publicity. Zhou Hao smiled at this moment. Sister Dudu has participated in the holding of the Miss Hong Kong election several times and has rich experience in this, so we sent her to China to assist in the preparation of the excellent China, and she will also be a member of the jury. Fang Yihua's mouth twitched, and he smiled strongly. For such a large-scale national beauty pageant, you must have invited many important figures in the circle to serve as judges. Everywhere, it's just those seniors who appreciate their faces. Zhou Hao smiled. Mr. Liao and Mr. Wang Zhan also agreed to serve as our judges. Hee, it's really amazing that you can invite Mr. Liao and Wang Zhan. Fang Yihua smiled, but her heart was very sad, because she had also invited Wang Zhan to serve as the judge of Miss Hong Kong, because Wang Zhan was from Hong Kong. It is rare to see a talented generation, and at the same time can reach that kind of, but not lewd, romantic, but not indecent person. But Fang Yihua has always been unable to convince him. Also, Liao, a genius who is well known in the Chinese world, and who has settled in Taiwan for a long time, was invited by Zhou Hao and others. He also heard Zhou Hao laughed and said, "In fact, our judges of excellent China cannot play a decisive role in the final result of the competition, because our company intends to cooperate with China Unicom to vote through SMS and let the national audience choose their favorite beauties. Therefore, the judges of the competition only play a role in commenting and guiding the competition, and the decision is still in the hands of the national audience. In this way, the selected beauties will be well-deserved." This plan was formulated by Zhou Hao by referring to the voting method of the Supergirl voice in the previous life, but now only China Unicom controls the telephone communication industry in China. China Unicom is also very interested in the cooperation proposed by Polaris. Coupled with the deep official background of Polaris, the cooperation between the two parties will be a matter of course. Fang Yihua was stunned by the information revealed in Zhou Hao's words. The result of the election through a referendum can indeed give the winning players the most persuasive power. The President of the United States is almost elected like this, not to mention it. A winner of a beauty contest? Even in Hong Kong, where the communications industry is developing rapidly, they have never tried this way to select Miss Hong Kong, because the preparations required are too much and too complicated, and it is difficult for wireless to handle it. On the other hand, the result of the competition, it's up to the audience to vote and decide. How can those sponsors cheat their favorite players? With this in mind, although Zhou Hao's splendid China and wireless Miss Hong Kong have not been held yet, Fang Yihua can already guess the final result. Regardless of the scale of the competition mode, the quality of the players, or the audience, Miss Hong Kong is far from being the opponent of Best China. In comparison, Miss Hong Kong seems to have chosen the most beautiful one from a small fishing village. The village girl came to compare with others, but it was a difference. It's not comparable. Fang Yihua sighed in his heart. We have to face not only an ATV, but also the terrible behemoth behind ATV. Fang Yihua was thinking about the information about the company behind ATV, and she knew something in her heart. In fact, since Lin Baixin sold all the shares of ATV he had in his hand, many people in Hong Kong have begun to pay attention to the organization or the person who eventually acquired ATV. What most people know is that the wholly owned acquisition of Asia Television is a newly established domestic media group called Polaris. As ATV's #1 competitor, wireless will pay close attention to every change of ownership by ATV, and this time is no exception, especially after ATV's reorganization has shown strong strength and immediately beat wireless to a beating Shaw and his wife. Pay more attention to the company called Polaris. Although Run Shaw began to focus on connecting his contacts in China before the return of Hong Kong, but up to now, he can only rely on the coverage of wireless TV in the Pearl River Delta region of China to establish initial friendship with people here. To the north, he was temporarily powerless. Through friends in China, Run Shaw learned that Polaris is a large-scale media group that covers all aspects of entertainment media, including TV, movies, records, magazines, newspapers, and even the newly emerging network. In addition to owning ATV there is also a large-scale satellite TV Galaxy TV and a 40% stake in Hongdian World Studios. It is the second largest shareholder of Hongdian World Studios after Hongdian Group. At first, Shaw and Fang Yihua suspected that the Polaris that appeared suddenly was a state-owned enterprise. Because the central government had very strict control over the media, there was no room for private TV stations. However, a British friend Run Shaw knew who had held a senior post in the Hong Kong government before the return told him that Polaris is a joint venture with shares held by 3 companies. The first company is China Great Wall Industry Corporation, accounting for 25%. The second is the U.S.-based Grecos Trading and Investment Corporation, accounting for 35%. And the third is a company called Xinhua Investment Companies, accounting for 40%. The British person is not very clear about the Grecos Trading and Investment Company and the Galaxy Investment Company, but the China Great Wall Industry Corporation is very familiar with it, because it is an extremely important Chinese military industry enterprise in aerospace and rockets. It also occupies a very important position in the trading market. In other words, although Polaris can be regarded as a private company, it also contains national elements and has an unusually deep official background. What about Zhou Hao? What role does he play in it? Is it someone from the central government or from those two private companies? Fang Yihua kept guessing when he looked at Zhou Hao, who was tall and handsome in front of him. She thinks that it is most likely that Zhou Hao is the son of a big figure in the central government, which is the so-called princeling. Thinking of Zhou Hao's possible identity, Fang Yihua's face gradually became gloomy, and he said, "We have clearly reached the central government to negotiate with those leaders before our return. We can continue to develop according to our own wishes after our return. The central government will not interfere too much. But now how can the central government control ATV to suppress us? Do they really want to completely control the speech in Hong Kong?" Fang Yihua's jumping thinking reminded her of far, far away, and Zhou Hao and Su Lin naturally didn't know about this. The share composition of Polaris is indeed divided into three parts, but the U.S. Grecos Trading and Investment Company is actually a puppet company registered in the United States by Zhou Hao using Xinhua, so Zhou Hao has Polaris in his hands. 70% equity. As for the 25% held by Great Wall Industrial Company, Zhou Hao took the initiative to let it out. Because it is difficult for private TV stations to develop according to domestic policies, Zhou Haotsai deliberately divided the shares into the country on Zhao Yuqin's suggestion. Great Wall Industry, local private enterprises, Galaxy Investment, and foreign investment, Jalicos, three components in order to obtain relatively preferential policies. Also let Galaxy Satellite TV finally get the domestic landing rights. Moreover, Great Wall Industrial Corporation, like Polygroup, is a military enterprise, and unlike Polygroup, Great Wall Industry Corporation has much stricter control over it. After all, what it produces is sensitive technology in aerospace. In the Great Wall Industry Corporation, the Zhao family faction is the largest dominant force, so the 25% of the shares of Polaris is no different from giving it to the Zhao family. No longer paying attention to Fang Yihua's cranky thoughts, Zhou Hao said sorry and walked away. It may be that he had just drunk some drinks, and he was a little anxious now. Naturally, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing would not go to the men's room with him, so they stayed here to socialize with celebrities from all walks of life. It may be that this kind of high society evening parties are often held. The toilets of the wireless video studio are very luxuriously decorated, which are comparable to those in five-star hotels. Zhou Hao walked into one of the grids to solve it. Just halfway through, he heard someone coming in outside. Hearing footsteps should be two people. These Chinese people are troublesome. We have always played improvisational songs. Now we are asked to come in the order of their lists. It's so boring. One of them yelled in English and also clipped. With a sound of running water, he was obviously urinating. Zhou Hao in the toilet felt that the sound was very familiar, and he remembered it for a while. It was the voice of Jonathan, the lead singer of the Philharmonic Orchestra he met on the plane, talking to himself in crappy Chinese. So Zhou Hao is a little unaccustomed to hearing him speak English now. Don't complain, just bear with me. This TV station paid a lot of money to invite us to perform. If you offend them, the company won't let us go. The other person spoke in English, but had a better voice. Jonathan was peaceful, and he could hear that he was a man who was good at controlling his emotions. Just listen to Jonathan said. "William, you are the drummer of our band. You should be the most passionate. Why don't you be a nerd? This is not in our rock style. I just got a female star. It seems to be called Flora. It is the actress of the TV station that invited us to perform. Although she is not very beautiful, she is better than coquettish. How about I let her give you Lele? Guaranteed to ignite your anger." After that, Jonathan laughed lewdly. The one named William said, "You just came to Hong Kong one day, so you will be soaked in someone else's house. You deserve to be the actress hunter of our band. But I appreciate your kindness, and I still like to do it myself. By the way, didn't you tell us that you like the female singer named Vivian? Why are you getting into someone else now? The flora I just used to quench my thirst. It is a disposable item, Jonathan said indifferently. Vivian is my ultimate goal. You saw her just now, right? TSK. It's Vivian. The real person is much more beautiful than the photogenic, especially the style. I can't stand it when I see it from a distance. I really don't dare to think about the ecstasy after putting her in bed. There seems to be a man next to her. Maybe it's her boyfriend, Jonathan said disdainfully. I think that's just an old man covered in copper. Even if it is Vivian's boyfriend, I don't believe that I can't take Vivian over with Jonathan's charm. After washing their hands, Jonathan and the William went out. Zhou Hao came out of the toilet at this time, with a wry smile on his face, saying that this Jonathan really didn't know how to advance or retreat. Back at the venue, the party has not officially started yet, and the celebrities and giants are still chatting in groups. Although many ladies and actresses came to this party, and they were all dressed up deliberately, they were not as good as Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing in terms of appearance and temperament. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's evening gowns are simple and elegant, perhaps inferior to others in terms of luxury, but they can show the most beautiful side when worn on them, making them the most eye-catching beauties in the audience. I talked to them before, but I also peeked frequently. When Zhou Hao came out, he happened to see two foreign men in front of Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. They were indeed Jonathan, and the other should be William, who was in the toilet before. There was a tall Chinese man standing beside Jonathan. Nationality woman. I really found Xiaobing. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled before walking straight over. Both Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's English level is very high. Even if Jonathan doesn't speak Chinese, there is no problem communicating. When Zhou Hao walked over, Jonathan was praising Liang Xiaobing for being beautiful. This guy has a long history of flowers and his mouth is very good. It is not an exaggeration to say that his mouth is slippery. The rhetoric comes with his mouth open, but Liang Xiaobing they were all just smiling politely, completely immune to Jonathan's tricks to deceive girls. That William looked about 30 years old. He was a bit taller than Jonathan. His facial features were not so delicate, a bit rough, and his blue pupils were very deep. He should be someone who has experienced a lot. He didn't talk like Jonathan's mouthful, but talked with Su Lin gracefully, just like a gentleman Bin. What are you talking about so happy? How are you back? Seeing Zhou Hao, the smile on Liang Xiaobing's face immediately became bright, completely different from the coping smile that had just faced Jonathan. Jonathan is the person who feels the changes in Liang Xiaobing's smile the most. When I first saw Liang Xiaobing's sincere smile, the feeling of spring breeze gave Jonathan the illusion of floating in the clouds. I thought that I had finally impressed the beautiful woman in front of me, but suddenly realized that what she had just called was not her name. After returning to his senses, Jonathan immediately realized that Liang Xiaobing's sincere smile was not facing him, and even the gaze was not on him. Uncontrollably, Jonathan followed Liang Xiaobing's gaze, and saw Zhou Hao who was smiling. He froze for a moment, then pointed at Zhou Hao with his mouth wide open. It's you? Why are you here? Mr. Jonathan, we met again. Zhou Hao behaved very politely, but Jonathan could detect the indifference towards himself in his bones, which was hidden behind a smile, thousands of miles away. When they greeted each other, Liang Xiaobing ignored Jonathan again, and went back to Zhou Hao without hesitation and took his arm. Su Lin also took the initiative to stand next to Zhou Hao, with Zhou Hao as the head. Gesture. Seeing the situation in front of him, Jonathan was really surprised. He suddenly remembered that the woman who saw Zhou Hao at the airport that day looked like Liang Xiaobing. He didn't care much at the time. Now it seems that the woman is clearly Liang Xiaobing. His eyes turned around, hovering between Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing. Liang Xiaobing tonight is very beautiful. A light green long evening dress set her off like a blue fairy. Compared with the pure and lively image on TV or in advertisements, she now shows another amorous feelings. A charming amorous feelings that only mature women who are nourished by love make her look even more charming. Facing Liang Xiaobing at close range, Jonathan actually felt like a first love heartbeat speeding up. And today's Zhou Hao is also very different from the image on the plane that day. A simple and fitted suit makes him more upright and handsome, not at all inconsistent with this high-end party. Jonathan couldn't keep up with his thinking. Looking at the closeness between Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao, the two obviously will not be as simple as ordinary friends. But on the plane that day, although Jonathan guessed that Zhou Hao was not an ordinary person and jokingly said that he would introduce Liang Xiaobing to him, he did not expect that his relationship with Liang Xiaobing was much closer than himself. At this moment, Jonathan felt that his face was red and hot, but it was more of annoyance and jealousy towards Zhou Hao. He hated him for not telling himself about his relationship with Liang Xiaobing early in the morning, deliberately embarrassing himself and jealous of him. Can get the favor of the best woman like Liang Xiaobing. This gentleman, it's nice to meet you. My name is William. You are Miss Su and Miss Liang's friend. On the other side, William was far more calm than Jonathan and extended his right hand to Zhou Hao with great grace. In fact, from just now, Zhou Hao didn't pay much attention to Jonathan. In Zhou Hao's eyes, it was just a momentary ambition, a self-righteous little person who could not become a climate. On the contrary, the very low-key, unobtrusive William around Jonathan can attract Zhou Hao's attention. He held William's hand and smiled. Hello, Mr. William. My name is Zhou Hao. It's nice to meet you. William did not act like a member of a rock band. Zhou Hao felt that he was more like a celebrity at the party than others, and he had the temperament of an ancient European aristocracy. In fact, through conversations, Zhou Hao also found that William was very knowledgeable and had a deep understanding of many fields, and once he talked about what Zhou Hao was good at, he would immediately converge and leave the opportunity to play to Zhou Hao. It makes people feel very comfortable to chat with him, and it is easy to feel intimacy with him. No wonder he was able to chat with Su Lin just now. At the same time, Zhou Hao intuitively felt that William was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, and even he felt like a hidden bomb for Zhou Hao, not knowing when it would explode. Zhou Hao never ignores his instincts, so on the one hand, he chatted with William very warmly and friendly. On the other hand, he became curious about him. He secretly decided to let people touch this Philharmonic orchestra after going back. The bottom. William and Zhou Hao and Su Lin had a very happy chat, but Jonathan couldn't talk about the literature, economics, or something they were talking about. He could only occasionally strike up a conversation without pretending to understand, but his heart was depressed. Vivian, your necklace is very beautiful. It must have been given to you by Mr. Zhou. But this sapphire doesn't match you very much. It seems it's a little too small, and some are not atmospheric enough. The woman smiled at Liang Xiaobing. This woman should be the Flora Jonathan mentioned to William before. Zhou Hao glanced at this tall woman and saw that she touched the diamond necklace on her neck intentionally or unconsciously when she was talking to Liang Xiaobing. The diamond that went up was bigger than the sapphire on Liang Xiaobing's neck, and it reflected dazzling brilliance under the light. Zhou Hao vaguely recognized this woman, and she was one of wireless's leading figures in recent years. However, the appearance of Flora's theory is far inferior to the previous Liang Xiaobing, and the acting is no better than Liang Xiaobing, but it can suppress Liang Xiaobing's popularity by wireless, so Zhou Hao can't help but guess whether there is something in it. Insider. Looking at this Flora, she looks absolutely not beautiful, and can be described as not ugly at best. There is nothing commendable except for her tall figure. At this time, her face is even more hypocritical. The smile was clearly mocking Liang Xiaobing's sapphire necklace as not as dazzling as her diamond necklace. She just listened to her with a smile and said, "This diamond necklace was matched to me by the company. It is the latest style of Luck Fook jewelry this year, and it is worth more than 2 million. The harmonious and friendly atmosphere of Zhou Hao and the others was immediately destroyed by this Flora. Zhou Hao and Su Lin did not bother with their general knowledge at all, and Liang Xiaobing did not entangle her much, just followed her words and said, "Yes. Your diamond necklace is really beautiful, which proves that wireless attaches great importance to you. Of course, my schedules for this year and next year are densely photographed. I am afraid I don't even have much time to sleep." Flora smiled. Seeing her desperate look, Zhou Hao shook his head in his heart. He could see that this Flora was actually very jealous of Liang Xiaobing, because now Liang Xiaobing has long since got rid of the shackles of TV and has become a hot singer in all of Asia. Its popularity is not inferior to that of F4, which is now popular in the country. This little Huadan can be compared, so she is jealous, especially when Liang Xiaobing is still wireless. She is already the head of wireless. She used to look down on Liang Xiaobing. How can she tolerate Liang Xiaobing, who once succumbed to her, achieve this kind of achievement? The reason why she has spared no effort to brag about herself is just to prove that she is not worse than Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao and the others don't have the same knowledge of flora, but William couldn't help but speak. He said faintly, "The sapphire in Vivian's necklace is an extremely precious natural cornflower blue sapphire. This sapphire is already valuable. And this necklace is the careful work of Paloma Picasso, the chief designer of Tiffany." Paloma Picasso is the successor of Tiffany Sloan Berger after that, the most outstanding jewelry designer. How many European aristocrats and Hollywood superstars all wanted her jewelry. He looked deeply at the unassuming but clear and deep sapphire on Liang Xiaobing's neck and slowly said, "I estimate that Vivian's sapphire necklace has a minimum value of 25 to 30 million US dollars. Both Flora and Jonathan took a deep breath. As an American, Jonathan knows what $30 million means. Almost all the money he has earned since the popularity of the Philharmonic Orchestra. The pre-tax income that was not commissioned by the brokerage company was actually worn by Liang Xiaobing on his neck. Flora was even more surprised. The diamond necklace she is wearing now is not comparable to the sapphire necklace she is wearing. And this diamond necklace is not hers. It's just that the wireless lent them to wear it to support the scene, and they have to return it to the wireless after the party. At this moment, Flora's heart became even more jealous, especially when she saw the indifferent look on Liang Xiaobing's face. She became accustomed to those luxury jewelry that cost tens of millions of dollars. Also, the sapphire necklace on Liang Xiaobing's neck has such a big background, and the teardrop-shaped ruby necklace on Su Lin's neck is definitely worthless. But Flora dare not ask again, lest it happen again. Insult yourself. Unexpectedly, William, you are also an expert in jewelry. Zhou Hao smiled at William. In fact, the jewelry worn by Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing today was bought from Tiffany with the help of Wang Zhonglei, brother Wang Zhonglei. As for Paloma Picasso, Zhou Hao never knew. William smiled. It's not me who is expert, but the necklace worn by the two ladies is too famous. Zhou Hao, why are you here? Several people were chatting, and suddenly they heard an old voice coming from the side. Zhou Hao frowned before he saw the voice, and then turned around and smiled at the speaker. Uncle, have you also been invited to this charity party? Zhou Qiao is also a well-known rich man in Hong Kong. Of course, he cannot be compared with real giants such as He Hongsun and Lin Baixin, but he is more than enough, and he was invited by Run Sha. Originally, because of Zhou Zi's affairs, Zhou Qiao was not in the mood to participate in this charity gala, but he also thought that the people attending the gala were not rich but noble. If he wanted to get Zhou Zi out of prison through the SAR government, it would be indispensable. With the help of these high-ranking officials and giants, they came here happily and brought their son Zhou Lipo and daughter-in-law Lu Shui. Daddy, Sir Xiao's face is really great. You see, many rich people in Hong Kong have come, and even the two brothers of Director Zhang have participated on behalf of the government. Zhou Lipo, who is more than 40 years old, looks around. At the venue, I saw the big figures who are in business and political power. Lu Shui, who is over 40 years old but still charming, also said, Daddy, if we can ask Sir Xiao for help, the SAR government should agree to let the mainland release Zi. She is Zhou Zi's mother. She has been obedient to Zhou Zi since she was a child and feels most distressed for her son. When Zhou Qiao returned to Hong Kong and told her that Zhou Zi had been sentenced in Xiangqing, she fainted on the spot. Zhou Qiao was surrounded by several wireless masters in the distance and supported Sha, frowning, and said, The old ghost Sha has always been unprofitable and early and will never help us for no reason. Not to mention us. It's a toy, and he doesn't have any cooperation projects with us. It's unlikely that he promised. What about Director Zhang? Lu Shui did not stop. Director Zhang is the most popular candidate for the first brother in the police circle, and he is also a member of the police circle. He should be able to say a few words to the police in the country. How about his help? Just say that our Jia Zi is a Hong Kong resident and should be transferred back to Hong Kong. Zhou Lipo shook his head and sighed. This is even more impossible. We have no friendship with the Zheng family, and Zi's affairs have become a big deal. Even the central government has asked local governments to re-examine their attitude towards foreign businessmen. Z is also doing it right. On the cusp of this storm, you also said that Director Zheng wants to compete for the position of director. How could he get himself angry at this critical moment? Then what to do? Is it just doing nothing so that we Z stay in prison in mainland China and suffer? The prisons in mainland China are much darker than ours here in Hong Kong. I heard that the prisoners inside are often accused of the prison guards tortured to death. How can we Z endure such suffering? Lu Shi said anxiously, weeping. Zhou Lipo glared at her. There are so many people here. Don't cry out and embarrass our family. Zhou Zi was his son, so he didn't care, but according to Zhou Qiao, Zhou Zi was too unlucky this time. A small traffic accident caused a nationwide turmoil, and no one dared to speak out for it. Just now, he and Zhou Qiao went to find the rich and senior officials who are usually close to each other. He wanted them to help, but because of the domestic turmoil, the attitudes of local governments towards Hong Kong businessmen have quietly changed. Hong Kong is a lot in China. The wealthy businessmen who invested have suffered a lot, so they hated Qiao last week and even the entire Zhou family, letting their father and son taste the warmth of their love. Zhou Qiao took a long sigh and said lonely, the worst plan is to wait a year or two. After the storm has subsided, we can find a way to get Ziyi out. Yes, but in jail, I felt sad all day, let alone 1 or 2 years. Lu Shi said, Z is a cold foundation. How can he withstand the food in the jail? Enough. Zhou Lipo reprimanded his wife in a low voice. Does it work for you to cry and cry here? If that happens, you will get me home. Don't be embarrassing to our Zhou family here. Isn't our home annoying enough? Hearing Zhou Lipo's accusation, Lu Shi quickly held back her tears and lowered her head to make no noise. At this time, Zhou Qiao accidentally saw Zhou Hao, who was with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing in the distance. It was not the same as when he was in Xiangqing. Today, Zhou Hao's suit and leather shoes are handsome, and he doesn't look like a middle school student. Those elder brothers were more decent and more expensive. At the beginning, Zhou Qiao thought he had made a mistake, so he rubbed his eyes and looked carefully before he was sure that it was Zhou Hao. Daddy, what's the matter? Zhou Lipo asked when Zhou Qiao was strange. The person over there seems to be Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao? Oh, that's Zhou Liren's son? Zhou Lipo smiled. It seems to be my cousin. Huh. Wait, why is Zhou Hao here? Daddy, you are right. Zhou Lipo has never met Zhou Hao. He has never looked into those relatives who have no contact with him in China. His superiority makes him feel that he is a person in 2 worlds completely different from those so-called relatives. But for today's charity party, the invited guests are not rich or expensive. Zhou Hao is just an ordinary family in China. How could it appear? Zhou Qiao glanced at his son. Although I am older, I still have no symptoms of dementia. His gaze returned to Zhou Hao, and he said to himself, but the 2 women next to him, among them one seems to be a very famous singer recently, and the other one is very familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. At this time, Lu Shi said, I recognize her. She is Su Lin. She seems to be from Hangzhou. She is the current chief executive of ATV. She brought ATV and beat the TV station to nothing. Those magazines said it is the new generation of Hong Kong television queens after the 6th Aunt Fanghua. The chief executive officer of ATV, Zhou Qiao and Zhou Lipo both showed doubts. When Asia Television was acquired, there was a lot of trouble in Hong Kong. Zhou Qiao and Zhou Lipo were not the kind of honest men, and naturally they were not immune from the common problem of the rich lust. They have also raised some female celebrities and have some understanding of the entertainment industry in Hong Kong. So although they have no business in the media industry, they have also paid attention to some news. The wireless female artist Zhou Lipo is currently has told him more than once that she wants to switch to ATV. She has also consulted someone from ATV in private, but people know that she has a bad reputation, so she didn't agree to switch to ATV. She also asked Zhou Lipo to help herself walk through the back door and let her enter ATV. Later, Zhou Lipo did find one of ATV's top executives, but what he didn't expect was that the ATV staff, who used to respect them and the rich and responsive to their requests, have now become hard-hearted. We have talked about the system and the rules, and we can't do things like the back door of the trust relationship. Zhou Lipo originally thought that the person was deliberately perfunctory, but shortly after, ATV took several management personnel suspected of betraying the company's interests to court and sent to prison, including that person. Only then did Zhou Lipo realize that the boss of ATV is completely different from Lin Baixin before, and his risks are so fierce that he treats the employees below to be subdued. Why did the chief executive officer of ATV and Zhou Liren's son go together? Did they know each other before? Zhou Lipo asked in confusion. He didn't know Zhou Hao at all. The only knowledge that Zhou Qiao said was Zhou Hao, Zhou Liren's son. It's useless to guess here. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Qiao narrowed his eyes and walked over first. When they approached Zhou Hao, Zhou Qiao and the three people happened to hear William say that Liang Xiaobing's necklace was worth 20 to 30 million US dollars, and it seemed that it was given by Zhou Hao. Although Zhou Qiao is a wealthy man with a net worth of 2 billion, tens of millions of dollars worth of jewelry can't be sold. What's more, it is Zhou Hao, who has never been in the eye. When Lu Shuyi heard William's words, she also subconsciously reached out to cover the pearl necklace on her neck. Her pearl necklace is a jewelry produced by Cartier, worth $3 million, but it is already the best jewelry she has, and it was specially worn today because of attending this celebrity charity gala. Uncle, have you also been invited to attend this charity party? Zhou Hao's words brought back the three of Zhou Qiao who were in deep thought and saw Su Lin, Liang Xiaobing, Jonathan William, and others looking at him. Zhou Qiao raised his head slightly and said in an elder's tone, "Yes, such a charity party has to be attended 2 or 3 times a month. I didn't want to come in person, but Sir Xiao called me personally, so I got a reward. Noodles, what about you? When did you come to Hong Kong? Why don't you visit us?" In fact, Run Sha did not personally call him at all. For a wealthy businessman like Zhou Qiao, Run just sent invitations. Zhou Qiao expected that Zhou Hao would not really be able to talk to a rich man like Run, so he deliberately exaggerated his status in Run's eyes. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I also came the day before yesterday, and I am planning to visit your uncle these 2 days. These two must be cousins and aunts. Hello." Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing next to them saw that these three were Zhou Hao's elders, so they greeted them quickly, acting like a junior. As a member of Hong Kong's celebrity circle, Lu Shuyi knows the status of Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Su Lin, the new generation of TV queens, will not talk about it. Liang Xiaobing also has a high status in the eyes of those ladies and ladies who consider themselves very high. The other actresses are completely different. Just when Zhou Qiao wanted to say something to Zhou Hao, someone over there was calling Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, the party is about to begin. Everyone is here. Come here." Zhou Qiao followed his reputation and saw that the person calling Zhou Hao was actually Zheng Yingquan, who he had not dared to talk to before. "Mr. Zhou, since the party is about to begin, then we will go backstage to prepare for the performance." William shook hands with Zhou Hao again. "If there is a chance, shall we make an appointment for a drink?" Zhou Hao smiled. "Okay, there must be a chance." When Zhou Qiao and Zhou Lipo saw that Zheng Yingquan had taken the initiative to greet Zhou Hao to take the seat, Zhou Qiao couldn't help asking Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, do you know Director Zheng?" "Yes, Uncle Quan and Uncle Pei are very good to me." Zhou Hao pretended to be ignorant of Zhou Qiao and their thoughts and smiled. "Uncle, Auntie Tang, let's go there first. I will visit the mansion in these 2 days." After that, Zhou Hao and Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing walked to Zheng Yingquan's side. Looking at their backs, Zhou Lipo said to Zhou Qiao, "Daddy, what did he call Director Zheng and Director Zheng just now?" "Uncle Quan, Uncle Pei? Are Zhou Liren and the Zheng family close friends?" "I don't know. I have never seen Zhou Liren before going to Xiangqing, and even Yin Tong is not there." Zhou Qiao squinted and said, "I heard Zhou Lichang say that Zhou Liren is a gangster who is not doing business, and I have done nothing for most of my life. As for Yin Tong, I am. I haven't heard of what kind of business she is in, but looking at Zhou Hao now, his family situation should be very good, and it is impossible to attend this party without being invited." The Lu Shu next to him looked very angry. That Zhou Hao is too impolite. So he just left us elders here and didn't invite us over. It's really uneducated. Then you dare to go there too. Zhou Qiao sneered at his daughter-in-law. Look at what people are sitting at their table, Sha's two in-laws, brothers of the Zheng family, and the director of the BA. There is Li Jiajia, the eldest son of Liu and Li Shaoqi, who is not the top person in Hong Kong society. When Zhou Lipo and Lu Shui heard the words, they immediately looked at them, and they saw that the seats in the table were all very big figures, not to mention the few high-ranking officials and the other businessmen, each of whom was worthless. A wealthy man of more than 10 billion yuan, and his company's assets controlled by more than 100 billion yuan. His family's billion-dollar business cannot return to the eyes of others. What is going on? How could Zhou Hao sit in the chief with those people? Zhou Lipo muttered. Go and find out now. If it doesn't work, wait until he comes to visit us, and then ask. Zhou Qiao coldly snorted. I think he didn't put us elders in his eyes at all, so let me do it for him. Mom and Dad will teach him well. After that, they returned to the seats that fit their identity, but they would often look to Zhou Hao. In addition to Zhou Hao's side, he himself had never thought that he would sit at the main table, but since Xing Yingquan greeted himself to come over, he also pushed the boat along the water and did not make any refusal, and brought Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. This is also the second time Zhou Hao has met Sha. Zhou Hao originally wanted Sha to be taken away by ATV from the live broadcast of the Hong Kong Film Awards and was so angry that he was admitted to the hospital. Later, he faced waves of offensive from ATV. Tired. However, at this moment, Run 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 was full of energy and radiant, even tougher than when I saw him a year ago. This old guy shouldn't be the kind of person who is stronger when he meets the stronger, right? Zhou Hao slandered in his heart, because some people did explode with amazing fighting spirit and combat power in front of powerful opponents, turning pressure into motivation. Wireless has dominated the Hong Kong TV industry for so many years. Run Run Sha, who has no opponents, seems to be more or less heroic. The so-called invincibility is the most lonely, just like the lonely lone who is depressed because he can't find an opponent and seeks defeat. Although they were hostile to each other, Zhou Hao still admired Sha in his heart. Unexpectedly, I helped ATV up and reawakened the fighting power of this old guy. This old guy is really not a fuel-efficient lamp. Sure enough, after seeing Zhou Hao, Run Run Sha did not sneer like the villain, but smiled very angry. Little brother, it's been a long time since I saw each other. Looking back on the day we met, it's like yesterday. Zhou Hao said in his heart. The person who can achieve such an achievement is truly extraordinary and very comparable. He smiled at Run Run Xiao Binbin. Yes, Sir Xiao, compared to the last time you met, you are much more energetic. The waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves forward. I met you that day. I never thought you could have such a great achievement today. Young people really can't underestimate it. The thin Sha laughed boldly. We Chinese must have young people like you in order to make our country prestigious to the world. Sir Xiao passed the award. Zhou Hao said modestly. After several conversations with Run Run Sha, Zhou Hao couldn't help but sigh. This is the opponent worth fighting, terrible, awesome, and respectable. For such an opponent, winning is for the triumphant achievement of life, and losing, even though defeated, is convinced. Run Run Sha has been able to dominate the Hong Kong television industry for more than 30 years. Whether it is the shopping mall giant Lin Baixin or the media tycoon Lu Changel, it is hard to escape defeat after entering ATV. It is not unreasonable. The so-called no business and no evil, Run Run Sha is by no means a kind person. Zhou Hao does not have a good impression of him, but he also thinks this is a respectable opponent. In comparison, Fang Yihua is a woman after all. Both her temperament and wrist are much worse than Run Run. It is no wonder that Su Lin will be beaten back and forth. Zhou Hao gave Su Lin a wink. Su Lin was affectionate and understood that Zhou Hao wanted to pay more attention to Sha. She herself was awe-inspiring, and she wanted to spend more time competing with wireless in the future. Sitting at the table with Zhou Hao, Sha did not talk to him about those TV-related matters. Instead, he told Zhou Hao a lot of his own experience and knowledge. He taught Zhou Hao his life experience like an elder, making Zhou Hao puzzled. Also benefited a lot. At that time, Zhou Hao also met with several other distinguished guests. According to Zheng Yingquan's introduction, Zhou Hao learned that the ordinary-looking man of about 40 years old was actually the chairman of Henderson Group, Li Shaoqi, known as the Asian stock god, and this man was Li Shaoqi's eldest son, Li Jiajia. Their Li family is Hong Kong's top 3 giants, with a family wealth of more than 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, and they are veritable giants. Li Yingjie is a low-key person. Although he has helped Li Zhaoji manage the family's business a long time ago, he rarely appears in front of the media. Compared with the super-rich second-generation and popular little Superman, Li Zikai, it is completely the opposite. For Zhou Hao, Li Yingjie, who had never met before, was also very curious, because he was invited to the chair of Sha. And there are 2 women who are the most watched in Hong Kong today, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. He knows the young man named Zhou Hao is definitely not easy, especially in the SAR government. The Zheng family brothers, who belong to the Real Power faction, cherish him very much, making Li Jiajia very interested in Zhou Hao's background. It's just that he tried many times, and Zhou Hao didn't show any clues. The Zheng family brothers and Run Shaw and others were also silent about Zhou Hao's identity, as if they had agreed, and Su Lin beside Zhou Hao slammed Tai Chi, so smooth. Li Jiajia had no way to start, and in the end he had to give up. After deciding to go back, he would find someone to inquire. Compared with Li Jiajia, Zhou Hao is more interested in the other VIP at the same table. This person is Lu Wanhong, the chairman of the Amigo company called Lu by the Hong Kong media, and is known as the sharpest stock market in Hong Kong. Sniper. Similar to what Zhou Hao had seen from the newspapers in his previous life, Lu Wanhong was a short, chubby, middle-aged man. People who didn't know his insider would think he was the most ordinary citizen when he saw him. A super-rich man who controls hundreds of billions of assets. The reason for Zhou Hao to pay attention to this man, besides Lu Wanhong's unique ability in the stock market, is that his son Lu Mingwei was the one who married Wang Shijuan in his previous life. When Wang Shijuan came to Hong Kong last time, Wang Shijuan accidentally knew that there were other women around Zhou Hao and ran out when it was unacceptable for a while. In the end, Zhou Hao played and sang a soulful "Love Me Don't Go" in front of the camera. Wang Shijuan was chased back through Hong Kong live broadcast. When Wang Shijuan ran outside, she actually met her ex-husband, Lu Mingwei. Lu Mingwei also fell in love with Wang Shijuan at first sight. Fortunately, Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan's heart back in a very short time. After that time, Zhou Hao deliberately found out the details of Lu Mingwei and also knew that he was Lu Wanhong's son. Zhou Hao knew that Lu Mingwei would not stop here, so he was always ready to meet Lu Mingwei's offensive and make a fatal counterattack. And Lu Mingwei's greatest strength is Lu Wanhong behind him. So Zhou Hao also deliberately studied Lu Wanhong. I've heard of Mr. Lu's fame a long time ago. The #1 sniper in the stock market in Hong Kong is admired by my younger brother. I always use Mr. Lu as my example to learn from. Zhou Hao took the initiative to give Lu Wan a good example. A toast. Lu Wanhong also smiled. My nephew, what you said is too much a prize. Any sniper is just a fake name, especially now that Soros and Julian are the real upset characters. What kind of sniper I really can't make it to the stage. It's because Zhou Sure nephew, you are young and promising, and your future achievements are limitless. During the conversation with Lu Wanhong, Zhou Hao discovered that although this person had a very enthusiastic chat with himself and Li Jiajia, he still had a lonely and arrogant air in his bones. He was typically hot on the outside and cold on the inside. It's another businessman. Seeing Lu Wanhong talking with Run Shaw and Zheng Yingquan happily during the banquet, Zhou Hao smiled in his heart with a vaguely cold expression in his eyes. Among those present, Sha and Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei were able to capture the loftiness in Lu Wanhong's bones, and they were also chatting with each other wrongly. And at first glance they really looked like old friends who had known each other for many years. Compared with these old foxes, Li Jiajia looked a little immature, not to mention trying to make a fool of Lu Wanhong. Even Lu Wanhong's true attitude could not be noticed. The city government was a bit shallow. Those big figures in the political and business circles are fighting each other, but Zhou Hao is happy to stay in the matter. Apart from occasionally saying a few words to show respect to them, he enjoys the performances on stage with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing comfortably. TVB still has the right to speak in the Hong Kong showbiz. Today's party not only invited Jonathan and their Philharmonic Orchestra to sing, most of the singers in Hong Kong were invited, and it seemed to be a strong song. Golden Melody Award Ceremony. Many of these songs are classic pop songs that Zhou Hao has heard in his previous life, He has never tried to appreciate the original singer's performance as close as he is now, and he really watched it with relish. Liang Xiaobing's days to become a singer are not short. She has known singers from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland China, and she sings day and night. Naturally, she lacks interest in performing on stage. It's right for her to be with Zhou Hao. Saying that he was enjoying himself, he sat quietly next to Zhou Hao, looking at his handsome face intoxicated, as if a lifetime was not enough. Su Lin is not as free as the two of them. In addition to always paying attention to Zhou Hao, the man who makes her confused, as the chief executive officer of ATV, she also has to talk to the Broadcasting Authority, which is the Hong Kong Broadcasting Authority. The director, Liang Niping, socializes and socializes. After a short meeting, Zhou Hao has already judged that the director of the BA is a typical wise and foolish person. On the surface, he is kind and straightforward, but in fact the city is very deep. If you think he is a bully based on his appearance alone, then he must be the one who suffers the most. Not to mention other things. Zhou Hao can clearly remember that Director Liang became the Deputy Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of Wireless Radio after resigning from the post of Director of the Broadcasting Management Bureau. This shows the relationship between him and Run Run. Zhou Hao also reminded Su Lin early that the relationship between Wireless and the BA is far from ATV, so Su Lin should be more careful when competing with Wireless. In accordance with Zhou Hao's reminder, Su Lin has been cautious since he took over ATV. Everything was done without any leakage. The BA has never caught a pigtail. I went to travel in the mainland some time ago. Run Run Shaw chatted and talked about his trip to the country. He said to everyone, "I didn't go to visit those famous mountains and rivers or historical cities, but deliberately visited some remote mountainous areas. Alas, the living conditions of those who live in those mountainous areas are sad to see. Even clean water can't be guaranteed. Children go to school every day, and after school, they often have to climb several mountains and walk for several hours. I have to help with farming and housework when I get home. I always want to help them more when I see these situations. I always feel that I haven't done enough." Li Jiajia laughed and said, "Sir Xiao, your compassionate kindness is really admirable. But doesn't Xiao already have a special foundation to help the infrastructure and education in those impoverished areas in China? Sir Xiao, you have done a lot. You no need to blame yourself." Regardless of Xiao's methods of doing business, and regardless of his hostile position, Zhou Hao still admires Xiao for his domestic philanthropy. He paused, then said, "Sir Xiao, you have done good deeds in China for so many years. You should be very clear about the domestic situation. The subsidy you give to the villagers in the mountainous area will eventually fall into their hands. There are not many. I think you should appropriately change the way you do good deeds so that those in need can really benefit from it." Brother Zhou is too right. Run Run Shaw said with gratitude. The mainland is not like Hong Kong, where there is an independent commission against corruption. The problem of corruption is very prominent, especially in localities. The more remote the place, the more officials there are. Courageous, what he did makes those of us who have the intention to do good are very heartbroken. Lu Luanhong and Li Jiajia also frowned and nodded. We have all heard of these situations. Zhou Hao shook his head secretly. Lu Luanhong and Li Jiajia had more than heard of them. They also have business in China. The so-called business without officials is uneasy. Without officials, without business is not rich. They deal more with people in the officialdom. Lu Luanhong and the others are sure know the darkness in officialdom. Even the Zhao family is not absolutely clean and upright officials, but they are not like those who dare to greet the ink in order to fill their own pockets, and even disaster relief funds. What's more, the Zhao family holds true state authority, and every decision can affect the national economy and the people's livelihood, so they never do such utter conscience that harms the people. Zhou Hao himself believes that it is difficult for an upright official to survive in the true sense. This is not a question of good and evil in human nature, but the truth that there will be no fish when the water is clean. The failure of Hai Rui back, then, is a lesson. In Zhou Hao's view, corrupt officials are not hateful, and the most hateful ones are the officials who are both corrupt and not serving the people, or even anointing the people to make themselves better. At this time, Li Jiajia said, "But what other way can I help them? Especially those children who are struggling to go to school. They are our country's hope for the future." Run Shaw laughed and said, I have been thinking about this problem for a long time and finally came up with a way. I think that material help is second, and the key is spirit and will. If we can give them a kind of spirit and will motivation, this is the key to sustaining them. Good point. Reluctant to speak, Liang Niping lightly patted the table and praised. Sir Xiao has a good idea. Sir Xiao, do you have any concrete plans? I want those children. Oh no, everyone understands a truth. That is, knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. Run Shaw tapped the table rhythmically, while smiling. I plan to set up the Natural Science Reward Fund, like the Nobel Prize, gives high awards to those who have made outstanding contributions to the natural sciences. The Nobel Prize in the West, world-famous scientific awards, has attracted scientists from all over the world as the highest honor. I don't think we in the East should lag behind them. We also want to establish an Oriental Nobel Prize to let the world know about our tireless pursuit of knowledge in China. His words made everyone in the audience excited. Even Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei were very excited and praised Shaw's proposal. Zhou Hao shook his heart before reacting. He just unknowingly seemed to have been used as a gun by Run and helped him promote the publication of the Oriental Nobel Prize. However, Zhou Hao understands that he has no choice but to not be a promoter. If he opposes Run, it is tantamount to opposing the development of education and charity in China. This nasty old is really spicy enough. Zhou Hao gave Xiao Yifu a harsh look. He knew from Xiang Huaqiang and others that Run Shaw was going to win his Run prize, but he did not expect that Run would raise it to Zheng Yingquan and other government representatives. As long as Zheng Yingquan representatives of these political circles and Lu Luanhong and their business circles support Shaw, the launch of the Shaw Prize cannot be stopped. Seeing Shaw and Zheng Yingquan discussing the details of the Shaw Prize happily, Zhou Hao thought with regret. If he could set up a Zhou Hao Prize earlier, it would be great. This opportunity was lost. It would take a lot of work to completely defeat Run and his wireless. There will be a charity auction next time. Many good old men donated their jewelry for free, and all the auction proceeds will be used for domestic charity. Run Shaw smiled to everyone. Take this opportunity, I will also announce the matter to the fund, hoping to get support from all walks of life. Everyone in the table nodded, and Zhang Yingpei also smiled at Zhou Hao at this time. Xiao Hao, what did you donate? To support this charity auction, I used your Aunt Jiaying's jade bracelet as a dowry. It's all taken out. Lu Luanhong and Li Jiajie both looked at Zhou Hao and Su Lin at the same time. It was obvious that these rich men had donated valuable jewelry or antiques. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing looked at each other and changed their colors, and Zhou Hao's eyes also passed a gloomy look. Because Sha and Fang Yihua never told Zhou Hao about the auction, nor did they tell them that the auction items were donated by the guests free of charge, Zhou Hao and others naturally did not have any preparations. This is not just a matter of money or any material issue. Today's ATV has already attracted the attention of the whole city. If nothing was donated at this charity gala, I'm afraid it will lose its reputation in the upper class of Hong Kong, and it will become a general public, the laughingstock of the public. When Yu Guang touched the imperceptible smiles on Shaw and Fang Yihua's faces, Zhou Hao secretly hated it. This was obviously what they did deliberately, and the purpose was to make Zhou Hao and ATV embarrassed in public. Zheng Yingquan and the others didn't know the clues. They asked Zhou Hao with interest what they donated to support charity. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.